down to 6 inches, and the house and the Buddha are still in the exact same position. Now, this shouldn't be possible, really. Like, if the refraction is making the distant objects go up and down, then there should be a huge swing between those two things. So when we're looking at distant objects and they're being blocked or being seen, it all has to do with predominantly the position of the horizon of the day. When the horizon is really close to us, things will disappear at a much faster rate. And when we have a day when the horizon is well beyond where, say, the globe predicts, things will disappear at a completely different rate. They will all eventually disappear. That's just how it is. And of course, they will disappear bottom up because, again, that's also just how it is. Now, I'll stop ranting or going on, but from what I've seen, and I'm doing a video on it at the moment, where I have literally hundreds of observations where when the horizon is close and I can see the horizon close to that buoy, all the distant land is, and it can be still varying degrees, but that distant land is being hidden. And when I see the horizon miles beyond that buoy, obviously the distant land is now revealed. So it's that position of the horizon that's actually dictating how much we see, how fast it disappears, and whereabouts it'll disappear. So I'm working on a video on that at the moment, but like literally I have hundreds of observations to show that it's the position of the horizon that's moving, not the objects in the background. That's a very slight drop up and down, because sometimes that house and the Buddha may be like ever so slightly up, or actually it's never down. It's always slightly up, but it never drops. That Buddha never drops below the houses. Sometimes it'll go slightly above the houses, or like in that same line, like slightly above, but it never, ever drops below. And I'm talking, I have probably 400 observations of this, like on video. So that it never drops below. Sometimes slightly above, but never below.
If I can just add on to that, on a flat Earth, we see things in the distance because they're there on the flat Earth. And sometimes we can't see them because the weather, is foggy or whatever, and we can't see it. So everything on a flat Earth is just on a flat plane. The globe model, talk about mental gymnastics, has different refractive amounts, different days, different weathers, different distances, all different amounts, and somehow magically everything stops at eye level. That's crazy.
Plain reality. Can we continue this on a separate thread? Can you show me and maybe others your observations on Buddha and that house, that the thing you're talking about? I'm curious what's happening there.
Yeah, I can do it. I'm currently working on a video, but there's heaps of videos on my actual Twitter anyway.
Okay.
Plenty that can describe it, but you'd probably want me to explain it to you as well. But yeah, I mean, even in the ones that I've shown, you can see the difference in the position of the horizon.
Maybe not here. I mean, I'd like to be able to investigate to see what's happening. Okay.
So this is what you do. This is what you do. You go to Plain Reality's page, scroll his media, take a look at some of the things that he has, and then just come double back next week, and then we could take a deep dive into some of the observations. And I'm sure like he'll go back and forth with you in the comments if you want to, gain some clarity in real time. But just keep it civil, bro. You see, we chilling over here.
Yeah. Okay. So one more thing from me. I can make a promise, somehow a promise, not to engage with disingenuous people anymore. Basically, what's happening is when the conversation is not civil, I get I get pissed. So I can promise that I will not do bad stuff. Okay.
I appreciate that, man. Like, can you see that these interactions with us quote unquote flat earthers have been a lot better than what you had anticipated?
Yeah, we can have a discussion here.
That's what's up. I also sent you the definition of apparent, so you can go ahead and translate that whenever you get some free time. Just check your DM. And in the meantime, while you're doing that, I'll let oh wait, Liliana wanted you to.
Can I answer to Liliana?
Yeah. Can you do that first?
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
So basically, this is how human feels motion. That the human feels doesn't feel motions when he's accelerating. When he's standing at constant speed, you don't feel the movement. You only feel the acceleration. This is one thing. So this is why basically you cannot tell that you are in movement. You are moving when you are inside a car that moves at constant speed. You only feel the acceleration. Okay. So
hold on, Igor. Let me clarify for you. Because what she's really asking is like, so basically we can detect when we're not at equilibrium, right? We could detect when we're tilted or upside down, right? Like we have those mechanisms within our body to detect any type of motion or imbalance, right?
Yeah, imbalance. Yeah, we can detect our position in space, balance, but we can feel the acceleration.
Right. So what Liliana is saying, if we are appealing to our habitat, right, and if we're in motion, then why do we feel dizziness? Like, why do we even have that mechanism? We should have something that wouldn't allow us to be affected by motion if we're always in motion. So she says, why is our default position that we feel like stationary is the best way for us to be, I don't know, surviving or existing? Like, why don't we have a mechanism that will allow us to be off balance if we're constantly in motion? I think that was more of what she was asking. Why isn't it built into our genealogy to be okay with being in motion and off balance all the time?
But also, Golder, we do accelerate, at perihelion, aphelion, and also as flat Earth Dave said, that when you are orbiting around the sun, when you come from behind, by default, you have to go faster because the sun itself is moving and we're chasing the sun. So we would have to actually have two different speeds aside from aphelion and perihelion. We would, every time we come from behind the sun, we have to accelerate to keep up with the sun. So the variation in speed thing, that's debunked already because we do accelerate. And
can I answer to that? Yeah, but we are actually continually accelerating and decelerating as we spin around the sun, but the acceleration is so small that we cannot feel it. Okay, it is well below the range of human detection. We are accelerating. I actually made the calculation of acceleration. I can point to not live, but after I go out, I can show you the exact acceleration needed to go from maximum speed to lowest speed of rotation around Earth. It's very small.
So Egolder, sorry. Basically, what you're saying is that the percentage is small, right? So the percentage might be very tiny, but the actual measurement in miles is not tiny because we're tiny. So even if it was, by a few miles, we should be able to feel something because we are very tiny and we're very sensitive. So this percentage business doesn't work because the truth is that even that small percentage translates to many, many miles, if not many hundreds of miles.
I can show you the values. Okay, we have a very high speed, but the acceleration is something like 0.0003 meters per second. So this acceleration is constant throughout the half a year. You're accelerating half the year, and these accelerations allows you to gain speed from whatever 30 kilometers per second to 33 kilometers per second. So the speed is very high, is very large, but acceleration is small that we don't feel. Is way below the what we feel as an acceleration. I can give you the values afterwards, okay, if you want.
So in your explanation of this, so one thing that she just brought up is when the Earth is chasing the sun, it's going the same speed as the sun. Then to pass the sun, it has to speed up. When it's in front of the sun, it has to slow down so it maintains the same distance from the sun. And then when it goes behind the sun, it has to slow down slower than the sun. What is the mechanism that makes the Earth speed up and slow down to keep itself at the right distance from the sun? And then the other thing, and then I'll throw it back to you, is all of these motions from the slowest one, which is the spin of the Earth. We're going around once a day. That's hard to, the angular speed is very slow, but the linear speed is 1,000 miles an hour, and we're going off our linear trajectory by a mile a minute. At that speed, a mile a minute, I think your body would feel that. So go in your car, 60 miles an hour, perfectly smooth road, perfectly smooth shocks, everything's good. Fill up a dinner plate with water, and then have that driver take the slightest turn or the slightest acceleration or braking, and you tell me what happens to that water.
Yeah. Okay. So related to the acceleration around the sun. Okay. So the orbit of the Earth is not a perfect circle; it's a slight parabola. So it's a little bit closer to the sun on 2 points, and
how do you know that?
It's been observed, calculated.
Observed and calculated.
Yes.
Who observed it and calculated it?
This is another discussion. So we go
All
that
right.
or continue to.
Okay, so sorry, Egolder, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt, okay? All this stuff you're saying, we won't feel it because it's constant, blah, blah, blah.
Because no, we don't feel it.
My question
Yes,
is why were we made to feel stationary when
we
there's
don't feel
all these
stationary.
crazy velocities going on? I think it would have made more sense for us to enjoy the motion like we would, a nice soft breeze or even a nice hardy breeze. Breeze feels wonderful. I would love to feel motion, without feeling nauseous. So I just don't understand why nature decided that our lives would be better if we felt completely stationary. It seems very devious. I don't know.
I don't know. I think we built to survive. So we should be able to detect when we're changing positions. So this happens only on acceleration or deceleration. When you sit still and close your eyes, you don't feel anything, right? When you move, you feel the movement, right?
No, you're repeating everything that I told you
Yes.
doesn't work as an explanation. You're just repeating it. I'm asking you, why should it be default position to feel stationary in order to have and experience a normal life? If we are already spinning, orbiting, and moving at crazy velocities, then we should have just been made.
I think we lost you, Liliana.
I don't understand the question. Why don't we feel the stationary? This is the question.
I don't know. You keep saying it's because we're not accelerating, and you're like, oh, but we are accelerating. But
yes, but it's small, man.
No, she's saying, why would nature design us to feel stationary instead of something else?
We don't feel stationary. We feel the movement, the acceleration, actually.
What are you talking about?
Not of the Earth, bro.
Not movement of Earth, which is what she's talking about.
We don't feel it because it is very small. The acceleration around the globe.
That's not what she's asking.
But what about the abrupt?
Okay.
Yeah, she's not asking you why we don't feel it. She's asking you why were we designed that way.
That we had a preference.
That's what she's asking.
It was just like a little thought experiment for you to think about.
Also, we abruptly changed direction. Like, how is there not some type of effect of the bank?
We abruptly changed direction when?
Yes.
Yes. In our elliptical orbit.
It's not abrupt. Man.
Really?
I can give you the numbers for.
Is it a really wide turn?
It's a very small parabola, so.
So no, it's not a wide turn.
Not wide turn, no.
Okay, so it's a sharp turn.
It's a very small. It's a very small parabola. Okay.
It's a sharp turn.
It's a small parabola. It's not a sharp.
The smaller the parabola, the sharper the turn.
It's almost a circle. This is what I mean by a small parabola. The two center of the parabola are are very close to each other.
We don't just take this really long, wide turn, bro. We turn directions. So there's no effects. Like even if it's not perceptible, like it has no effects on anything, weather conditions, nothing like that.
Okay, so we're almost a circle. Okay, it's almost a circle. It's not no turn.
Yeah, we deviate from a circle.
Very slightly.
But E. Golder, you're giving us, the calculation for only one motion. Remember that we're also going at 500,000 miles along with the sun around Milky Way galaxy. So we should be able to feel something, right? That's pretty damn fast.
Okay, I understand now what you mean. Okay, if I may answer to this. So we are part of the system that is moving. Okay, when you're in a car, you are part of that car that is moving. Okay, you feel only the change in speed. You don't feel the speed, only the change in speed. So if you are moving with million miles a second in that car, you don't feel the movement. You only feel
you would feel it if you were going along a curved path, though, right? Even if you were moving at even if you were moving at a constant speed, you would still feel that motion on a curved path, because what? A curved path is acceleration.
You would feel the change in the angular velocity. So if you change the speed at which you turn around a thing, okay,
right. So when you said you wouldn't feel it because you're in a car, that was a false analogy.
No, you feel it when you make a turn. You feel the turn.
Right, and so that's the same thing that's happening with the Earth, bro. It's spinning, and not only is it spinning, it's going along an orbit. Not only is it going along an orbit, it's shooting through space, and it's wobbling. And we're not even talking about the wobbles. Wobbly.
Okay, the car analogy is to understand things, but to have a absolutely correct analogy, the car should should change speed very, very slowly compared to the real car. Okay, so
it's driving along a very slow curve, but the car is also twirling.
Yes.
So the car is twirling and going along a small curve while the whole street is moving.
Yes.
And we're not supposed to feel it.
Yeah, there's the limit of acceleration you can feel. You can admit there is a limit of acceleration.
Bro, do you not realize that what you believe is that everything is an illusion? Like we're moving at crazy speeds, multiple different directions. Everything will appear as if it's completely stationary. To such an extent, we'll see the wind go in all directions and we'll have completely still moments. Right? We're moving in multiple vectors, but everything is as if we're completely stationary, so much so that we actually detect deviation from the stationary position, like we call them earthquakes, and that the horizon's curving, but it's actually horizontal, and the sun and the moon appear to be the same size, but the sun's actually 400 times bigger. And whenever we try to use interferometry to measure the Earth orbit around the sun, actually time slows down because it stretched out, and then the measuring apparatus contracted, and it just made it look like the distance didn't change, even though actually it did change because we're moving around the sun. And like, do you not realize that you believe that everything is an illusion? Like that's what you think. Or whenever we see things way too far based on the globe prediction, that just coincidentally light bends to the more dense medium, lifts it back up, but just stops it right at eye level to make it look like the Earth is flat. And when it's clear outside, we see further, but somehow actually when we see further, there's more refraction, so it makes it look like it's flat. Like everything you believe is an illusion.
One point on the seeing too far, when we use infrared, we can see things through that haze much farther, and infrared would lower your refraction. But for some reason, even with the less refraction, because you're using infrared, that mountain, that building, whatever it is that we're seeing, appears to be at eye level again. I mean, the world is really the greatest conspirator of all, because the globe Earth is trying to convince you that it's not moving and that it's flat, and it's working.
And the stars just continue to reset, but really they're not. And the sun and the moon appear to both be above the horizon during the stellar eclipse, but actually it's not there. It's actually below the horizon. Looks like the sun is setting, but actually it's not there. And it looks like you see the silhouette of the Kenegu Mountains should be blocked by 10,000 feet of curvature, but actually it's not there. And it's just all an illusion.
And no stars have ever crossed each other's path because of parallax. Never ever have two stars crossed each other's path. That's like driving next to a forest and none of the trees change positions.
And on top of that, bro, like think about how hard it is for you to actually explain this position. And we didn't even get to interferometry, which Wizard brought up. Right, so we can even skip past and even give you, okay, with all your numbers and your calculations, we quote unquote can't feel it. But then when we design instruments 10 to 100 times sensitive to detect this motion, and we still don't detect it, now what are you going to say? Are you going to change all of physics?
Literally, your side changed all of physics.
Oh, sorry. What's one quick thing? By the way, Eagolder, I can feel when I'm driving in a car, even if it's steady 60 miles for an hour, I feel motion. And if someone says they don't, they need to go check themselves with a neurologist.
Let me last thing for me. So Liliana, make an experiment. Rent a limo with the dark windows, dark tint, so you can see outside. Okay, and ask the driver to drive very steady, no acceleration, on a very good road. Of course, you'll feel movement because the movement is not perfect, but you will not be able to say if you are in movement or not at some points. Okay, you won't be able to see if you're moving or not, to feel the movement. You cannot feel the movement. This is how the human is built. Okay, the human body.
Yeah, but have that car take a turn while doing a barrel roll while spinning in another axis. Then tell me if you feel the motion.
Wobbling in three different.
Of course, you feel it. Okay.
Okay, but dude, this is what I want to know. I want to know this, okay, before you leave. We did a test, just like he said. Okay, say you can't feel it. Oh, man, this place wasn't created, but it definitely needs to be created because whoever created it tactically tried to deceive you in every single way to make you think that everything was the exact opposite of what it really is, or whatever people think. Okay, but then we developed instruments that were incredibly precise, can make incredibly precise measurements because we're using light and they use cross patterns. So you can measure the slightest bit of motion. And it's over 10 times more sensitive than it needed to be. Now it's way more than that. To measure the orbit of the Earth, we can test that this technology works. We can measure all kinds of motion with it. We then go to measure it and we don't find it. We find out the Earth is not orbiting the Earth. But instead of that, instead of the incredibly precise measurements being accepted that, oh, the Earth's not moving, do you actually believe that what happened was that since the one light beam should have traveled further because the Earth is moving, therefore it should have taken longer to travel that longer distance and get back to the receiver, that actually what happened was time slowed down and then the matter of the apparatus contracted so that it made the distance look like it was the same, even though it was longer. And since time stretched out and slowed down, it made the time look like it was the same, even though it took longer because the Earth is moving. Do you believe that?
Golder, I have a suggestion for you. Become a flat earther right now, and I will give you my app with a lifetime subscription so you can educate yourself further. For free.
It was somebody looking
Hey,
for a bunch of angular momentum that didn't belong there, because I think I found it in the lunar eclipse. They all go the other way for some reason. Just saying, if you're looking for a 90-degree turn, I think I found it.
No, so there is obviously something. There are some limits to our observation of the world, and science. Einstein proposed a solution, and to explain this thing, okay, we see clocks on orbit go faster than clocks on Earth, or vice versa. I don't know. I can't remember now. So how do you explain that? Okay, so we have a proposal. We made calculations. We explain what we can perceive with our instruments, and we're continuing. We're searching on this path to explain things. There are limits to this understanding. I mean, the dark matter and the dark energy were invented to explain the limitation of the current model. Okay, and okay, but we're searching. Okay, while so but you you on the other side, this is my main concern, that the thing that saddens me is that on your side you're choosing to ignore the existing proof for the objective reality around us. So the earth is
hold
round,
on.
you can
Stop.
see from
Stop right
orbit.
there. Stop right
Hold
there.
on, hold on, let him finish, y'all. Let him finish. Let him finish. I know. I know.
Okay,
That's a little
you know
tricky.
where
Go
I'm
ahead.
going.
I'm glad he said invented.
Yes, we proposed as an answer to that thing we can explain using the Einstein relativity, okay, general relativity,
I
special
want you to remember what you're saying. I want you to continue and just really remember what you said.
yes.
That
Yes,
you said that what saddens you or frustrates you is that we don't accept objective reality for what it is. I want you to keep going, and I want you to remember what you said.
yes. The Earth is round as viewed from orbit. Do you deny that we are in orbit around the world and having picture and photos? So this is where I stop. So if you go further and say, no, we are being lied, this is something that I can agree with.
Have you ever actually looked at the videos where they were caught faking it?
There are some stuff there that can be very easily explained, okay? But we have live videos. If you say that they're CGI, we have no discussions here. They are not CGI, they're live.
Okay, dude, they're not live. Admittedly, they're not live, but this is what literally they're not even claimed to be live. I don't know what you're talking about.
There are live. There are conferences, live conference with Earth and orbit. There are children that sit at school.
Okay, dude. Okay, please just stop.
I cannot
Okay.
accept this as a lie.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. You can't accept objective reality for what it is. That's the ironic part of this. Okay, and I'm just being real with you. You have a belief that has been disproven for a long time. And whenever they showed the Earth was not moving, they said time slowed down and that matter contracts. You just can't tell. That's called relativity. It was then further disproven in 1919 when they looked at the eclipse and it was supposed to do something, but it didn't. But then they claimed it did do it miraculously, even though it literally provably didn't. Then you get over to 1933. They looked out in the sky, and their relativity prediction, again, needed to explain away the fact the Earth's not moving, was off by 99%. So you want to talk about not accepting objective reality? You have a theory you had to make up and claim that time started stretching and slowing down to make it look like it took the same amount of time, even though it took longer, to deceive you. And then you assume that, look at the sky, it's off by 99%. And it was literally called missing mass. And now it's called dark matter. And now you have dark energy. And those two make up 96% of your belief. And what we do is say, okay, we think the Earth's in the center of the universe. The Earth's not moving. The interferometry should not detect motion. Oh, look at that. It doesn't detect the Earth moving exactly like it should be. And since the Earth is in the center of the universe and not moving, when we look out at the universe, we should see that everything is moving around the Earth. It should make us look like we're in the center of the whole universe. Then we looked out, we got really good telescopes, and guess what we saw, bro? That everything we see shows that the Earth is in the center of the universe. Did we accept that? No. It must be another crazy illusion. Everything is accelerating and expanding with some type of energy force that we can't find, define, or explain, combined with a bunch of magical dark matter that we can't define, find, or explain. And it creates the illusion that the Earth is in the center of the entire universe, even though it actually is not. So who is it that's denying? Which side's denying objectivity?
The inventors.
So it's not even close, dude. One side's just consistently matching predictions, and the other one is doing the exact opposite, going and taking our predictions and then claiming it's theirs because everything's an illusion.
Which is why he said to focus on your objective reality claim, because objectively, man, the Earth seems to be stationary and not curving. So, like, if we just to put a button on this, and before we get to the hands, if we have instruments, and this is for you, E-Golder, if we have instruments that can detect objects in motion, and it doesn't detect that motion, what is that object?
I don't. I'll have to check this claim. We can detect Earth movements.
Hold on. No. This don't got nothing to do with Earth. I'm asking you a general question. If we have instruments that detect objects in motion, and it doesn't detect that motion, what is it?
I'm not familiar with that. What's your term?
Okay? If you use an instrument that can detect motion on an object and it doesn't detect motion, what is it? What is the object?
Is it
if it's not moving? If it's not moving, it's what?
He can't do it.
They can't do the hypotheticals, man.
It's wild, bro.
That's crazy.
It's wild. Try 2.0. Try 2.0. All right. If the surface of the Earth isn't curving anywhere, then what is it?
But it is curving, okay?
Bro!
Oh my goodness, yo. Ego, this is the problem, bro. Yo, these are called like thought experiments, right? What we just did, we tried to see if you could answer the question directly and honestly. So this is why it'd be hard for us, because when we're making an honest effort to convey information to you, and then find out that you can't even answer simple questions that don't have nothing to do with the topic, and make it seem like you're not even willing to learn. Now, I do appreciate that you say you're going to look at some of the details of some of the topics that we talked about. But if you can't even answer like simple, like it's not even related questions, bro. If the surface isn't curving, it's what? If something isn't moving, it's what? You can't even answer those questions, bro. Those are simple questions. So you should think about.
They're just hypothetical honesty questions.
Right.
Yes. If it isn't curving, then it's flat. I can answer it's true. But
look, the world's not ended. Look, you still alive. You go there.
No, man. The question was hypothetical, right?
It's hypothetical. Yes.
And I can answer. Okay, it's flat. If it's not curving, it's flat. Of course, it's flat.
Okay, if it's not moving, what is it?
It's stationary.
Okay, if we look at everything in the entire universe and it moves around the Earth, everything moves around us in the middle. Okay. What is it? What is the Earth?
It's relative, okay?
No, it's in the center.
Relative.
It's in the center, buddy.
It's in the center, bro.
The movement is relative, okay?
Relativity doesn't explain it alone. You need dark energy.
Not that relativity.
Invented.
When you have a car in your far away, you're in a car. The car is far away.
Sacred. You got to stop giving out scholarships to anybody, man. I mean, I know you want to give out scholarships to these globers and that. That's cool. I'm down with that, but you got to be able to like realize the ones that don't want these scholarships. You know, some people would grasp at it. You know, they'll come and they'll learn and they'll do their studies and put their first foot forward. And try the hardest. But some people, they don't care, man. They just
look, the information, what it is, bro. I'm gonna let you go, D3, because I know you want to jump in here. But the information is shocking, right? And I gotta acknowledge, Egoder did say that he acknowledged his behavior on the timeline wasn't the best, and moving forward after interacting with the level heads, that he's gonna conduct himself in a way better manner, seeing that we are honestly trying to have a discussion about our reality and our actuality. But it also comes with being honest with yourself, bro. Right? During these conversations.
No one changes their behavior after one conversation. You can change your thought process about a particular thing.
I mean, we'll see.
Yes,
we'll see. He wasn't really.
Have you seen his timeline?
Yeah, but I already said that earlier. I was like, hey, bro, like you're acknowledging that you ain't keeping the same energy, but that's cool because we don't really want that. We want you to move forward. So we got to see what the behavior is going to be from here on. Maybe he'll come back later on and say, hey, some of the things that you guys brought up in episode 92, I hadn't considered before. I got more questions. Or he could go the toxic route. So we only going to have like the future, the time to tell, right? So we'll see. Just got to be honest with yourself, bro. When we asking you these questions and hit you with some information, you got to be able to digest it, even if it is like a little bit of a language barrier. But we appreciate that.
Last thing I'll say, but this is just a fact, bro. Whether the Earth say the Earth is a tilted, wobbling, spinning, revolving water ball flying through a vacuum, defying physics. Let's just say that it is that. One thing that's undeniable and indisputable is all the evidence makes it look like we're stationary, look like we're a plane, and look like we're in the center of the universe. And when we tried to claim that it was an illusion, we needed energy that wasn't there, and then we found some energy in a vacuum, tried to apply it, was off by 10 to the 120th power. When we assumed relativity and gravity was true, then it was off by 99%, and then over 83% of all the matter is off. All this stuff is just falling apart. Horizon problem, Hubble tension problem, flatness problem, right? And the top scientists, quote unquote, will tell you, oh, well, you can never disprove the idea that the Earth is in the center. In fact, everything makes it look like we're in the center. There's no exclusive evidence that we're not in the center, and you can never disprove it. But we choose not to believe that because it's horrific and intolerable, okay? And what were we told? That it had been scientifically and definitively proven that we were not in the center. So we were lied to. Period. Like, full stop.
And all observations, all instrumentations substantiate that, bro. And that's the thing. Like, when you start looking into some of the stuff that we talk about on a weekly basis, even daily at this point, I mean, you go tap in with Witsit or Alan, Shane, and Toby on some of their lives during the week, bro, looking into the sciences, it all points to like we're stationary and the center of all things. And then we could do our own little local tests of where curvature is claimed to be. And if it isn't there, if the horizon is too far, bro, the whole globe falls apart. Now, we can get into all the real physics of, this, that, and the third, but we could test these things locally. We could look at what's been done in the past and see what the interpretation is given in the current narrative based on relative to what it actually is. Because it's all about the interpretation of these results. And then they form this globe based off of all this imaginary construct, bro. And then it sounds good and it sounds cool, right? We all were born globers. We all believed in space. All that stuff was cool as hell. But if it's not true, so what? So we just encourage you to look at the details, bro. Check everything that we bring. Don't believe nothing that we say. We don't do belief over here. Go do your research on every single thing. If you want to hit me directly or something that you want to double back to, just let me know. I'll shoot you a DM. I'll shoot you some tweets, some links. We got it all, bro. I don't know if you want to respond real quick, but I know D3 may wanted to jump in here too.
No, I'm good. Bye, guys. Okay, bye.
Stick around. What up, D3?
I'll go on my timeline and delete all the nasty stuff. Okay.
Write your review, man. Let us know how your experience was in Flat Earth Fridays. Be honest with them globe earthers too.
Yeah, don't invent nothing.
Tell them you have fun.
Tell
them you learn some stuff.
Okay.
What up, D3?
What up, folks? I got a couple rapid fire questions here for the whole team. So anybody who wants to jump in, Alan, Toby, Shane, all you guys. I'm not really concerned with the trivial arguments against the constancy of light. So my question is, what's your strongest argument disproving the constancy of the speed of light?
Every interferometry measurement ever taken, dude. Like literally east versus west. Oh, how about low frequency radio wave propagation?
Okay, which one of those is better? Which one of those is better? The interferometry?
I mean, like which one is easier to do?
Best. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
It's all good, man.
Like, sorry, dude. I mean, 1912, Georgia Sanyak. Like, the problem is they keep like they have such convoluted ad hoc excuses each step of the way, right? Like you go back to 1912, Georges Sagnac took an interferometer and spun it. And when he spun it, that spin velocity was directly proportionally measured in the fringe shift of the interferometer. So that meant that the speed of the spin made the speed of the light that much faster, one direction, and then it would have been the opposite the other direction. But it was proportionally measured, that velocity. That meant that literally means the speed of light was going faster than the speed of light because it was going the speed of the spin plus the speed of light. So that was 1912.
Got you. Okay. Next question. Can interferometers detect the rotational or the orbital motion of Earth, or both, today?
So they would say, well, it depends on who you talk to. Some of them are going to tell you no. Most of them are going to tell you no, but if anyone's intellectually honest and they're familiar with Ruyang Wang's work, then they may give you an answer like it's complicated or something like that.
Then by the nose 10 steps through that, then yeah, maybe they'll come to, even then they'll fight at the end and probably just run away because it's a tough one to realize and say out loud again.
Right.
Yeah.
And Wong's paper was the generalized Sagnac effect, right?
So literally they get to that point and they usually deny it, but they're like, that's not math, or he was just fooling. I don't know what other explanations I've heard.
And what he proved, they never substantially said, like, but the fact that he even had to prove what he proved, which was that the linear motion could be measured, like they never substantially, like he shouldn't have even had to prove it as far as I'm concerned. Like they just made the assumption because they didn't want the Earth to be in motion that like, oh, and that goes back to general relativity, like 1916, that was when Albert Einstein, so like special relativity was 1905, that was, oh, we can't measure the motion. And then 1916, he's like, yeah, we can't measure the motion, and it's because even though an orbital path, like the Earth's orbit around the sun, is technically like a circle, like a rotation, right? Which is no different than what Georges Sagnac did. Even though that's the case, general relativity says that it's actually only measured as linear motion. It actually is only perceived or would be measured as linear motion, even though it's technically curved. And that's just the result of the bending and warping in space-time, but we don't perceive that. We can't measure that.
Dude, honestly, looking into it, like before I learned anything, what the other side had to do to believe their belief, I was like, instantly, that's stupid. I don't know anything about it, but I'm not doing that. So let's see what's on the other side.
That's why in 2004, when Ruyang Wang found that the linear motion can be directly measured, even though he wasn't measuring the Earth, he was just doing like a little local experiment to measure linear motion. When he found that, though, that was like just yet another, like, okay, well, you guys have this excuse that it's because it's linear and we can't detect linear. Well, then what he showed is, well, that doesn't work either because we can definitely detect the linear motion.
Got you. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So it's hard to have a best proof, but yeah, sorry, continue.
All right, I got three more, right? What are the internal and external corrections used for atomic clocks, and like how do those directly correspond to GPS?
So I'm not totally sure what you mean by internal and external, but just basically the idea is that as the atomic clocks are moving through space, they retard proportionally to that motion. So there is,
And so inside the atomic clock, that like the corrections are built into the mechanism itself, right? Like it sends it through multiple magnetic fields, and it has what they call cesium and it oscillates, it vibrates at a certain rate. And what it does is it uses like a microwave resonator to hit it with certain microwave frequencies to tune it back in to the specific vibrational rate it's supposed to go. Or it spins them in opposite directions and separates them into two groups, and then it hits them with a microwave frequency to keep them in that like 9 billion, 100 million, whatever, 712 clicks a second. And then the external is based on proportionate velocity.
Right, so they control it and then say, look, it's time dilating.
Okay. All right. What's wrong because I was following your guys' video you did I think just this past week. Did you guys find that's really wrong with using spectrometry for star distances or compositions of those stars?
Spectroscopy.
Sorry,
Well,
I always
I don't know,
always
dude. The other day we encountered
Yeah, we went deep on
spectrometry. So
spectrometry
like,
now too. We literally went through one and the other. Yeah. But yeah, the spectroscopy one, you know, kind of just comes down to like, it's a lot of reifications of the chemical makeups. Their assumptions about redshift and blue shift are based on assumptions of chemical makeups, which are based on assumptions from Kepler's third law, which are just based on a scaling equation. So like, you know, they measure light frequencies and then they extrapolate a lot out from that, and they have to make a lot of assumptions about the medium and the, you know, the potential shifting of that light in order to even quantify their assumptions, I guess.
Dude, my thing is they're measuring helium across a whole field of helium, going, that helium over there is definitely like this composition. You're like, wait a second, like the whole thing is helium. You know that, right? Did you adequately differentiate between what you're measuring through and what you're measuring? Yeah. Okay, good. Just want to make sure, you know, like that's pretty much as far as they go.
Right. So that kind of leads to my next question. It's hydrogen, not helium, that they assigned to one, right? Was it helium or hydrogen?
I don't know. I just said helium. Could have been hydrogen there.
All right. So with Eddington, when Eddington did his measurements or calculations of the radius of, I think it was hydrogen, and they assigned it to one. All right. Is it a particle that they're measuring, or is it actually an energetic event? Because I see it as an energetic event.
Would be the smallest energetic event, right? Exactly.
Okay. So all right. So
I would see it.
okay. So now, do you guys think this is actually accurate, or should it have changed over time as the tech improved? Because in that video, I remember we got it down to like I think it was Stone who was saying like it should be like down to 0.00012.
Yeah, I mean that whole thing was really interesting because what we kind of, or at least what that paper was saying, I still need to dig into it a bit myself, but what seems to be the case is that with these spectrometers, the devices, the particle accelerators that they're using to determine particle masses and the energy emission, they brag so much about the level of precision that they can reach. They go like 0.00, like, you know, like multiple decimal points down of levels of precision. But the problem is they're claiming precision. Well, first of all, they're claiming precision they can't corroborate. Like they literally can't possibly measure any way. Like they've never measured anything to substantiate their claims of precision. But then the other thing is they could be very, very precise, and like they likely are reaching those degrees of precision. But the problem is it seems that the device is not actually accurate. So it's like if you take a scale maybe, and that scale may give you all the right values, but if you tear that scale incorrectly, like it's like, you know, it measures 0 to be -2 ounces or something, right, then all of your measures are going to be off. And that seems to be because the problem is when they went from actually measuring things using like a scale, using an actual weight of something, like in a meaningful, like the closest thing we could get to a direct measurement of mass and weight, when they went from doing that to doing particle acceleration, they didn't get the weight measurement or the mass measurements that they expected. And then instead of saying, oh, well, this is a problem, and why is this not comporting with our other measurements, they said, oh, well, this is defective mass that we're looking at, must be the case. Right. And what do you know? We get this perfect value of energy release and atomic mass that can comport with our assumptions about what was it they were even trying to reify with that? I can't even remember what it goes back to. Essentially, goes back to some kind of energy emission. I can't remember which, some experiment that Arthur Eddington did. But yeah, so that was the thing with spectrometry, not to be confused with spectroscopy, which hopefully it didn't confuse anyone because we did go from one to the other. But yeah.
Okay, that pretty much sums up everything for me, or just to sum up for everybody listening, like these things that they were talking about, the interferometry and the spectrometry, the value of the atoms that they're measuring there. This is kind of important, especially when we talk about GPS working and the proportionate velocity that is being accounted for, and the resonators that are in the atomic clocks. This is all very important to the speed of light and measurements across the earth that they're saying are accurate. Thanks, guys.
My pleasure.
My man D3. Let's slide over to Mr. Xavier, and then Nathan. I want to say what up to Matthew too. Go ahead, X.
Yeah. Man, great conversations tonight, guys. I kind of want to dovetail off of what D3 said, as well as the question that wasn't answered that Dave asked the gentleman about the mechanics of orbits. Why? Why do we want to ask this? Because he failed to acknowledge that the orbital motion is a falling motion, right? The acceleration that Sacred pointed out is something that is told that we'll feel. Uniform circular motion is acceleration. So I say all that to say this. There's been a new double standard that happens with these conversations, right? I'm going to mention a couple of things that Glover talked about, and I want you to pay attention and what is not mentioned. A couple random things: parallax, star trails, angular size of sun and moon supposedly not changing, EQ mounts rotating on its axis, gas pressure gradient, et cetera, et cetera. What did I not mention? Anybody? Relative to the conversations we all have. What is this? What is this called? What Fridays?
Well, I ain't hear you say nothing about no curvature.
Not a damn thing about curvature, not about a globe, nothing about the shape of the earth. And that's okay. Do any of us object when these things get brought up? They're relevant to their model, right? They're contingencies, they're necessary conditions. Some of these are indispensable. So you'll hear that, but when we talk about things that are detrimental to their model, like Dave and Whitsitt does, and Toby and the rest of the Ether Cosmos and everybody on the panel does, whoa, stick to just talking about the shape of the earth. Well, no, there's necessary conditions for their model to work, and it's okay to talk about it. So just a reminder, don't let anybody gas you when it comes to talking about stuff like that. I'm going to oversimplify an answer to the question that D3 asked, right? So he's asked, what is your strong argument to the shape of the constancy of the speed of light not being so? So I keep it simple, right? So how do you figure out the rate of motion? What's the formula for the rate of motion? It's distance traveled over time, right? Okay, the distance from an emitter to a receiver, can that vary? Location A and location B, emitter, receiver? Yes, of course. You can have an emitter and receiver be all kinds of different distances from each other. The fact that that can vary means it can vary, the rate of travel can vary over time. Therefore, it necessarily means that rate can't be constant. It's just basic logic. If S equals dt and d equals v, vt equals not c. It's an inference, but it's simple to remember, and that's when they'll come up with some kind of imagination. You got to start from abstraction now. Okay, that has meaningful connotations. What you just said. Oh snap! The speed of light cannot be constant. I put something in the nest. Two from the last, right? So what did they say? Okay, but we tested for this stuff, right? We always hear that, right? Forget about guessing. We tested for it. Stop asking questions. I mean, you'll never get an explanation from A to Z how they tested it, but it's tested for. You silly flirt. Stop asking questions. But with GPS and all sorts of things that supposedly prove the constancy of light, they had to synchronize. One thing you have to do when you're synchronizing these clocks you have to set them in a position where they're in an inertial frame, they're stationary relative to each other, and they're synchronized. That type of coordinate system is called a Galilean. It assumes a synchronization relative to something fixed, like the lab that it's being synchronized in, which is in the same frame as the Earth. It's an Earth frame. So easy to remember transformation system, right? If relativity is something to analyze perception, and we know that perception of motion can seem relative, remember the keyword seem, then we can have an accurate transform system that's Galilean. We can say, hey, listen, me and you that are traveling in a train, looking at each other through a window, going in the same direction at the same rate, could look stationary to each other. Yeah, but we could also transform that to the tracks that are in between the train that is whizzing by. If we're standing on that, that is stationary while the trains are zipping by. Easy transform, but that's not what relativity does. It transforms via a different type of transformation system where you cannot maintain an absolute reality, particularly as it does with time, as well as the motion of something near the speed of light, supposedly does all kinds of weird things like contract. That is not starting from the reality, like the gentleman says. It's pretty much observing, objective reality. He said, not necessarily. That their objective reality is to be a flatlander, like a flatlander that only lives in 2 dimensions, that can't imagine the 3rd dimension. We are like that flatlander in our 3 dimension that can't imagine the time dimension, that sits in a 4D Cartesian plane in a geodesic. That's BS. He did not start from objective reality. He inferred it. So with that is a standard form argument that if we have if Einstein insists a system of Galilean observers transformed by non-Galilean Lorentz transformation, that's logically inconsistent. You're using 2 different coordinate systems to make objective reality something fictitious. So that's that. I'll put something in this following that. Going into that coordinate system, I won't go into that much, but I'll put it in this. It's a preview. And for those who want an in-depth discussion about that, Ether Cosmology folks here did a really good job. I listened to their last presentation and it goes into it in depth. So in the nest is something in that. So in a nutshell, and I'll round it out with this, is what are they talking about when they ask, hey, this can work on a flat Earth model and it can't work on a flat Earth model? Ask for values. Why? What's the threshold? Don't let them brush by and go from subject to subject talking about sunsets. And when we're done talking about sunsets, we're talking about something else. It's to waste your time. And it's really not for us. It really isn't. Look how many people showed up. It's for the onlookers. It's for the listeners. It's to muddy the waters and not make anything coherent. You know that. Anybody who's been up there knows the game. So it's our job to be responsible into breaking that spell, breaking that that tactic, into making it hazy for somebody in the audience to say, I get it. When Dave laid out the pencils and he moved his elevation height into near ground level, those pencils crunched up together. I get it now. I get it. It makes total sense. So it's about resonating with that person on the fence so they grasp it. And they don't have to, like Nathan said, nobody's gonna be changing their mind in a day, but it's about understanding through information. Look at that. They cannot answer hypothetical. They cannot steel man your argument. That's a good one. I'm gonna be adapting that forever now. To just steel man it. You don't have to agree. Just tell me you understand what we're talking about, so we know we're having an discussion. And lots of times you won't see that. So props to Ego. He said he has a newfound respect for these conversations. Hopefully he won't go back to the timeline like we've seen many do and go back to being toxic. I have faith in you that won't be you. But thank you for that. Hey, Dave, also, I'm a new subscriber to your app. I love it. Only problem I have with it is not enough blue dots in my area in Northeast. So, hey, that's our job to wake up more people. All right, peace.
That's your job, man. You got to go out there and find people and share the app with them. But thank you so much.
Yeah, I appreciate that, X. It's kind of something that Proud brought up earlier. Them holding us to a different standard than them holding themselves. Always asking for an explanation, always asking for this, that, and the third. And, besides them probably not even truly understanding their own model, like once they really do, you find out that it's incomplete as well. As a matter of fact, it doesn't even work. So getting into all the physics to try to explain away the objective reality gets a little bit dense. But I mean, to keep it simple, Occam's razor is Earth is just stationary and flat, bro. Like, we could talk about all the other stuff all we want to, but you just got to be able to acknowledge what's actually occurring. But no matter where you look, the truth is going to be there. Straight up. Shout out to X, man. What I say was up? It was Nathan. And then we'll slide over to Matt.
Yeah, I'll keep it short because I don't want to change the subject, but I do want to give a shout out to everybody that's in this community, whatever level you're at, you know what I mean? Because I think it takes a community, obviously, to do things, it's going to take all of us to make change and to put our best foot forward. So shout out to all the professors, graduate student instructors, you know what I mean? Doing all the hard work out here. Then you have the lecturers, the associate professors, assistant professors, instructors, lecturers, because without us all here trying to, put the work in, not many people will ever come to reality. So I say this to say this, thanks to Dave and Whitset, because these guys I'll say Dave is more of a old head professor, Whitset's more of a young bull professor, but shout out to you guys for doing what you do, not even just that, but coming here and spending time with us as well, because it's much appreciated. Just so you guys know, I've been following all you guys for a long time, a lot of the things, and I've seen all the hard work you guys put into your videos, the time, the effort, that it takes to research and, compose a video. It's a lot of effort, and you guys have really been putting in effort trying to break things down to a sort of like an elementary high school level to people so that they can build some sort of imagination in their head as to what it is that flat earthers are actually saying is either going on or they're observing, because a lot of people aren't able to do that, and I have to really give it to you. So obviously I can name more people, but because you guys are here, I'm going to stick to that. You guys had established channels for a while now on YouTube. So for anybody, if you go to YouTube, you search Dirth, DIRTH, or Whitset, you guys will find these guys.
DITRH.
DITRH stands for Deep Inside the Rabbit Hole. But the best way to find all my stuff is at flatearthdave.com, because I have a bunch of channels. I have an interviews channel. I have my DITRH. Flatearthdave.com. All my links are there. Everything you need is there.
Yeah, most definitely. And check out even all the other communities that these guys are associated with, because there's a lot of people that have been doing a lot of different aspects of trying to figure out what's actually our reality. So I really wanted to just give that shout out. I had something else, but I don't really want to change the subject too much. But yeah, thanks a lot for you guys, all the hard work. Much appreciated.
Yeah, let's take some flowers. Take some time to give some flowers to the guys, man. I mean, just like Nathan said, they put in so much work. And it's kind of cool. We were all over in.
They kept it alive.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They literally, if it wasn't for a lot of these guys, a lot of us wouldn't have really fell into it. Not to say that we wouldn't have been able to see reality, but a lot of these guys, they really kept it alive through a certain period of time, just keeping the community strong, and I really have to pay respect to that. That's why I said that.
Right. And it's what's so cool is when you were talking about them, they're not right here, right? What was so cool about about the community is we're all talking about the same topic, but we all got our different styles, and they make it so digestible. We were talking about this in Bill and Ted space the other day. Y'all know Bill, Ted, Def and Rufus. Shout out to the Phone Booth Pod. They were saying hey, there's so many different ways to get some of this information out. We all got our own styles. Some through technicalities, technical stuff. some through memes and laughter and humor, some through conversations, some does visuals. No matter what it is, like, we got it. Like, our community is so diverse. And you know, the other thing I want to highlight that Witcher said the other day is our intentions are pure. You know, those other guys is just looking to have like a confrontation most of the time anyway. That's why we created this platform to make it to show them like, yo, y'all don't gotta be like that. Like, even if you disagree with us, like, you can still hold a conversation in a specific way. So, you know, it's all about the intention behind, you know, what we're doing, even if you disagree. And no matter what it is, like, we got it. We got like every day of the week down packed. We got the conversations, we got the content, we got the evidence to back the claims. And it's just really dope to see all of us come together, like you said, Nathan, man. And you know, be able to get the community together, talk about these things, and get to the truth for real. I want to take some time too to shout out Matthew, man. He's the one that actually put us in touch with oh yeah.
If you don't mind, just before you go to Matthew, I just have one last question for Dave. When is round 2 with not Professor Dave? Because that guy is annoying.
Running from everybody, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch the Mind Shock breakdown of that, I'm sure most of you probably have. The guy's just a clown. He's not interested in learning anything, and you know, I think the person for him, of course, is Austin, because Austin knows all of his silly arguments and can shut him down, but I don't think he'll ever do it. So I've learned to hang out in places like this where you have respectful conversation, and to focus on new people that have no idea that the earth could be flat. Because that's who I'm interested in talking to, not you know, these clowns that do full-time anti-flat earth. I don't think they should be given a second of our attention, but I also see the benefit of giving them our attention so they can literally expose themselves to the population. But I'm not interested in talking to any of them. That makes me a coward and a liar and a grifter.
Nah, Dave, that's, you know what, that is the truth though, because what I mean is about you like wanting to teach people and stuff. You can see it's evident in your content, the way your videos are. It's not, you know, you're not like there to like be like to say, oh, I'm right, you're wrong. It's like you're literally trying to create content for people to be able to build an imagination within their head so that they can visualize it themselves. And that's why I picked up on that, and that's why I said what I said before, because you can really see what, you know, a person's objectives are, even though we all have obviously the ultimate same goal, but some of us have a different role to play in this whole operation.
And by the way, you know, everyone that's in this community, even if you're putting in little pieces of information, whatever it is, all of it matters. Like having a soup with just carrots in it kind of sucks. You need everything in there. So by me listening to you guys talk, I'm picking up new points to bring up on my interviews. When I listen to Jaron, when I listen to Austin, when I listen to, you know, Robot Polisher who mixes all of our stuff together, or anybody, you know, it just helps me become better at what I do. So everyone here that's putting their intention forward to spread the truth, it matters. So don't just single me out. I just happen to have the biggest mouth. I just happen to have a situation where I walked away from my entire life to do this full time. Therefore, I'm more popular than many other people. It doesn't make me more important. It just makes me, you know, reaching more people. And I couldn't do it without everybody else helping me.
No, I'm really sorry, Sacred, just to carry one last little point. I really totally agree with that. That is the honest to God's truth. And like you said about having these conversations, is because it's think tanking. You know, we're bouncing ideas off. You know, when you have people who are like-minded and of a you know, certain level of critical thinking, you know, and be able to observe certain things and see certain patterns, whatever it is, right? When you have people like that together in a room, you know, you build something that's like greater than what one person can do on their own. And that's literally what we need to do more of. The more we become like united with our collective thinking, we can build a lot faster.
That's why on the app, there's the friend finder, and I can't tell you, I've been saving screenshots of the messages I get from people saying, hey, I can't talk to my family, everyone thinks I'm crazy, but I went on the app and I found somebody that lives in my hometown, and they're best friends now, and they're having meetups and all of this stuff. Meeting somebody in real life really gives you a lot more courage, power. And so a lot of people are doing that. And again, bringing people together, this group here, bringing people together. But, if you found somebody, if you looked on the friend finder and said, look, there's somebody that lives a half a mile from me or a mile from me, whatever, and you go out, meet them for a drink or coffee or whatever, it's life-changing. It's life-changing. So I just recommend that people just keep spreading the word, do whatever you can, talk to everybody. The time is now to say something. Anyone that's not saying something is part of the problem.
Yeah, man, that's a fact. And like I said, I wanted to take some time to say thanks to Matthew because he put us in touch with Dave to come through tonight. That clip that you cut up, Matt, man, that shit was fire. I think Dave uploaded it too.
I probably did. There's so much content out there, and the guys that are doing the clips like Matt and as I said before, Robot Polisher and John Thor, those videos just get me. I love them all. On the app, by the way, for those of you that have it, there's a new, I think I put it in my last video, most of you saw, but I'm having a featured content creator link. And maybe I could probably link this Friday's thing in there. I just got to figure out how to do that.
Every Friday, bro.
Yeah, every Friday. So I'll definitely put that in there. But when it comes out, hopefully next week, maybe, hopefully. If you're not on there and then you're like, oh my God, how come he doesn't have this person in there? Just send me a note like, hey, check these guys out. And I'm going to load just the best of the best in there for now, and we'll feature different people each week. So I'm just trying to get the word out. That's my goal.
Right on. Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Dave, for coming on. Yeah, we appreciate it. I asked Dave to come on the other day and was telling him a little bit about Flat Earth Fridays, and he said, yeah, let's do it. So it's awesome to have him on. I'm sure there's a lot of people down there listening who are excited to see him on. And there's also, I just noticed on Alan's stream, there's like 1,100 people listening right now. So it's quite a big audience.
Crazy, man. Tell them to add them numbers. It's a net number, y'all. It's a net number. Shout out to the chat over there. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, for sure. Real quick, I just want to say, like, I don't know if Austin's still around, but him going in those guys' spaces this week and like taking them on like 8-on-1 while they were all like muting him and talking over him the whole time and like trying to gaslight him, and he still wiped the floor with them. I mean, not surprisingly, but that was incredibly satisfying for all of us who've been dealing with those guys on here for like, I don't know, years now. So yeah, that was a lot of fun to watch, and also seeing him post on here now, and like just replying to these goofs, and then also people who are being sincere. That's awesome. So anyway, I just want to say that. There's like a couple of topics real quick that I think would be interesting. Do a little change of pace from the technical arguments with the globe goofs that have been coming on all night. I mean, I guess there's been a couple of sincere ones, but I mean, these guys just seem like they keep getting dumber and dumber. I don't understand. Like your arguments are supposed to get better as time goes on, and their arguments just keep getting worse. So
I have a question. The guy that we were talking to over the last hour or so, is that for real? Is he really believe what he's saying, or is
I don't think
you
so.
don't think so? You think he's a plant?
In most of these guys, I do, yes. Because like you go look at their posts on here, and it's all of it is it's just all anti-flat Earth. Like they're just so disingenuous. They're so dishonest. Like guys will come on here and be like, yeah, I used to be a flat earther. I'm not anymore. I know you guys always say there's no form of flat earth, and then they'll tell a story, and you go look at their timeline, and it's like they're the most anti-flat earth person ever. It's like, dude, you're not a former flat earther. Come
Yeah,
on.
I mean,
Yeah,
you gotta lie to glurf. It's pretty funny.
And you can tell because they have no shame. Like they'll just hurl an insult, and then you'll like ask them how to explain themselves, or like, you know, provide something of substance, and then they'll just hurl like the same insult again or something. And it's just to waste your time. It's just to antagonize you and keep you from doing anything constructive.
He was super respectful, but we completely destroyed every argument. I like the way that went, and Austin pointing out how everything's an illusion. Everything.
No, he was actually really respectful. Yeah,
he was good, but the thing is, he is wasting our energy. But not wasting. He's using our energy. But I think the information that came out of there, and I'm sure one of the guys, maybe Matthew, is going to make a breakdown of it and let people see what happened to this guy, because there's so many highlights in there. I think it's going to be a great one. I will definitely feature that on the app when I see it.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, but these guys, I was just gonna say real quick. Sorry, Matthew. These guys, they have literally no self-imagination, though. They literally will keep regurgitating what it is that they've been told, what they believe to be the mainstream narrative. And the thing is, when you're conversating with them, they're not conversating to really listen to what you're saying. They just look for something to counteract what you're saying. Literally, that's all they want to do is counteract whatever it is you're saying. They will find anything to counteract it. They will not like meet you on a level and like, let's have a bit of a hypothetical, imaginary, and think about how this could work. That's not their objective.
I want to point out one thing in human nature. If you actually have a belief that's rock solid, that you like, there's no quite like, you know what gender you are. You know, I'm a man, right? And that's rock solid. And someone says, "Hey, Dave, you're a woman." I'm gonna just prove them wrong, right? So if you have a rock solid belief about something, you will lie to yourself to make up excuses to hold on to that position. You know, for example, without saying the actual event, the thing that happened in Connecticut at the school, there's people that are so rock solid about it. When you confront them with the details, they'll lie and make up stuff to hold their world position. That's why I asked the question, is this guy for real? You know, I go back and forth sometimes. I'm like, is he for real? Is he not for real? But he just was so far gone. That's mind bending to me. Mind bending.
Well, I like what you mentioned earlier about not wanting to give some of the like anti-flat earther types your time. I think it especially makes sense for you, given your audience. Like, you don't need to be poisoning your audience's time and like disrespecting. It would be like disrespectful to your audience, right? Because they're not going to respect you. They're not going to respect the argument. But yeah, it's tricky too, because like you were mentioning, like we don't want to appear to be afraid of having intellectual forum or whatever. So yeah, it's just a fine line to walk. But I think that goes into what you were saying about everyone kind of having their, you know, their ingredients for the soup or whatever. Some of us maybe need to go humor them, hopefully not too much, and then, you know, it's just walking that line. But yeah.
Right. And everyone, people are like, well, what can I do? I'm just so-and-so. I don't even have any computer skills. Talk to somebody. Just talk to somebody. If you talk to somebody about flat earth, have a conversation, show them some memes from the app, you know, send them a video. You're doing something, because, you know, it's like Sophia Smallstorm woke me up to flat earth. She's not even a big flat earther. She is, but she doesn't talk about it. But if it wasn't for her, maybe I wouldn't be here. So you don't never know who you're talking to. So everybody can do something. If you're afraid, you know, you shouldn't be afraid anymore, but you can put little stickers somewhere. You can leave a leaflet or leave a card. Just do anything. And I get stories from people all the time. It's like, well, you know, hey, I found a card with your app on it in the credit card slot in the gas machine, and I thought it was a joke, and I went and looked, and, you know, and now here I am. You know, like, holy crap, this stuff is real. And even the stupid Professor Dave video that Google pushes, you know, when you search something that is not even related to me, he'll come. I can't tell you how many emails I got from people saying, hey, I'm not a flat earther. Earth is definitely a globe. But why was that guy such a prick? Why did he behave like that? that gives me the opportunity to send them a playlist and say, here, this is why. Watch some of these videos. I'll send them my crash course playlist, which is on my website. And they'll, a couple days will go by, they'll email me back. They're like, holy crap, this is real, you know? And so it's everything out there. You know, people say there's no such thing as bad publicity. I agree with that, but good publicity is better than bad publicity. But any information, just get the word out there, get people thinking, get it in their minds. And the world is waking up faster and faster. You know, the Globers love saying there's no proof of flat Earth. Of course there's proof of flat Earth. There's no proof of globe Earth. And they say flat Earth is dying. That's not true. Flat Earth is growing exponentially. They're just hiding those results from our Google searches. So I see great progress in the coming weeks, months, and year.
They'll go farther than
That's
saying
awesome,
there's
man.
no
Yeah, there
proof.
was.
They'll say there's no evidence of flat Earth. And my response is, well, why did people think the Earth was flat in the past? And then they really have no answer for that. Because if there was no evidence, no one would have ever thought it, right?
Yeah, I today I liked though when Austin said, you know, if you can't see the Earth curve, if you can never see it, what makes you think the Earth is curved? And he couldn't answer that. What makes you think? That's actually really good. I like that.
It was a real bad night to be a Glober on here. This might have been especially early on, like the murderers row of all murderers row of flat Earth debaters. I mean, it was like, aside from Sacred and Proud, was like Shane, Witsit, Alan, Toby, Sheepdog. I mean, these guys are coming in here. They have to know they're like bringing, you know, a squirt gun to a tank fight. I mean, I honestly, I mentioned this earlier in the chat. I was like, I always think it's like like they're taking part in a humiliation ritual or something as part of like, you know, some secret society they're part of or something. I don't know, because they have to know what's going to happen. I mean, it's not like they think they're going to come in here and like look good against
some
those guys.
people don't know, bro. Some people think it's sweet until they come over here.
Well, yeah, but some of them they know exactly because they're in here all the time and they're like talking to us in their
No,
cars
that's
all the
true.
time. So like,
That's true.
They know damn well what they're getting themselves into. Just like those guys the other day, like baiting Austin to come into their space. How'd that work out? Y'all go check out Robot Polisher's clip of that, but shout out to Robot Polisher.
He's gonna be so busy this week.
That dude's awesome.
Oh yeah, it was there were some people on here earlier tonight, like that one guy. I guess his name was Matt. Unfortunately, he's out here giving us Matt's a bad name, but man, I thought he was coming for the Dunning-Kruger title, trying to take it away from Black Wolf from last week. Man, he was coming in strong, trying to get that trophy. Like, wow, that guy. That was really impressive, honestly. His confidence. It's the confidence. It's like one thing to be like dumb, but the confidence was really impressive. But anyways, not to keep talking about them all night, but so we get back to some topics for all the people listening who want to hear some interesting stuff. There's like two things real quick that I think would be cool to talk about, like while Dave's on, that I've heard him talk about, or one of them I heard him talk about, and then another thing's like a space agency thing. But primary water is something that I don't think I've ever heard talked about on here. I've heard Dave talk about it. I think I've heard Witsit talk about it. But I think probably most of the speakers know what it is. But if you could just kind of like tell people what that is.
Sure. Well, I mean, biblically, you know, the water's above, the water's below. That's primary water. The reason, you know, in California where they're having all these water shortages, you're not allowed to drill deeper than 300 feet. That's because if you do, you'll hit primary water. You know, Muammar Gaddafi, the most evil man in the world, who was actually the greatest ruler of all time, when looking for oil, he hit primary water, and he said there's an ocean of pristine ancient water below the desert. So for 40 years, he built the great man-made river, which was giant pipes buried in the desert, pumping water all through Africa. And then any family that wanted to start a farm, he gave them land, water, cattle, seeds, and they had to grow an organic farm. So organic farms were popping up all over Africa. After 40 years, when it was almost completed, the UN went in there and blew it up with depleted uranium bombs. You never even heard about it on the news, right? That was the greatest friggin' disaster, you know, horrible thing ever in all of humanity, I think. And you don't hear about it, but that's primary water. There's a website, primarywater.org, I think, where you can learn more about it. But the world, the realm that we live in, I would say is 99.9999999% water. Okay. And so the whole idea, water is life, right? Everything needs water. Everything alive needs water. The air has water in it. The air is alive. The clouds are alive. The people, plants, everything. And so that's the biggest scam of all, that there isn't enough water. This is all water. Everything's water. So primarywater.org.
So Dave, have you heard, like a couple of years ago, if you want to call it this, modern science, they said that the water under the surface is 3 times larger than what's on the surface.
It's 1,000,000 times 1,000,000 to the 120th power times bigger than what's on the Earth. They can't tell you that because then we're not in a globe prison, right? The water,
of course.
the water underneath is literally, think of the ocean water, all of the oceans as the water, and then the entire Earth the size of a quarter floating on top of that ocean, right? That's how much water is. I'm just giving you a ridiculous analogy. It's all water. We don't know how big it is, but it's in an indefinite amount of water. For those of you that have never seen my Gaddafi video, I have 2 videos. If you go to my YouTube channel, DITRH, and search the Great Man-Made River, it should come up. You can probably search the Great Man-Made River, DITRH, and you should be able to find it. And then the link to the second video is in there. Watch that. Watch that video. It's 5 minutes, 7 minutes, whatever it is. And every time I watch it, it brings a tear to my eye, because we were taught that Gaddafi was this most horrible, brutal dictator, and in reality, he was the only real awesome dictator for humanity.
Yeah, he did a lot of truly incredible things for those people. In fact, I mean, based on what I've seen, he was probably the greatest leader of a country in modern history.
When I was a kid, I remember he did his UN speech, and it's all in, you don't understand it, but the news said, "Oh, he's saying these horrible things and he's lying," and their translation of it was just like, "Oh my God, I hate this guy. We need to kill him. We need to assassinate him." But then if you translate the video, and it's really hard to find the translation now because it's all been wiped out. Basically, he's saying that the New World Order is going to try to take over. They're going to use a V, the V thing that's going around, to depopulate the world. Basically, he said everything that's happening now. And that's basically why they took him out. But he was angry up there because he was saying that this takeover of the world is happening. And literally the news completely lied about everything he said.
I actually watched that like 2 weeks ago.
That's what a lot of people don't understand. The news will literally only tell you what they want you to know. And I'm not going to go into overthinking or over speaking on this, but like social media, news broadcasts, that. There's a lot of things that we're not aware of that they have the right to keep from us because they choose to. Like, people literally, like, my way of thinking is a little different. I like to say it's a little bit beyond normality, because when someone tells me I know my rights, I'm like, the fact that someone has to tell you you have rights, I don't give a damn if you're the president yourself. I know my rights even as a human being, because actually scientifically we're Homo sapiens, and biologically we are animals, but faith-wise we're still the dominant species on Earth because we have logical reasoning and fathoming. But I mean, it just makes no damn sense on how someone can just easily say, "Oh, this is your rights." My thing is, we live in a world full of sheep, a world full of people that does not understand. Like I cannot have a logical conversation with a female about something without them getting emotional, catty, or some kind of thing. And I'm just like this, like, if you cannot have a debate without being disrespectful and feeling personally attacked, you are not a logical person. You are actually emotionally driven, and emotionally driven people will be at a downfall just due to their own feelings. I mean, I am an emotionally driven person when it comes down to being, doing my music. But when it comes down to logical thinking, if it has nothing to do with my relationship or my family personally, outside of that, everything's logical. And I mean, there's a lot of things that play aspects into that. We live in a world where everyone wants this to be this way or that way. Like, okay, I'll tell people, you know, I rap. I'm also a mom. I'm also a neo-pagan as well as a prophetess. And with those things being said, you know, when people's like, well, what's prophetess? I'm like, a person that is a non-denominational believer of a higher creator. And if I get deep in it, they're like, oh my God, now you're trying to press something on me. I'm like this. You cannot have a logical conversation about something without feeling attacked emotionally. You are already wearing that feeling on your sleeve, and now you're trying to project what you are feeling. That is the main problem of today's world because it is normalized. No one wants to actually have a logical conversation or actually be respectful. You can tell me something I completely hate, and I will still be respectful of you as an individual because it's each his own. And I mean, you know, it's like I tell everyone, the biggest thing in this world is really science, because without science, we would not be where we're at today. Without technology, without physical science, health science, you know, all these things. Without science, we would probably be dead. And I mean, this world order stuff, you know, they have two, you know, wars going on that I'm aware of right now. You know, and in me, faith-wise, I look at that as a certain book. You know, like, I don't want to say it on here because I don't know if I'm going to offend anybody. But I mean, it's one of those, you know, it all depends on your view. I mean, some people believe our bodies have souls, some people don't.
Hey, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like there's like hands up. You just came in, you're like rambling, kind of like
I'm just speaking to whoever
somewhat incoherently right now. Like you're just trying to like derail a conversation. It's not like how it really works around here.
Okay.
Can you like put your hand up and like wait until one of the hosts asks?
My bad, guys. My bad. So yeah, so I kind of agree with most of what you said, Life. I'm gonna let Dave finish his thought. Hold on 1 second. I do agree with most of what you said. You know, there's a lot of you have to have a logical approach in order to have polarizing conversations. There are a lot of sheep. But when it comes to the interpretation of the sciences, I think that's where a lot of people get misled. So we can't put so much faith and trust into it. I definitely want to hear a lot about what you want to say on that. But let's let Dave finish up, and then we'll go back over to I think not Brian was next, and then Aurelian, and then we'll swing back to you, Life, or what is it, Life Lilla? I'm sorry,
Lil Folletta. It's hard for me and Black Wolf are we usually co-host a lot and speak.
Okay.
Me and him kind of got into it.
I told you.
Shout out to the ops.
I don't believe in ops. If you're an op, that's your own problem. You know, I don't have to take on someone else's problem as my own.
That's what's up. I appreciate that. Go ahead, Dave.
I think I basically finished up. Basically, you know, as you just said, the news lies to you, only wants to feed you what they want to feed you. I say the news makes you sick. Don't ever watch it.
No, what really makes people really sick is the fact that we live in a society. I mean, this is completely off topic too, so I'm gonna go ahead and state that. But we live in a society where
go ahead, 10 seconds. Then we're gonna get to the hands. Hold on.
Interact with someone face to face no more.
Hold on. Just I'll give you 10 seconds to finish your thought, but then we're gonna get to the hands. Okay.
Oh no, you're fine.
All right, go ahead, Willie.
Oh, you speaking to me?
Or was it Cage?
We're gonna go ahead and let the ghost of Brian Sweet talk first.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Sweet. What's going on, bro?
I do think Aurelian had his hand up first, but he had to drop out and come back in. I didn't want to jump.
Do that.
But go ahead, Aurelian. I don't mind waiting.
Yeah, that's fine. Oh my, man, so much to unpack. Flat Earth Dave. Oh my goodness, man. Shout out to Matthew. Matthew plugged me into a lot of people, I want to say about a month and a half, 2 months ago in this space. And connected me with a lot of folks, and things have been kind of blowing up ever since. But I got a quick couple of little tidbits for the space here real quick. Flat Earth observations. So Shane officially leapfrogged Witsit in my mentions for like the most hated, yelled at, screamed about person ever since he followed me. So there's that. That was notable. And then Matt, sorry. Yeah, I'm the guy who brought the other Matt in. And he wants to come back. I've been monitoring those comments, but you'd be blown away if you jumped in there to see how hard they're trying to convince him not to come back. Don't come back. Don't go back in there. How was it? What was it like? Were they mean to you? Like, bro, hilarious. So anyways, I'm gonna I'm gonna get off that. I just wanted to share that with you guys. But I think one of these things that I learned tonight, which is kind of ironic, I think I already kind of knew it, but when we were talking about E. Golder and getting into goalposts moving and refraction, I think he actually kind of made me understand dark matter a little better when it comes to invoking something as a placeholder to explain something that otherwise
we can
can't be
talk all day
explained.
about dark matter over here. Back on
So
that
that was kind of cool.
Dude, I'm just glad to have been more hated than Winston. It's been my dearest life's ambition. Thanks, man.
Shane, man, I appreciate you. And yeah, no, they're hating on you hard right now. And I don't care. It don't matter to me one
think
bit.
it's because I
But
proclaimed to calculate like Bessian thing, and they were like, "You stole Bessian from NASA." I was like, "Oh my god, all right."
Yeah, and it was going crazy. But no, I just want to, since Flat Earth Dave's in here, man, and I didn't expect you to be in here. Oh my goodness, man. I've been on this for about 9 years now, and before I even found this space, man, I found you. Before I was even really active and my flat earth balls dropped on Twitter, I was following you around. So it's a pleasure to actually be able to hear you talk and address people in real time like you did. Pretty awesome. I'm gonna check out your app. Just want to let you know, man. It's been a journey with you, man. You've got a style about you, and it goes a long way. I'm speaking for my roommate. She's asleep, but she's seen a lot of your content, and that it really helped. It really helped to bridge gaps that I couldn't really bridge. So when we were talking about everybody's got a little bit something different to offer, we all got a little bit of a different flavor. That's what it's all about. A little bit of different sauce might strike somebody a different way. And that's why I brought the other Matt in here. Unfortunately, sorry, Matt, but hey, Flat Earth Dave, man, my guy. Thank you. Seriously, thank you.
No, I appreciate it. And you know, when I first made my app, it was basically for my own use, just to show people the model, how it works, how the sun and the moon and the stars spin around over the earth. And then everyone said, "Hey, where can I get that?" So I made it public. And then they're like, "Hey, add this, add that, add this." So it started costing money. So I started charging $3 for it to see if it would pay for itself, and it certainly did. And then the YouTube apocalypse happened, where you know, all of the algorithm changed and you couldn't find anything. And that's when I started adding content to the app. So the content on the app, some of it's mine, but most of it is other people's content that I've literally painstakingly sorted and gone through and categorized and made it. So now, you know, if you're looking for a good flat earth video, go on there and search and you'll find it. Like, you can search YouTube, but go on my app, use the video search, and it'll come up. And then the whole friend finder thing came in. So the reason, honestly, the reason you like me is because I'm being 100% authentic. My goal is the same goal as every single flat earther in here, is to wake up other people, right? And fortunately for me, or whatever, you know, the app simply is the best way to do it, because what does everybody walk around with every day? Do they carry books in their pockets, or they carry, you know, the pictures and all sorts of stuff? No, everyone holds their smart device. And on it is, at your fingertips, are the memes. You can search, you know, sun under the clouds. Bam, there are all the pictures debunking that crap. And then there's everything on there.
What is a flat earther? I never heard of that before.
A flat earther is somebody that realizes that we don't live on a spinning lumpy rock surrounded by smooth curved water that doesn't curve, surrounded by air.
Dark matter is what actually carries us throughout the orbit of the sun.
Didn't she say she hosts spaces with Black Wolf? She hosts spaces with Black Wolf, and she's never heard of a flat earther before. What a liar! Just get this person out of here.
And by the way, when I say flat earther,
because me and Wolf talk about politics things too as well.
Yeah, when I say flat earther, some people get upset when I say flat earther. The Earth is certainly not flat. It is topographical, hills, valleys, all sorts of stuff. But it's level, it's horizontal, and it's non-moving. I use the word flat as that. So a flat earther is somebody that says, we don't live on a ball. That's it. You're a flat earther in my book, just by simple definition, right? So that's what flat earthers are. People that realize the heliocentric globular nonsense is a mind control device to stop you from living to your full potential. You are a flat earther, whether you want to know it or not. Call yourself a level earther, call yourself a true earther, call yourself a non-glober. All of it means the same thing to me.
Or just be an open-minded person and don't call yourself anything to be defined by something, because then when you do that, you categorize yourself.
Well, hold on a second real quick. Hey, Dave, I wanted to ask you one quick question before I pass this back off, and it goes back to Nicholas, since we got you here. What did you think of Liliana's question when it comes to just that thought experiment, right? About our absolute nature, the way we were made as stationary. So if you're going to try to argue that I'm not feeling the way that you articulately laid it out, I'm not only in a car accident, but it's a rollover, and then it's hurtling the other direction.
Yeah,
those types of questions I think are super valuable.
No,
when it just comes to a thought experiment, man. And hers was prescient because that hit me pretty hard.
No, that was very good. That was new to me. That's something that I will definitely bring up in conversation. All of this stuff is amazing, But as Austin pointed out, to be a glober, you just have to make up and make up stuff and make up stuff, and it's all an illusion. There's no proof of anything. So I like that. I like that a lot. I'm a real earther.
100%, Dave. Well, hey, man, I appreciate your time, man. I'm gonna land my plane there. It was a pleasure to speak with you, and I appreciate the time, man. We're glad to have you up in here. This was a real treat for me, man. I'm glad I stayed up.
Cool, man. Thanks. I'll chill, listen, chime in when necessary.
Yeah, this is big for episode 92, bro.
I was like pointing out everyone should try all the time because you never know who you're gonna wake up. Dude, imagine you like wake up the next Witsit by mistake and you just kind of like have that in your peripheral. You never know. Dude, without Dave, I wouldn't be here, so you never know, man.
Yeah, you never know. The butterfly effect is huge. So just be true, be honest, explain things the best that you can, and share the information. And luckily for me, one of the best ways to share it is the app. If the app was somebody else's app, I would be pushing the app because it's not about selling apps. It's about getting the information out there. And those of you that have the app, as you saw in my last video, if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe because the development costs and the monthly costs are in the over 5 figures or in the 5 figures. So monthly. So I need those $11 a year subscription, right? A lot of people are like, I'm not spending $11 on an app, but I'll buy a round of margaritas at a bar. Okay. Thanks, buddy. Okay. So for those who don't know, flatearthdave.com, you can find the app there.
That's what's up. Go ahead, Knots, Brian Sweets.
What's up, squad?
Yo.
Man, shout out to everybody, man.
I see backwards on now.
Am I allowed to speak or what, man? Self-control, man. Control, man. Put your mic on mute, man. Come on. I know you host spaces. You should know the etiquette here, man. Matthew or Willie and Whitsick, Shane, Toby, what's up, guys? Man, I ain't lying, man. It is such a pleasure to hear you, Flat Earth Dave, in here, man. Welcome, man. I love you, man. I seen you doing all your debates there on YouTube and stuff, man. You are the nicest guy I've ever seen dealing with these guys. I watch you do that Flat Earth or Professor Dave one, and he's just sitting there, just nothing but just insults, and you come back with, I think you're being kind of mean. I'd be lighting that guy up, man. Just hearing you talk, hearing Proud talk, man. I ain't lying, man. I've taken that to my own way that I approach it, because I ain't lying, man. When I first got on here, when Sacred first said, "Hey, man, grab a mic," I got on here. I was angry I was like not putting up with any of it, man. You come at me, I come back at you even harder, man.
I was very naive going into that. I actually thought that he was an honest person looking for the truth. And I literally walked into just a nightmare. And then the two hosts, I don't think they were in on it. I think they just were idiots and lost control. And then Dave took over and they were just laughing. But as I said before, even though it was a nightmare, it woke up people that I never would have been able to reach. So there it is. And me, I don't really do debates. Austin is the friggin' king of debates.
That's I'm going to bring up the next one, bro. Yeah. Is that you doing a debate with that physicist Brian, and you had Brian, and you just had Whitsick as your backup, and I was watching a 3-hour mark.
I don't want to talk to Whitsick anymore.
He said, "I don't want to talk to Whitsick anymore."
That's my favorite T-shirt. I have a T-shirt that says, "I don't want to talk to Whitsick anymore." Bryant Myers, and it's so funny. I wanted to put his picture on it, but I was like, screw it.
But absolute inspiration. Witzig's an inspiration. I haven't
Thank
really
you.
a lot of Shane stuff. I watched Geoengineerisms and stuff, but you guys are all an inspiration to me. I take it how you guys approach it and keep your guys as cool help me out in these conversations. But you know, kind of going back a little bit when we were talking about, I'm glad it just got brought up again, Liliana's question, because that's a great question, man. And I don't think these globies are actually fathoming it or actually thinking about it. But they always bring up the car, and that I ain't lying, dude. That car analogy has always just angered me. It's like, dude, that's the stupidest thing you got going on here. First and foremost, you're saying we're in a closed container. Thank you very much. There's the firmament, but you're only putting in one type of motion in there. The 500,000 miles per hour chasing the sun, man. I want to see us spinning and orbiting around something on that too. You know, give me that. But
think about this though. Let's say you're in a car and you're going 1,000 miles an hour, perfectly smooth, great suspension, perfectly paved road, 1,000 miles an hour. You are taking a right or a left turn at 1 mile per hour. I don't know, 1 mile per 60 miles per hour. So you know, because that's how much curvature. There's 100 miles. Is it 100 miles? I got my numbers right. So you're deviating off your path at 1 mile per minute, right? So you're going 1,000 miles per hour. You're taking a right-hand turn at 1 mile per minute. So that's 60 miles. Is that 60 miles an hour? Yeah, 60 miles an hour turn. Don't tell me you're not going to feel that.
Dude.
You're going to feel that.
And just to put to bed that all this, you can't feel the motion. First and foremost, man, when I got the cruise control set at 80 miles an hour, I don't feel like I'm not moving. Okay, that's the stupidest argument. I feel the tires moving, and if somebody's doing 100 miles an hour, which you know that happens, they go by me, I feel that rush of air that pushes your car a little bit, man. I feel, but you know, anyone that's had a baby crying and not going to sleep that said, "Hey, I'm going to throw this kid in the car and take a cruise around," and that kid falls asleep. Why did that kid fall asleep? From the motion of the vehicle. It's ridiculous. You can feel motion. That's why we do that. If it wasn't the motion, we could just sit in the driveway with the car running. It's not the vibration, it's the motion. They feel that. It puts them right to sleep. Take a couple blocks around, trip block around the block, man. Boom, kid's asleep. You walk in there, say anybody makes a sound, I'm just going to, everybody dies. Kids staying asleep. But what else did we have on here? Oh, was in a space a couple days ago with I don't know if anybody's familiar with Matt Rife from Rife Technologies. You can follow him at Rife Technologies, RIFE Technologies. He's the great grand nephew of Raymond Rife. He does a lot of great things, but he offered up to $10,000 budget to do an experiment, and I think we got a squad in here that could help go along with that. Witzig, got Toby, see Alan in here someplace, Shane, Flat Earth Dave, Sacred here, man. I think we got a squad in here. I'm sure you guys know some decent level-headed globies out there, not FTFE or Brendan, anyone else, but those two can come along. But I think we should all get together and do something. Get with.
Can you tell them like what the experiment is? It's Lake Pontchartrain,
well,
right?
So far we're still trying to figure it out. You know, we were trying to do Globinski's, Peter Globinski's, but he couldn't commit to 300 foot of curvature at 21 miles. So I don't think he should be part of it because he doesn't.
I thought he just said a few days ago it's on, like we're doing it.
He said he wants to do a debate with Witzig on curvature, which I just think is
right. But he also Matt Rife.
Yeah, he was kind of waffling on that. He said he kind of wants to, but he doesn't know. But I'd like to have him there anyway. But I think the Lake Pontchartrain Bridge is the perfect one because I think it's closer to sea level, and every single globe still thinks there's curve there. But yeah, I think, and plus I think it'd be kind of a nice way for us to maybe all get there and check it out too, and meet some of each other, others, and eat some brats or something. I don't know what they do in New Orleans.
I'm gonna tell you right now, that's not far from my home, so I'll be there. I'd roll up and meet all you guys. That'd be tight.
Yeah, man. But one of the questions I keep on asking these globies that I really haven't gotten a good answer is, how did NASA create a pressurized system inside of a cloth spacesuit that doesn't want to equalize with the surrounding vacuum of space?
That's my question.
You know, and even that vacuum chamber, the world's largest, there they got it was used to be a bomb shelter made out of aluminum, and he said, as he's describing this, Brian Cox, he said, and aluminum's not good enough to withstand the pressures of a vacuum, so they had to reinforce it with concrete. How are they getting the pressurized aluminum shuttles and Apollo missions and the ISS up there with these thin aluminum hulls that
Right.
go?
And they've never ever put an astronaut in a chamber, except I think it was in the 60s or 70s. They put a guy in before they had it half evacuated. His tongue started boiling and he passed out, and they had to depressurize it super fast or he would have died. That's the last time they've ever done it. So they just ignore that question. They ignore it because it's death to space travel.
It's death, man. And here's the thing, man. I haven't even been doing this for a year, man. In like first 3 months, I figured out that I was, man, it crushed me, dude. It probably crushed everybody. But yeah, it turns out that I was watching this one where they were checking this guy out, and he lasted about 30 seconds before he looked like he was going to die. But it turns out that water boils in a vacuum. What were these guys drinking?
Well, they're in a spacesuit, and the spacesuit's not a vacuum. But the question is, why doesn't, I call them snowboarding suits because that's basically what they look like. Why doesn't it explode? You've seen the Stretch Armstrong in a vacuum. He explodes. He's not even filled with air. He's got like a little bit of air in him. He's like a rubber doll. But you put anything that has air in it in a vacuum, and it explodes. Period.
Hey, what about the ice that they show on the rockets? What about the ice? What about the ice that they show on the rockets? Like, how, if it's a vacuum, what happens to ice in a vacuum?
It should explode.
Well, it should evaporate or it shouldn't exist. But the thing is, space is fake. So anything they show us in space, what about the fake ice that they're showing us on the fake rocket and fake space? I'm sorry, I can't answer that question.
Man,
it's a fake question.
It would explode. It would look like when you saw the Apollo take off from the moon and all that sparkly stuff. That's what it would look like, man. That's what it should look like. Water explodes in a vacuum, man.
So Keith posted the original patent, the NASA patent that's actually available, and you can look it up because this is a guy in our community too, by the way, Dave, who like his passion is patents. So he got the original, he got the Apollo spacesuit patent. And one of the funny things about the way that patent is laid out is the boots just slip on. So you're basically in your sock feet, and you put the the legs in the boot, and then you go to space. So square that circle.
Yeah, dude, I got lots of issues with it. Like you say, man, they won't answer it. They come up with maybe they got secret military technology. What do you mean secret? We're watching it. Ain't no secret. We're looking at it. Explain this. And why can't we? Why did we have to make this? Why couldn't we make this vacuum chamber with this bowling ball feather test out of a spacesuit? Why do we need that 12 foot thick walls there, man? Concrete and reinforced. Nature abhors a vacuum. Wants to equalize it.
You know what?
I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say there are answers that I've heard the anti-flat Earth trolls give are it's so stupid I can't even remember it. But one of the things is there's so many things in the heliocentric explanation that normal people just short circuit. They're like, you know what? I don't have an education. I can't do this. They defer to authority, and they're like, I'm just not smart enough to understand this. And that's the whole heliocentric trick. It's not that you're not smart enough. It's that it's stupid and there's no way to figure it out. That's why you can't figure it out.
Oh, one of the things about this community in sacred space here is we don't do that appeal to authority stuff whatsoever. Yeah, that gets called out every time. And it's something I learned here. If somebody doesn't have an argument or they don't want to think about something and they want to appeal to authority, maybe you need to start thinking for yourself.
Hey, I think I just have to say the most impressive technology to me of NASA's is those bootlaces, those astronaut bootlaces that keep the vacuum out. Those are just, I would love to see how those work up close. But did any of y'all see the video that Witsit showed recently from the Chinese space station where Earth is spinning 2 different directions at the same time?
Before you go there, the spacesuits. You ever watch the NASA when they're putting them in their spacesuits? It takes like 4 people and it takes like an hour. But the guys in the LEM did it themselves while they're, in space. It's so stupid. And how do you have
Dave, it was still 4 hours. Time just dilated, bro.
I'm sorry, my bad. And they're in 0 gravity, so it's easy to get in and out. Yikes.
Gotta love them placeholders.
The very first spacewalk, the video of NASA's very first spacewalk, where coincidentally the Earth was also spinning in 2 different directions. They take off in like 1 spacesuit, and supposedly they weren't up there for very long, and they didn't change their like suits when they went and did the spacewalk. And there was like only 1 official NASA suit, and there's pictures of them in the like cockpit as they're taking off, and it had like no patch on the sleeve, like there's no USA flag like patch on the sleeve. And then when they're doing that, like the first ever NASA spacewalk supposedly, but it's like obviously like stop motion, clay motion, just nonsense. They've got like a big patch on the sleeve. It was like, so the other day Austin was saying, he's like, like these guys got in there, and I was like, I don't think we're being patriotic enough. Do we have any like irons and patches in here? Let's put them on. It's like how do you like what do you say to that? Like there's literally pictures of them like right when they closed the thing, like on them for them to go up, and they supposedly never changed them up there. It's like, oh, and they just magically had USA flag patches on. No, it's incredible.
Yeah, kind of like that guy that had his shoes on backwards in an actual quote unquote spacewalk. Had the left on the right and the right on the left. If they're just booties though on your slip on, I guess we're cool.
Socks, bro. Got the pressurized socks going on there, man.
See, that was so funny the other day. What Matthew brought up, which was in that globe troll space. And they was like, oh no, the signal propagation for the telephone call was 5 seconds. What's it? You don't understand communications.
Dude, that was so, oh man, that was so lovely. That was just lovely. And just to watch everybody just drop out. Oop, I'm out. Oop, I'm out. Oop, I'm out. Oop.
Once they found out that it really was 2.5 or somewhere between 2.4, 2.7 seconds or whatever the case is. But it definitely wasn't the 5 seconds that they needed it to be in order for that phone call to have happened the way that they say it is. So I like that approach because what you said, I could just disregard everything after that. Because if we know that the phone call was fake, then why do I believe anything else was real about it?
Dude. Are you talking about that space where he went 10v1?
Was that the 10v1? So he did like 2 of them this week. Was that the 10v1?
That was that.
I think it was.
Yeah,
man, that was the Pride guy.
The first one was P Dubs, when it was like just P Dubs and like
Hyper,
yeah,
maybe. That's right.
And then yeah,
dude, that was that Pride guy space where they had that Hellcat and Barbaric saying, "Oh, I want you to dismiss everything line by line, love." You can't even prove anything line by line, fool. Man, that guy's.
Bro, there's so much sauce in that back and forth. I don't know how long that space was, but man, that man was to dance on 10 of the guys by himself.
Dude, he was taking on smashing them, just taking their face and going
one by one. Concession
Do
after
we
concession.
dare call that a bloodbath?
Dude, it was,
as long as it finds its level, bro.
Dude, it was almost embarrassing for these guys. I was like, dude, man, you're gonna be. This
almost.
Is hey. I want to also address this, Sacred. This is I see you did make some deal there. I also see Proud got that peace sign going on there. So she sold out too, man. I see that. But
we ain't sold out, man. We ain't sold out. We just upgraded, bro.
I see how it is. But what's up, man? We ain't recording the space. What you didn't sell out enough for what, man? Come on, man.
We still live. We still live. Link in bio.
We need that recording, man. We need to get this stuff clipped up, man. Man,
I'm telling you, that purple pill, there's people been in here for so many weeks straight that they didn't even know the thing existed. When that thing popped up, I saw it right away. I was like, boop. I was like 4th in there. And everybody's like, what the hell's the purple pill?
Dude, I saw it too. I was like, damn, what we got in here right now? 293 purple pill comments, man. Shout out to everybody, man.
That's so dope. Oh my God, that's so dope. So for anybody that don't know, like, Flat Earth Fridays is a little bit suppressed. So we hadn't had our little chat box. It's a little bubble in the bottom corner of y'all screen there. We hadn't had it in a while. I had to go ahead and, you know, link up with Elon in a private space and make a deal. So that way we get our upgrades properly, man. Because come on, man, it's 92 weeks straight, bro. We ain't taking out a week off. We deserve to be able to chat with the people, right? So I'm so happy that we got our pill. I get to talk to the guys. Y'all been super interactive. I appreciate all the level heads and all the ops that pulled up. Some of the ops may become friends soon. You never know.
Dude, you are such an inspiration. I ain't even lying, man. Hearing you talk, hearing all these other guys talk, it helps me in spaces I do and conversations as I have, man. And no, man, you guys are an inspiration, man. You guys, 92 weeks, man. I see 92 more, man.
Yeah, man, we came so far. Like, I don't like to look at things in that manner, but y'all don't really know, man. When me and Proud first started this, it was really because all these globe zealot toxic people were just talking crazy on the timeline, making it seem like nobody wanted to acknowledge the facts, and flat earthers was running and we didn't understand stuff. And I was like, wait, what? Like, ain't no way that you guys are painting us in a light like this. Like, you don't think that we could have a conversation? You don't think that we understand the things better than you do? At least on the same level. You trying to degrade us? So I'm like, so clearly they want to have a conversation, right? Let's open up a space. Let's talk to these guys. Then we realized that they didn't really want to talk.
Dude, most of them don't even know what the circumference of the Earth is, bro.
I know, bro.
And
they don't know the motions. They don't know the dimensions. It's crazy.
Schooling, man. I think the basic knowledge of, I mean, even if you don't even know the exact numbers, you should be able to get close to it. No one does, man. 12 years of schooling. No one ever brought up the Earth curve calculator to me at school, man. That would have been death there. It would have been death.
But what's crazy is, like, it ended up just evolving into a community, bro. Like, I ended up meeting all you guys here. We had conversations every week. We learn, we bounce ideas off of each other. We grow. And I started realizing, like, when we do get somebody to come in here and have a conversation, even though most of the time I'm getting a lot of slack for giving the globe earthers a lot of time, but there's always a new ear in the listeners. At least that's my perception. There's always somebody that never been to Flat Earth Fridays before. So they got to hear how it's going to turn out. They don't really want to hear me preaching, right? Obviously, like, we cooler than the globe earthers. So of course we could just kick back and chill all through Flat Earth Fridays and the stationary Saturdays, just hanging out, because we be rocking over here. But when it's time to get down to the actual facts, evidence showing, substantiating claims, you know, we could do that too. And people want to see how that turned out. Do the flat earthers know what they're talking about? How do these globe earthers behave? They keep on saying the flat earthers are stupid. Let me go see what happened. Is the reason why we still going. This platform, my audience was really for the globe earthers. I didn't even really want to talk to y'all for real. I didn't want to talk to the flat earthers. I want to talk to the globe earthers. But I didn't know it was going to develop into a community, and I super appreciate all the level heads, staying in touch with us, staying tapped in, fighting the good fight on a daily basis, because you know they be hounding y'all with every post. You don't even be talking to them half the time, and they will literally find you. Then when we go live, what happened?
Ghost, man. Ghost. Suddenly they're living their best lives. And man, you guys are losers for being on Twitter all the time, man. I got to go hang out and do all my life stuff, man. What are you doing there, man? Oh, but Sunday through Thursday, man, I got nothing but fat thumbs, man. Blah, 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 blah.
And then Matthew, I don't know if y'all see that.
Goes to Brian. I got one today. I got one out of the comments.
Did you? Oh yeah. Orwellian did pull one up.
I got one in here, and I'm gonna start doing my my due diligence to just try. I'm gonna try.
He's still
every
here,
week,
matter of
man.
fact.
Thursday, I'm gonna start working them Thursday up into Friday, and we'll see if I can get a couple people to pop up. And I even, after the dude popped out and the rest of the Globies were trying to talk him out of never doing this again, I'm like, look, man, appreciate you pulling up. I feel like you got a lot to say. Maybe you pull up tomorrow, because we'll still be here. Maybe you pull up next week, man. But we appreciate you, and I promise you'll get a mic. And I just left it at that. So I'm gonna do that every single time, because we got to get them up in here, man.
And everybody else do the same thing, man. If you know a globe earther that don't understand flat Earth, or you know they want to come talk to us and actually get answers or questions answered directly, let them know that we here. You know, whatever approach you took, Orwellian, no matter how it developed, you were able to get him to come in here and see a different side of what the true earthers actually behave like and carry themselves as. So shout out to you, man. Yo, at your favorite Globie. Let them know where we at every single week. And matter of fact, let me just say real quick before we go over to the mayor. Shout out to Brown Boston. There's this meme that Matthew be posting all the time. I don't know who created it. I don't know if it was him or somebody else. What it say, Matt? It'd be like talk crap on flat earthers every week. Never show up.
Oh no, I didn't make that. The first time I saw it, Ted replied to someone.
Oh, was it?
Yeah,
That's
it says
the funniest one, bro.
It says talk. What does it say? I'll just post it up there.
Dude, I ain't lying. My favorite one is with Tony Stark pulling his thumb apart and Thanos with his big old eyes going, "Oh, oh man, that was
Best one of the year. Best one of the year, hands down.
That's Globies in a nutshell.
That's a fact. Hey, y'all go steal Matt's Matt's meme. So every time they be talking crap and they don't be showing up, just hit them with that one time. Anyway, let's say what up to the mayor of Flat Earth, Ron Boss, the Bear JT, and then maybe we can open up Lil Falletta's eyes towards True Earth after we chop it up with the mayor. What up, JT?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother.
Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, man, I was listening last night. My wife was already asleep. I was in there all the way through Matt at coffee or Matt. He was trying to hold his own, and y'all were trying to help him. He wasn't listening. Had a couple drinks in him. He probably should come back, listen to the information, try to retain it, try to process it. But then I woke up this morning and I was just gonna check like I do. I was like, are my people still in there? Yep. And then I heard Dave. I was like, Dave's in the house. So that made me want to grab a mic, say good morning to Dave. He's doing epic work, as everybody knows. And his app is fire, man. I've been in there for a while. I love the call feature. I've met people on there. I met a guy that's in a prominent rock band, which I can't name because he wants to be kind of on the down low, but he's a flat earther, and he met me in the app. And we talked on video, and he gave me, my wife, and a couple of my friends tickets to come watch him rock. And he just like, after the show, come back here, bro. All high fives, big hugs. He's like, dude, I've been feeling so alone in this flat earth journey. It's like nobody wants to talk to me about it. My family's pushed me away, but you know, bro, I'm glad what you're doing. And I mean, I wasn't even prominent in the game yet, but the app's awesome. There's not any trolls over there, so you can hop up in there and talk to people. If you do get the app and you don't know what code to use, just use run, RUN, and that'll get me on the board because I don't think I have anybody really on there. But Nicholas,
Nice.
yeah, right. I want to say good morning to Nicholas because he taught me how to even use the spaces. Because when I first popped in here, I thought it was like Discord, and I just interrupted, and I was like, oh shoot! So he taught me how to get the hand and wait and all that. I really like that. What else I got? I'm sipping on Toby's coffee. Like, I don't know if you even know, Toby does a wet and a dry process coffee. If you go to brushtail.coffee, I didn't know he even messed with
I
it.
didn't know that.
Yeah. Go brushtail, one word, BRUSH, and then TAIL.coffee, and it'll pull it up. And it's really good because I've had bitter coffee and nasty stuff, but it's clean. It's really, really good. Last thing I got on my monologue is Shane stuff. Somebody mentioned I hadn't really looked into Shane stuff yet. You have to find his. You can go to ADL.place and it'll pull up everything. And I know he shared it, but the 69 miles per degree is fire. His recent eclipse one, I hadn't watched it yet, but I really want to watch it because I'm 40 minutes from the path of totality here in Texas. I only have to drive a little bit. I hear the whole nation is going to be descending on this, like, what is it, 4 minutes and 20-second path. But I got my P1000 and I'm going to make the journey because I want to be in the middle of that stuff. But my wife and I are going to head to a race. She's got a 10K this morning. I was feeding the kids pancake, requesting a mic, waiting. So I got this one monologue to say, I love you all. The truth is worth pursuing always. And I'm proud of every single one of you for doing your part. Like Dave was saying, or whoever was saying, we all have our specific voice, and I'm proud of y'all.
Awesome, JT. Good to hear you. Hey, one quick thing on the eclipse. For those of you that are concerned about overcast, when I talk about overcast, the spraying of our skies, which has been relentless lately. If you don't know about boiling white vinegar, get a pot, get a strong propane burner, and boil pots of vinegar. It causes a chain reaction in the sky that dissipates the chemtrails. Crow 777 Radio and I tried it. He's in Rhode Island. I'm in Connecticut. it was phenomenal what happened. And so many people are doing it. So anyone that's going to see the eclipse, get as many people around you as you can to boil white vinegar. It's the cheap stuff. Get it at Costco. It's $1 a gallon or $2 a gallon.
And you said it clears the sky for real?
It causes a chain reaction, a chemical chain reaction, and it literally opens up the sky. The first time I did it, I'm like, what? That maybe just chemtrails wore off. Then I did it again. Then I did it again, and it's like unreal what it does. Now, if it's really windy, I don't know how that works, but it was like a calm day. I watched the smoke go up, the steam, and then literally within an hour, there was a huge hole in the sky. Crazy. It's a cheap experiment. Do it. Well, we're having a meetup in Salamanca, New York, near Niagara Falls. If anyone wants to know about that, if you're in the area, you can find it on my YouTube channel. There's one of the videos, maybe 3, 4, 5 videos back. It says Solar Eclipse Meetup. All the information's there. But I'm asking everyone that's coming and everyone throughout the state and the Northeast, boil vinegar. Start early on the morning of the 8th. Just go outside on your grill and boil vinegar, white vinegar.
And Dave, thanks for that info. I'll do that. And, thanks for doing what you're doing. I'm going to dip out. I know y'all might let Lufaletta have a chance again. I'm just going to say to her, I liked her vibe when she was saying, like she was trying to say, let people believe what they want to believe. But when it comes to flat Earth, it's very triggering to try to like digest that we've been lied to or that we don't live on a spinning ball planet, especially if you have like spiritual attachments to Mother Earth and you think we are on a spinning ball. Like just breathe and listen to the information. It took me 4 months to stop feeling weird about it, and then I realized it was the truth. Once I realized it was the truth, I got so hungry. It's not just about flat Earth. It's what's the truth in all things. Everything has truth to it, and once you start pursuing that, your life gets a lot better. So much love, everybody.
Right on, brother. And good luck. Did you say you had a race? Who had a race today?
It's my wife. She's racing a 10K. I raced last week, so I'm going to be holding down the kids. I got 3 small kids, so I'm going to be watching them.
Oh, that's what's up, man. Good luck to her. Let us know how it goes.
Peace, love.
That's the mayor, y'all. Hey, shout out to you guys. It's Stationary Saturdays. Tweet out this space. We still live with it.
He, by the way, Run Boston Bear, he totally is the mayor. When I'm doing a live show and showing someone the app and showing them how you can make video calls to groups, I'll do a group call to the beta test group or whatever. First person every single time, except the last time, was Run Boston Bear. Like he's like the first person to pop on. I'm like, he's got kids, he's got a wife, how does he always pop on? It's just pretty amazing. So
he's everywhere too.
He's the man.
I see him on TikTok.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
I think everyone has an anecdotal story like that about JT just like randomly popping in and being insanely courteous and truly can't say it enough.
Thanks, guys. You're gonna hear more about me later with my channel. I got OBS. I'm gonna start learning how to get like the stuff on there. I'm gonna have interviews. I'm gonna be bringing lots of people on to tell their part of the story of. It doesn't even matter to me really if they're gonna bring Flat Earth to the table. I'll have Globers on. I just want people on to talk about the psychological component of this, or just tell their awakening story because we got Witsit handling all the technical and the debates. We got Flat Earth Dave handling everything you could, the app, every question you could have. But I want to come at it from like, man, we were traumatized. Like, what do you want to talk about? I'll be your friend. I've been there. I've been not a nice guy. I've lived in the complete darkness and I got set free from that. And then I found the truth of our realm. And now I just want to be a nonstop beacon of light and hope for anybody that's downtrodden, because the system in the world wants to tell you that you're not enough. It wants to tell you that you're weird, you're awkward. Ooh, listen to your voice, you're so strange, don't grab a mic. See, all those are lies. Like, we're uniquely and individually made. There's no one else like you. The time is now. And so that's what I'm going to try to be rocking from youtube.com/runbostonbear. But thanks, Toby. I didn't mean to grab the mic again. You guys excite me so much. And this movement is bigger than just the shape of the earth.
Much love, Mayor.
Big facts.
All right, I'm out. Peace.
Later, brother. Yeah, man, can't know where we going, where we came from, if we don't know who we are or where we are. That's a fact. That's why I feel like, in my opinion, this is the biggest and most important conversation to have. It should be like a foregone conclusion that the narrative is what they say it is. It shouldn't even be a question. The fact that we still here 92 weeks later and we haven't been challenged about anything directly. Lack of exclusivity to something that they're telling us is facts and truth. What could they possibly be lying about? What's the purpose? What do they know? And that doesn't mean everybody, right? That doesn't mean every single person's in on a lie. Your professor isn't really in on it. The guy that opens and closes the door, guards the entrance to NASA, probably doesn't really know. People just collecting a paycheck, trying to earn a living in a society where scarcity overruns everything. Want to chime in, Dave?
Yeah, sorry. People at NASA, the ones we've spoken to, they say they don't know what the person next to them is doing. So there's way less people that work at NASA than you think, and the ones that work there have no idea what's going on. When you actually have a conversation with them, you find out they've never seen a rocket launch from up close. They've never done anything. And then getting over to teachers, how do you become a teacher? How do you become a professor? If you can memorize and regurgitate the stuff in the textbook better than anybody else, you become the top teacher, top professor. That's learning.
And to piggyback on that a little bit, they always say, how many people would be in on it? You know how many people would be in on it? And I was thinking about that. First of all, it'd be less than you think, and the less is the better. But in all actuality, everybody was in on it. I was in on it. You were in on it. We were all in on it, unwittingly. Just being taught it. So we became part of the conspiracy, unwittingly.
I had a conversation the other day. Guys, like, what do you think? All these people are in on it? I go, no. I go, you're not in on it. I go, but you're defending the globe. You can't tell me the radius, the distance of the sun, the motions. You don't know anything of it, but you're adamantly defending the globe. So no, not everybody is in on it. Education is not memorization. That is indoctrination.
Exactly. I mean, we're not in on it, but we became a defender of it. It's like oh, it's 93 million miles away. Well, who measured the sun? Don't you need that measurement to tell the distance there based on that size there? You need to actually know the size of the sun. Who measured it? Nobody. Took a wild guess. It's bull.
First person I ever heard bring up compartmentalization was Proud on some real stuff. And yeah, that's what it is, man. How could they all be in on it? It doesn't have to be all of them, but they don't all need to know what each other's doing, man. Sometimes my pinky toe has no idea what my big toe is doing. You know what I mean? It's that simple. And some people are like, what? Yeah, just think about it for a second. Just process that info. You don't have to argue it. Just think about how that could work.
You know, speaking about piggies and pinky toes, man, everybody thought Piggy going to the market, man, he was going shopping. No, he was going to get slaughtered.
Yeah, that's a fact.
That's a
Hey,
fact.
man, we had some NASA employees pop in Flat Earth Fridays. We had some contractors. We had some actual employees. I don't know if they really worked on like satellites or anything like that, but they had the key card to get into NASA, right? They got the access, and none of them said they're seeing any footage of anything operational in space. So
Man,
I mean, compartmentalization is really heavy out here.
I heard they had simulations so good that they couldn't tell if they were in reality or in simulation.
What's it posted this some type of somebody was in a space station, not space station, excuse me, the space agency, and they were going through the demonstration of what it is to be like in space, and they said they can't even tell the difference between the actual demonstration. What is it called?
Here it is in the late 1960s, and this is Gene Kranz. In the late 1960s, in the 60s, our simulation technology had regressed to the point where it became virtually impossible to separate the training from the actual missions. The simulations became full dress rehearsals for the missions down to the smallest detail. The simulation tested out the crews and the controller's responses to normal and emergency conditions. It checked out the exact flight plan, mission rules, and procedures that the crew and the controllers would use for a later flight. The simulations were so real that no controller could discern the difference between the training and the real mission. And this
There
is
it is.
1960s. Don't tell me they couldn't fake this. They came out with 2001: A Space Odyssey in 1968, and they had Star Trek starting up in 1966. So they could fake it.
Simulations go crazy, bro. Stop acting like they can't do it, man. And look, the best type of person in the society that they want is someone who is indoctrinated. That way, they don't have to defend it. They could just have their minions defend it. They could just act like they don't see it and turn off their comments whenever we want to question why the ISS live feed ain't really live.
And see, that bugs me too, man. There is absolutely no proof of the ISS being built, tested to withstand a vacuum, launched into space, or even assembled in space. And the best they can do is show a cartoon. And the typical response is they wouldn't need to do that. Are you kidding me? Filming it would be useless? Doing greatest achievement? You're putting together stuff in space? You see a bunch ain't going to want to take a picture of that?
It would be the most filmed construction project in all of history, because Mission Control would be like, all right, move this, go over here, but nothing. And then all of a sudden, a couple of years ago, China now has a space station up there, and they forgot to film it also. How people believe this nonsense is I take my hats off to the controllers of this world. They've done a great job at dumbing people down beyond belief. I mean, all of this, once you see it, here's one thing we all have in common. Some people believe extended plane, dome, non-dome. Fine, we can try to work that out. We all know it's not a globe, but one thing we all say is, how did I ever believe in the globe before? How did I ever believe that? Because once you see it, it's ridiculous.
And aluminum sucks as a barrier between a pressurized system and a vacuum. I'm just saying.
So look, I do want to give Lil Folletta a chance to chime in on her beliefs or what she subscribes to when it comes to like our reality. What do you think, Lil Folletta? You think it's a globe? You think it's a plane? You think it's a donut? You think it's a potato shape?
So I'm going to freely speak on this in a different way, but I need everyone to look at this as a logical mindset without it being anyone feeling attacked, anyone feeling like, oh, you can't say this, can't say that, or, just doing that whole, I like to call it extra. That's what we call it in Louisiana. But basically, like, okay, reality is you're awake, you're alive, you have flesh and blood. Okay. I think that there's different realms, different aspects of life, even after death. Even before we're born. Because when you think about it, your mind, you have a human mind, okay? Where we're at, we're in space, blah, blah, blah. There's probably other planets, other lives, other civilizations that's out there. They got 5 different types, actually. You got type 1, type 2, type 3, type 4, type 5. Type 1's where, you depend on your planet. Type 3's whenever you can actually take the energy source and then transform it from another energy. I'm just going based on, hypotheses and theories. I'm a big fan of dark matter, singularity, quantum counting, stuff like that. So, like, when it comes down to, like, what I can specialize in, it's more on, like...
Why are you a fan of dark matter?
Because without dark matter, we would not be able to orbit the Earth, actually.
Can you
prove Dark matter covers up at least 88% of...
I heard that the other day.
Yeah, it covers up about 80-something%, of space. And then not just that, it's the only thing that cannot emit light. It cannot emit light or let light pass through.
But how do you know that it's not like a emptiness of something that's not there?
Well,
like
we
why
still...
like basically what I'm asking is, why are you attributing like it's a real thing, like it's something substantive?
Well, because there's a lot of things that we attribute as a real thing as well without proof. And that's just me speaking on the faithful wise. Like, I move by faith, not by sight. That's how I am as a person. And I'm really, interested into like the science things that we didn't learn in school, where I'm from. And it's one of those like dark matter. I'm still learning on it. Doing more research.
Dark matter, you said 89% or whatever. I think it's 96%. So if you lent me $100 and I'm an honest guy and I would never lie, and I gave you back 4 and said we're even, you'd be like, where's the rest? I'm like, oh, they're dark dollars. Don't worry, they exist, because if they didn't, that means I didn't pay you back.
Well, dark matter didn't start coming
I paid you
until
back.
they discovered the black hole actually back in 2019. That's actually when dark matter actually started coming up, because without the black hole, I'm gonna be real, like the black hole, that's where it all leads to, because the inside of the black hole, that's where they actually started calling things dark matter, and that's whenever dark matter actually started coming out, because not even light can escape it.
Do you know why they came up with dark matter?
I think maybe to fool people, or maybe to bring interest.
No. What
it was to fool people. You're right. So I don't know why you believe it.
Also, not just that.
No, but this
there's
is
actually 5 states of matter. So whenever they give something the title of matter, matter is something that can take place or shape of something in value.
This is why they came up with dark matter. They said that the universes were moving at a certain speed, and they said, oh my goodness, with this certain speed, due to Newton's laws of motions and everything, these universes should blow apart, not stay together like that. So they had to come up with something to stop that from happening, and they came up with dark matter, that as this is all containing all this, so it doesn't spread out. So basically what they did was came up with space gravity. That's what dark matter is space gravity.
But if dark matter didn't exist, then all of the universes would explode out from each other, and they haven't. Therefore, dark matter exists.
Exactly. And that's around
so stupid.
Even though there's still 50 years and they still haven't proved this dark matter.
Well, actually, what also about dark matter, though, it consists of substances also from the black hole.
But that's what we're saying.
The magnetic charge.
So that's what we're saying, Lil Folletta, that the reason why they came up with dark matter is because it was a failed prediction. So they needed dark matter because they said, wait, if we didn't have this, then we should be experiencing these galaxies destroy themselves. But
see, that's actually
hold on, listen, hold on.
You gotta understand that relativity plays a part in that.
So you're not trying to listen, bro. You can't like talk in the middle of me trying to explain something. I probably should have just asked you if you knew, but I'm just telling you what it is. So when they failed to see this prediction, like, wait a minute, this is our mechanism, which is like you said, with gravity. They didn't have relativity, or actually they did have relativity at the time. When they said that they needed the mass to account for the gravity, they couldn't find that mass. So they needed something to keep these galaxies intact, because they said they're not destroying themselves. So, but we're missing something, which is the mass. So it said, so it's got to be something there, even though we can't see it, we can't detect it, we can't measure it. Let's call it dark matter and say something is there, even though we can't see it, because
I see what you're saying.
Because we need to keep the earth in motion. So what if the earth was just not in motion? Therefore, we don't need dark matter. Now, you said that you rely on faith, like, so someone gave you consciousness, someone gave you senses, someone gave you the ability to survive. So are you going to trust that given ability, or are you going to trust the sciences?
I would say like this. I stand on the edge when it comes down to that exact question, because I've seen things in life, went through things, had a thought process of something, and then later on it, manifesting. I don't believe in manifestation exactly. Okay, the word definition of that. What I'm saying is like, what can happen will happen. Anything you thought of has already been done. Okay, so, that is one of the biggest laws of science that I live by. And
so these laws, you call them laws, but these things that science tells you about dark matter and stuff, the same people that told you that also say that our sun loses 4 million tons of mass every second, that 60,000 new stars are born every second of every day, that 120 new black holes are formed every second of every day. This is pure, utter nonsense. I mean, if a black hole is born and light can't come off of it, how can they even estimate that? This is stuff that just makes your mind shut down, defer to authority, and say, well, it has to be because a guy in a lab coat with a pocket protector told me it, therefore it has to be true. You're believing pseudoscience nonsense.
That's how you create Einsteinian demons, I heard, actually.
White coats, man, they get them every time. Put on a white coat and they'll listen to you.
But see, this is why I started with something a lot more simply, like, you know, what do you believe the shape of the Earth is? Because I mean, we could theorize about all the theoretical physics, even the theoretical physicists saying we don't even understand any of this stuff. So that's why I was just asking, like, just the actual geometry of the land that you walk on. Do you believe that it's curved? Or is it not curved?
But the reason it is curved, but the reason why it doesn't look curved whenever we're on Earth is because, for one, it all depends on the states of elements around us. 2, light reflection. 3, we have a magnetic field. 4, main thing is gravity. Gravitational pull, that's the main thing. And not just that, we're small creatures. Humans has only been on this Earth for at least 0.2% of Earth's time, okay? And time is a man-made thing. You know, it's distance from the sun. We can be looking at a planet right here, and let's say it's blue and it's flickering. Okay,
Little Folletta.
It's flickering. That means it's a new star.
Little Folletta.
And now, let's say by the time you get to
Hold
it,
on, let her
it's
finish.
already
Let her
dead.
finish.
But by the time you get to it, it's already dead and gone. You could be looking at a planet right now that has life, that is living and talking just as we are. But by the time we go at the speed of light and we get over there, it's going to be dead because time is a lie. Time is not a real thing. It is just distance from the sun. Okay, we use it as a metric system of measurement of days for a routine for human days, daily society to live in this union that we call life.
You're waffling, Little Folletta. So here's something I need you to understand. You've been told all of these stories. What we're asking you is, what does your experience in this world tell you? Is the Earth flat and motionless, or are you going to believe what somebody else told you to dismiss about your experience?
Matrix, dude.
Dude, why do you always directly engage?
I have my own mind. I don't need no one to tell me anything. I actually have my own mindset. I don't need anyone to tell me anything when it comes down to that. I've taken knowledge and then I give it my own perception, and I either agree or disagree. Actually, this Earth is just a test. Life is just a test itself.
Dude, you gotta have a goal in mind or an ulterior motive, or what's going on?
Maybe it is, but you still live here.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dave.
Listen, I have a personal question. You don't have to answer it. This is just for my own. I'm just trying to understand where people are coming from. Can you tell me how old you are and what your profession is, if you have one? Just approximately. Are you young? Are you old? You sound like you're about 25.
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
so you're
that was spot on.
All right. And all right, so that's it. So you don't have to tell me what you do. Thank you. I'm just curious.
And again, I'm still learning, and I can accept information and I can let go of information. You know, that's as we go. You know, I just recently discovered Hidden 25 whenever I went through a psychological change. I analyzed myself from a third person point of view. Okay. Speaking on this part, I went through an epicycle. Epicycle is a human mind change of 9 years. You know, I've even noticed changes in maturity, you know, the way I used to look at things compared to now.
Hey, if you're an honest person, can I ask you a simple question?
What's up?
So if the surface of the Earth is not curving, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
Flat.
To us, it's flat on the ground, but when you go up in space, it's going to be curved.
Can I ask you?
But then again, everything you see is a lie as well.
Why do you have to add that part at the end? Why do you have to add that part at the end, like that it's curved? I just asked a simple question. If it's not curving, then it's what?
Because I like to give the whole 100%. That's it. I mean, that's just my
That's not
opinion.
the real 100%, though. You've never been to space, so you can't look down on Earth and say it's curved.
Yo, so basically what he's asking, Lil, is that he's saying if a surface is not curving, then what is it?
It's flat.
Right. Now, what our responsibility is to find that curvature. Because if we don't find that curvature, then that would mean
it's flat. Okay, now I see where you're getting at. See, now when you explain it a little bit like that, that makes a little bit more sense in that mindset.
All right, we getting somewhere, y'all. Appreciate that. Let's get it.
So I got a question for you too, Life Vieta. You said that we're magnetic. We have a magnetic field around us. How are we getting that?
The magnetic field, what is it powered from, or where is it stilled from?
Yeah, yes. Where we magnetic field from?
It's charged from the particles emanating from the sun, hun.
So all of our magnetism is just coming from the sun?
And gravitational pull.
That's the next thing. We gotta get you out of gravity.
Yeah, well, I'm not even going to touch on gravity. So our core isn't producing a magnetic core.
It's the pressure on the Earth. I mean, and I'm not gonna lie, it's been a minute since I talked about science. Okay, it's been about 2 years. So I'm kind of shaky on some things, but I mean,
Can I get the
I mean,
official?
you pretty much got the narrative down, Pat, somewhat.
You can always Google though.
In the sun to be giving us the magnetic core, or the field. So I don't even know what to do with that. That's I don't know if somebody else can. But do you know what the official story is on how we're getting our magnetic core?
no, that never. No.
So here's the deal. Are you familiar with the radius of the Earth?
Yes, I actually posted in the comments.
Yeah, it's like 3,159 miles. We've only been able to dig down 7.8 miles, but they said that we got a 10,000 degree molten iron core down there that somehow is giving off a magnetic field. That's how they're saying it, but they said they figured this out by ground penetrating radar. That goes 4,000 miles.
Yeah, they use 3D seismology simulations, but it's actually the outer core. It's the outside of the inner core.
It's the cooling and crystallization, though.
What? Well, what's that?
It's the
Cooling and crystallization of what?
Surrounding the liquid iron inside the core of the Earth.
Well, the inner core would be solid. The outer core would be liquid, and then it's those convection currents in the outer core that they say cause it's the static buildup from the friction in those convection currents that they say causes the magnetic field of the Earth. But that magnetic field, weirdly, even though Coriolis is what's supposed to cause those convection currents, the axis of that magnetic field does not match the rotational axis of the Earth. But also, more importantly, you mentioned relativity, and just if you didn't know, relativity, special relativity, general relativity, like, never been substantially proven. And by definition, if you go really hunting it down, it can't be, like, by definition, it can't be substantially proven.
Oh, it'll never will be, because human civilization, we only live to the maximum that a human can live is 120, okay? And to actually reach relativity, we would have to travel.
Okay, that's an assertion, but like, yeah, well, so then why would you even make an assertion about it being real?
Because everything's ran by hypothesis, but it's also, like it was said before, what can't happen will happen.
But that's not an answer, right? How do you know that the speed of light is the same in all reference frames, in all frames?
Who was it that discovered the black hole before we found it, though? Who was that? Stephen Hawking?
Well, is that related to the question that I asked?
I think it was Stephen Hawking's translator.
What I'm explaining, he discovered something without proof, and it was thereafter. Maybe millions of years from now, whenever we advance, or if we ever advance.
Wait. Okay, so you're trying to say that because Stephen Hawking supposedly discovered dark matter before we actually measured it, that means that relativity must be real?
It could
even
be,
though we can't, even though it couldn't possibly be substantiated, and all observational experimentation points to the contrary.
That's the joys about science, though.
That it's the opposite of what we experience. I mean, that's not a scientific, like, that's not science. It's right. That's just faith.
No,
so Toby is saying that
hypothesis actually ran.
So Toby is saying that
It all started out because every single thing you discover and learn towards the end of any experiment thought process, or any realization of factual or proof.
Now you hear what
One
you
thing
said,
I'm gonna
right?
say, you
didn't say anything about proof, though. You're just going back to like
I'm gonna tell you this:
assertions.
mathematics show proof.
Okay, hold on, Lil.
Mathematics will always show proof.
Lil Folletta, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so look, mathematics is a description, right? You could describe something that isn't reality. I always give this example. I can't take 2 apples away from you if you only have 1, but I can develop an equation: 1 minus 2 equals -1. But you can never have a -1 apple. So math isn't really proof; it just describes something.
It depends on the perception of some people, though.
All right, but I want to go back to what you
No, it
said
doesn't.
earlier. I want to go back to what you said earlier because you said proof and experimentation. So what Toby was trying to highlight is when you're talking about like relativity, there is no proof or experimentation that substantiates those mechanics. So this is why he's asking, like, why would you believe in something knowing that you stand on proof and evidence when all of history and all of science has shown that we can't substantiate relativity at all? Now,
Well,
you
they
may not know
actually
about that
have
because
the precision of Mercury's orbit, of the deflection of light from the
so the
redshift of the
perihelion of the precession of Mercury. So would you be referencing to Arthur Eddington's measurement of that or a different one?
first one. What you say to?
Okay, because I mean that's really like that evidence is really shoddy, right? He doesn't even have the proper photographic plates to substantiate his claim about the. I mean, he used it to substantiate specifically general relativity. I was kind of alluding more to special relativity, but either way, right?
Well, this is the first time that I hear about general and special relativity, though. Explain that one.
So special relativity is the idea that the speed of light is the same in all reference frames. So that was put forth by Albert Einstein in 1905 because in 1887, when they tried to measure the motion of the Earth and they didn't actually measure any motion, they sat around for about 20 years trying to figure out how to explain it. And then what Albert Einstein said in 1905 was, well, actually, the way we tried to measure it was faulty because the speed of light can never possibly change, which is just him making something up. And then they changed all the science based on that premise. But then in 1913, George S. Sagnac came along and proved Einstein wrong about that because George S. Sagnac showed that the speed of light actually changed when he spun his interferometer.
It also depends on the medium that's holding the light as well, because only way you can
So Albert Einstein specifically said the speed of light in a vacuum, right? But nothing is ever supposed to exceed that. That's his postulate, because space and time are supposed to, or specifically time is supposed to dilate in relation to that. But then in 1913, George S. Sagnac showed that he was wrong. But that's why in 1916, so we had special relativity in 1905. In 1916, he put forth general relativity, and general relativity he had to put forth to say that the motion of the Earth in its orbital path around the sun, even though it is a circular orbit and it can be perceived from space as a circular orbit, it's actually space or the curvature of space-time is causing Earth to go through that orbital path, but it's still only purely a linear motion. And he said that to try and get away from what George S. Sagnac discovered in 1912, that the speed of light is relative to its inertial frame, by saying that, because it's a linear motion, we can't actually detect that. So he just made up another thing. So this is now 2 things that Albert Einstein had made up to try and prove his special relativity, that both times were just utterly wrong, right? He said the motion of the Earth was not measured. So Albert Einstein said, we just can't measure the motion. And then George S. Sagnac said, look, I measure the motion. He said, that's a rotational vector. So that's okay. You can measure that, but we can't measure a linear vector. But then in 2004, Ruyang Wang showed that we can measure specifically a linear vector. He did experimentation to show this. So that's 3 different times now throughout the last 100 years that relativity was shown to be essentially meaningless. And if you go look under all these different places where they say they have proofs of special relativity and general relativity, you're going to find that there's literally never been a substantial, meaningful proof. All they can ever do is, after the fact, they can always go back and do the math to say, this is how relativity could have made that work. But what's really depressing is when you find out that relativity has literally no predictive value. They can't make a prediction about something using relativity. They use classical mechanics to do anything meaningful.
If you look at the first like 3 or 4 on Wikipedia, it's always the counter. It's like, oh, they stole that one. Actually, that was already predicted before. That one was actually that. So like the first 4 that they still list as like proof is literally proof for the counter. So that's just interesting.
I just say it as someone that used to be like I had internalized relativity, and I was a big fan of it myself, or not a fan of it necessarily at all.
I actually like to also
I was a big fan of space travel and stuff,
explanation
and
different realms as well too.
you can't just interrupt. So yeah, just let me finish my thought. I was a big fan of it myself, and then I was quite disappointed to learn that it was literally can't be substantiated by its very definition, because it can only exist in reference frames outside of the reality that we exist within, or it can only be substantiated in those places. But anyways, go ahead. I'm done talking now.
Well, back whenever I was 19 and I was going through like a little dark time, and I would separate myself, draw, stuff like that. And then I came across, relativity a little bit from watching a stupid YouTube video. And, I'm a person of faith kind of thing, okay? I'm sure y'all all have enough common sense to understand what that means. I had a weird theory that, using relativity, that can explain different realms too. Even realms that we can't even see in physical form daily. If y'all get what I mean. I can't really explain that in a deeper way, but I'm mainly a person of a big hypothesis and theory. I'm a theorist kind of thing. So I mean, I'll spark out ideas from logical thinking with a little bit, hey, maybe that might be. Because I mean, some things we're never going to be able to actually find out. Because bottom line, we still haven't even reached the bottom of the ocean.
I know.
So, do you have anything to say about what I said about relativity? Did you hear what I said about relativity? Do you have anything to say to back up relativity? Because you sounded like you were supporting it earlier, and I just laid out why it's utterly, it's nonsensical. So, do you have any thoughts specific to that, or are you just going to talk about yourself?
It's one of those. It has never been disproven or proven. It's still always going to be on the table until someone can actually prove it, to disprove it. So, I mean, you taught me something new, but
what the
that's the most I
Kamala
can
Harris
give on
was that?
So general relativity, bending and warping of space-time, special relativity, constancy of speed of light, right? We know that there's a lot of deviation and variations. It's not consistent. And Toby does a lot of lives on that topic in Discord and on YouTube with Ether Cosmology. So you should tap in. You should follow Toby, and him and Alan break down a lot of papers, and you might find some things that you may believe in when you look at the details.
I mean, the string theory though
aren't really what they may be on the surface.
Well, I mean, it's like they told us back at school though. Everything you see is a lie, because you can look at a wall and be like, oh, that's a wall, but really it's just compressed atoms. You look at the air, you can't see air, but it's atoms bouncing off of each other. Everything you see is basically a lie anyways. But I mean, I see where you're coming from with relativity. I mean, it was a shitty reference, I'll say that. But I'm still learning.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot to figure.
Yo,
look,
and
even
yeah,
the top,
that's
even the top.
It's all good. I only say it because, like I said, I had internalized it, and I want people to know, we don't have to buy into special relativity. It's okay to question these things. So, that's all.
Yeah, and even the top level physicists don't understand it because they're trying to make something work that doesn't, in order to keep the Earth in motion. That's why I like to stick to the simple stuff, like, do we see curvature if we believe in it, and if we don't see it, is it really curving? So maybe we can, dive into that a little bit. But let's go to Sheepdog. I know you've been patient.
Not to derail the conversation, I just wanted to give props to Flat Earth Dave, Mr. Dave Weiss, dude. Long time ago, back in 2021, I met a guy who introduced me to your Flat Earth 24/7 clock app, and it changed my life, man. From there, I couldn't find anything Flat Earth at the time, and when I found your app, I was like, oh my gosh, here's all the information I need to have an unbiased observation of what's going on in reality, right? Like I can actually look at both sides and then make my own decision about what's going on. And all the information you presented there was so helpful. I ended up finding 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. I met Indio. I met everybody over there. Witsit, Sacred and Proud were over there, but I didn't know that they were over there. No offense, guys. And then, you know, I've always been on Twitter. So Indio comes over to Twitter one day and I'm like, oh, Indio's in a space. Let me go in there. And that's where I met Sacred and Proud. And the history writes itself from there. So thank you so much for that app. Without that app, I wouldn't have found this wonderful community.
Hey, let me just say, I always tell people, don't believe anything I say. Go verify everything yourself. You need to hear both sides of the argument. The thing is, Google won't show you both sides of the argument. That's strike one for them. I mean, that there wakes up people when they find out flat Earth is being censored that way. So what the app does is it gives you access to the stuff that they're not that they're hiding from you. It gives you access to find exactly what you want. Frequently asked questions, and now the video search and the image search. So it's it's an awesome tool. If I do say so myself, that's helping tons of people wake up. And I know this not because I believe it, which I do, because I get thousands of emails, people telling me how the app woke them up. So anybody that wants the app, it's $3, flatearthdave.com. There is a subscription that you don't need, but I appreciate it if you get it. It's $11 a year. And again, if you're talking flat earth to people and you show them the app, they're going to want to download the app. If you have a referral code, you get 11 points. You get a free year subscription. So thank you. Thank you for just spreading the truth. However you think the best way to spread the truth is, use it and do it.
Yeah, that was literally my red flag, man. Like for like 4 months, I couldn't find anything flat earth. And it was during, you know, COVID, but I already knew COVID was a bad, you know, there was a lot of things going on censorship wise. And so, like, because I had issues with COVID being censored and the information being censored, when I came to Flat Earth, I was like, damn, dude, this is like the most censored thing I've ever come across. Why are they so worried about debunking it if it's such a stupid thing? I thought it was stupid. But I was like, I got to find an unbiased. Go ahead, Dave.
Sorry to interrupt. So let's say you guys were searching for, underwater basket weaving. A year ago, you watched the video. 6 months ago, you watched the video. And yesterday, you watched the video. You can go to your YouTube search history and search underwater basket weaving. And those videos will come up in your search history. Awesome. Right? So if you watch any of my videos, Jaren's videos, Globebusters, Taboo Conspiracies, any real flat earth videos, they will show up in your immediate history when you're looking right there that day. But if you then, days later, hours later, weeks later, months later, years later, search for flat earth, which are tagged in every single one of those videos, none of them will show up in your history, and propaganda videos will show up instead. That is the only topic where that happens on YouTube search. Think about that. That's a friggin' killer right there. They're literally hiding your own search history. Try it. One day they're going to change it where it doesn't do that anymore because we've been calling it out. Just like when we called out the Georgia Guidestones for proving the earth isn't wobbling, they blew up the Georgia Guidestones and then took the rubble away before any investigation could come. So the fact that they're hiding that should wake anybody up right there. But problem is people are what I call weak-minded, and they're just lazy. And believing is easy. It takes no effort. It takes no brain muscle. Doing what you guys do all night long takes time, effort, and brain muscle. And a lot of people just don't have atrophied brains because they're just memorizers and regurgitators.
That's why we cyborgs, man, because we keep it going.
Shout out to brain muscle.
For real. Hey, let's hear from Playing Reality real quick.
Hey guys. Yeah,
What's up, bro?
I wanted to go back into that experiment or observation that I was mentioning earlier and see what everyone thinks of that. So I know not everyone was here, so I'll try and give a really quick explanation. We all know the old idea of water finds its level, and if we were to get a hose and I held a hose at 4 feet high and the other end of the hose at 4 feet high, poured water in it, that water would level off. Now, if we then took a 10-mile long hose and held one end at 4 feet high, and if we can hold the other end at 4 feet high, that's a problem for the globe. If we have to then raise that other end by 60 odd feet, that's a big problem for flat Earth.
Can I interrupt, Flurf? Listen, Flurf.
Yep.
Curved is level. It's the same. It's the same distance over the over sea level. So 10 miles away, 100 miles away, 4 feet is still 4 feet. So that's curved is level. How do you argue? I mean that's what we get.
Dude, I
so
don't even
stupid.
That man, that's the most ridiculous argument they give us, man. Curved is what?
But
Yeah, for
tell
sure.
me that wasn't the perfect steel man, though.
Yeah, but in reality, we know that 10 miles away it has to drop 60 feet. So if we, like, I've actually worked it out, and what I worked out earlier was, and I told everyone it cost about 100 grand, but that was because I worked it out with clear plastic tubing and certain lengths and all this kind of thing. And if you do that, it's more expensive. But if we were to just do it with a hose, with hose fittings, I worked out it costs about it would cost about $12,000 to $14,000 to do 10 miles, or about 16 grand to do 10 miles of hose. We would just need about 500 or 600 people to do it. Now, it's a pretty cheap experiment. And if we have to raise one side by 60 feet, I think I'd have to change my position. Like,
let me jump in here. The problem is if you do that, they're just going to claim that you don't understand what level is. Level is the distance to the center of the Earth. And they'll just say, yeah, of course you don't have to raise it because the Earth is curved and gravity's curved, and that's the whole thing. I have 2 experiments. If we can, I want to throw out here. If you guys want to talk about it, you got a minute? Is it okay?
Go for it, bro.
Go ahead. You got the floor.
Mitchell from Australia, and I think it was Mitchell from Australia, tried to do the line across the lake, but he bought the wrong kind of line where you stretch a line across the surface of the lake for 3 miles, and the center of the line should be below, 18 inches in the middle or whatever the number was. But the line kept breaking before you can get enough tension on it. I know what kind of line to use. It'll probably cost around the same amount of money you're talking for that tube, but this is a physical experiment that you can pull taut. Now this line is fluorescent in color. It's actually kite surfing line, and it's neutrally buoyant, but it sinks over time. So they can't claim that it floated up to follow the surface of the Earth. You pull it taut at both ends at the surface of the lake. I'm telling you, the middle will be at the center of the lake, and you can't claim that it floated because in reality, it would sag if anything. That's one. What do you guys think of that one? And then I'll tell you my other one.
I think taut line ain't gonna sink, man. The Earth has to up and touch the line, or it's flat.
Any line, any string, wire, no matter what, you pull it over any distance, it will sag no matter how much tension you put on it until it breaks. That's why we're using the water with a almost neutrally buoyant line that has super, like 2,000 pound strength, and we'll be able to pull it. And then I don't think there's no denying that. You just need a bunch of people with canoes, a couple drones, some winches, and of course the line, which is the expensive part.
It's just basically a chalk line framers use, man, over a longer distance, man.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's one. The other one, which is actually easier to pull off, might even be less expensive, is you get a good sized plane, a plane where people can get up and walk around. You get the right people. You get scientists, doctors, whoever. You just get the right witnesses, media, camera crews, and you have a set of professional gyros. Now, a gyro holds rigidity in space. It holds level. But you get a gyro, you stand it upright, 90 degrees upright, and you spin it up and you orient it with east and west. Okay? you orient it with east and west, so it's going to hold rigidity in space. Now that pilot flies using the compass gyro and says, I'm just going to go east. I'm going to dead reckon with what this gyro tells me east is. And we all know that if you go east, north is going to peel off to the left. Or if you go west, north is going to peel off to the right. Now that does not prove the Earth is flat, because it would be the exact same thing on a flat Earth and a globe Earth in the north. But anywhere south of the equator, and the farther south you go, the worse it would be. If that line, when you're heading west, doesn't peel off to the left, or when you're heading east doesn't peel off to the right, if north doesn't peel off, then the Earth is flat. And we all know that it's not going to peel off. And then to prove that the gyro does hold rigidity in its direction, fly north and south, and it will hold the exact line north and south. The magnetic compass will match the gyro compass heading north and south. Heading east and west, north will peel off as you continue straight if you don't correct, because east and west are circles on a flat Earth and a globe Earth. You guys follow?
Yes.
Yes.
I think that
we understand that you circumnavigate north.
And so here's the thing. Subscribe to my app. Of all of the people that are on the app right now that love it, subscribed, I will fund that trip tomorrow. Okay? I will fund it. I'll buy the fucking airplane. Sorry, I'm not supposed to swear. Because that's what I'm working at. If enough people subscribe to this app and I can get beyond development costs, which I'm stuck at right now, I will fund experiments. And that is one experiment. Those are two experiments that I'm going to do. The second one, the airplane one, literally can be done in a day. The other one, the lake, you have to find a location. You have to get the people to the location. You have to get canoes. You have to get drones. You have to get all of this stuff. And the weather has to cooperate. And you have to make sure there's no other boats and all sorts of stuff, and a million things go wrong. The airplane could do it any day of the year, anytime, anywhere. We just need to find an airplane in the southern hemisphere so we don't even have to fly there. It'll be super easy, and the whole thing could be done in one day. And as long as you have the right people on the plane that can document it, that what we're doing, and get that out publicly, it'd be amazing.
That's always been a weird question of mine, Dave, is, like going past the equator, shouldn't we not be circumnavigating north? Shouldn't we be anti-circumnavigating north?
What do you mean by that? I'm not following.
Well, it angles away from, you're angling outward away from north.
No, when you're going north is a straight line from anywhere on Earth to the North Pole. That's a straight line. East and west are circles.
Correct.
If you were 1 mile on a flat Earth or globe Earth, if you're 1 mile from the North Pole, you're going to make a circle, a tight circle to the right or to the left, east or west, that goes right around like 6.28 miles later, and you're right back to where you started from. That's
not what I meant. I meant that for the globe, though. Like when they try to explain circumnavigation on the globe, east and west, like because it's angled downward, shouldn't it be arcing away from the north? That's just something that I've been asking and throwing around a little bit. I don't have a real concrete discussion.
Secondhand information.
I agree with you, Joe.
Secondhand information. There was a couple ships captains, Navy ships captains, that said in the South, when they're trying to dead reckon east or west, for some reason they have to keep correcting to the north in both directions. And one of the stories from the guy was he asked the admiral, the navigator asked the captain or whatever, why does he have to? Something's wrong with the rudder. Or why do I have to keep going? And he said, "Don't worry about it." Basically, don't worry about it. Just wrote it off, and that right there. But I wasn't there. I didn't do it. I can't vouch for it. To me, it sounds like a legit story. The guy had legit credentials. But if we do this airplane thing, I don't think there's a way to debunk it, especially if we do a north-south test and prove that it maintains and you can do that within like a minute, 5 minutes, 1 hour, 2 hours, whatever, going north and south. The gyro compass will match the magnetic compass, but going east and west, the magnetic compass will veer off to the north. And in the south, it should veer off to the south. If it veers off to the north in the south, that is 100% proof that we live on a realm that is flat and has a North Pole. That's what it would prove 100%.
And not spinning, man. If you were going north to south or south to north, man, you'd have to lead your target. You couldn't just go dead right at it.
Well, we don't even have to address that. I mean, because the Globers are like, well, the Earth is spinning, you know, and your rotation in the same frame because the air is velcroed to the Earth. That doesn't matter. This magnetic north versus a dead reckoning compass gyro, a gyro compass holding rigidity in space. This is undeniable, in my opinion. It's unfalsifiable, and it's easily done. I mean, the biggest expense would be renting the plane. The gyros, I don't know, a couple $1,000 for some super badass gyros, and then getting people to get out, you know, the right people on this plane to document it, trustworthy people, a professor that's not worried about losing his funding, you know, a scientist that it's actually looking for the truth, somebody that doesn't even know about flat Earth, that you know, that agrees what the compass should do on a globe, and then sees the opposite happen. I mean, and I literally want like cameras filming everybody and everything all the time. So I'm talking like at least a DC-9 or bigger, right? So we have room to walk around and really do this. How much could that cost? $100,000? $500,000? I don't know. Subscribe to my app. I will fund this, please. It's only $11 a year. Subscribe.
And then we can edit the end of the video for all the Globers to say, "Oh no," and then cut to credit.
There'll be no need to edit. We can just you know, cut out all of their tears just to be nice, because you know the Globers' tears will flood the world. What do you guys think? I mean, I haven't heard anyone else come up with this experiment. I think it's rock solid. I can't find anything wrong with it.
I think the gyroscope, or like you're describing the dead reckoning gyroscope. I didn't know it was called a dead reckoning gyroscope, but I know that Dutch pilot explained how she was like, "That's weird. Like I never thought about it before, but yeah, my gyroscope in my plane doesn't lose its rigidity when I fly halfway around the world."
Yeah, but they claim that the gyroscopes correct themselves, which is nonsense. But having a gyroscope upright and orienting it north-south and flying north and south and watching it perfectly match the compass no matter how far you fly, then, you know, and ignoring GPS. GPS is from NASA, right? A magnetic compass matches the gyro compass north-south. Magnetic compass does not match the gyro compass east and west. Find in the north, in the south, it proves flat Earth.
Yep.
All right, guys, I'm gonna be listening. I'm gonna cook some breakfast and stuff. So I'm gonna cut out. This was awesome.
Thanks for showing up, man. Thank you for showing up.
Anything else?
Come back.
Hey, when I have insomnia on a Saturday morning, I will definitely be back.
Let me cut in and say I've been a huge fan for a few years now, and especially it brings a tear to my eye every time I watch it. And I've watched it many, many times. Your interview with Ruth.
Yeah, she's so good.
That was so awesome. I get a tear every time I watch it still, even.
A lot of people say when they watch it, for some reason, they get something stuck in their eye and in their eye starts tearing. They don't understand why. It's kind of weird.
I'm a huge fan.
Listen, my goal is to inspire you enough to go out. So you do stuff also. Hey, you're on the show, you're doing stuff, you know, just everybody do something every single day. And then, you know, we're there. We're at critical mass already. Imagine if everyone that had my app shared the app with one person a week. You know what would happen by the end of the year? The number, we would take over the entire Earth. You know, just we're there. The numbers are big enough already. You know, and there's no barrier to entry. The app is only $3, right? A homeless person can get the app. So,
and
what's that?
I was just gonna say real quick, and y'all heard it. Dave isn't just grifting. He's literally like, let's fund some experiments, man.
Yeah.
Let's get some stuff done. Let's do things. Like this isn't for like zero purpose. This isn't for a selfish reason or anything like that. Dave's trying to help.
Well, you know, listen, I took a huge risk walking away. I had my own business. I walked away from it all. I had the American dream. I literally did everything that everyone ever wants to do. Gets out of corporate America, starts their own business, successful, free time, lots of money. And I walked away because this is the most important topic. The reason you guys are here all night long, right? And through the day on Saturday sometimes is because this matters. This is the reason they get away with the boogeyman floating through the air. If you believe you're flying through space, you believe that if you breathe on grandma, she's going to die, right? You can believe anything. But if you connect yourself to the foundation of this world, to God's creation, right, then you unplug from their nonsensical satanic model, which I call it. And, some of these people I'm hearing tonight, I won't mention what specifically, but many of them, that come in here, I think there is a demonic presence that has taken over their ability to think. That's just me. Maybe they're just not, their brain is atrophied and fluoridated and chemtrailed enough where they can't think. But it's quite interesting how some people think they're so smart and don't know anything. Flat earthers, we know something. You know what we know? We know that we don't know everything. Globers think they know everything.
I think we may have to accept the fact that maybe upwards of 85 to 90% of all the population is unable to muster enough courage and intellect to overcome their belief system and their ego. I don't think a lot of these people have ever exercised that muscle, that mental muscle, to be able to take two opposing opinions and objectively examine them without being married to one being true or the other. And
I said this the other day, Mr. Uncle. Like when I started school as a child, right, I had this vivid imagination of like everything, right? I could literally write stories upon stories and I could just imagine things. And by the time I graduated high school, my imagination was gone, man. Like I had zero imagination. I was good at doing math. I was good at listening to instruction, and that was it, man. Like they literally beat it out of me.
And your imagination creates your reality. And just a simple example, if you go to my channel DITRH, I showed how my studio is set up. It never existed before. I made this little mobile cart, the lights are on and everything. It's really cool. So I showed everybody and I thought about it. Where did that come from? I imagined it first and then it came. So if you imagine that you live on a ball, you can't expand your thoughts. If you think that all the stuff that the globe makes you think, you literally limit your ability. And then if you live in fear, that'll limit your manifestation ability. So this is the most important topic ever. So, we're 2024. It could all happen if people just keep doing, don't be afraid. Some of those bigger podcasts out there, Roseanne Barr wants to have me on, but they're slow to schedule. But it's one podcast, one tweet away from literally waking up the world, and they're going to do everything they can to stop it.
That's a fact, man. I really appreciate it, bro. Oh, let's let Ken get in because I didn't hear from Ken yet, and then we'll let Dave go because I know he has some stuff to do.
I just wanted to catch Dave while he's here. I gift the app a lot. Rissa is in the crowd. She's one of the people I gifted the app to, and there's a problem with gifting the app. I have an iPhone. She has Android. And I literally could not gift her the app.
I have the
I bought a
solution.
computer.
I have the solution. Because Android doesn't allow gifting like Apple does. So if you email me, info@theflatearthpodcast.com, I'll give you the information where you can pay direct, and then I give you a gift code where they download the app for free. The Apple makes it super easy. Android does not. So if you want to know how to gift the app, also on the app, on the web button page, there's an instructions video, an instructions button. Click that, look in the list, how to gift the app, and it'll explain exactly how to do it. And like a lot of people buy like 10 gift certificates, Android gift certificates at a time from me. And then they can send them to anyone they want. So
just check do that?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. And if you buy 10 at a time, I give you a little discount too. And then you could also gift the subscription, but not many people do that. But that's okay. Just get the app out there if you want to buy some apps some Android app certificates, you can, and if you want to buy subscription certificates, those work for Android or Apple. You can buy those also.
All right, cool. Yeah. I think I'd rather do that because then I can wait and give them out or
Yeah,
whatever.
you buy 5 or 10 and you hold them and then you give them out. They're awesome. And then what was I going to say? A lot of people like, hey, you know, I don't want to have a reoccurring membership. You know, I don't really like things that automatically reoccur. But the thing is, Apple and Google warn you 2 weeks before, going, hey, this app's subscription is going to renew. Are you sure you want to renew it? And you could say yes, or you could say, you know what, I don't use it anymore. No, so you never have to worry about that. But if you don't want to do that, you can say, you know what, just give me 5 years subscription, and or 2 years or 3 years, and then we do it another way. And you can do that just through that how to gift the app. The instructions are there.
Cool.
So
cool.
yeah, the
Yeah,
web
no.
on the app also, if you're not sure what the buttons do, long press them, hold it, and a pop-up will tell you what that button does. So the web button is called the More Resources page, and there's an instructions section there, which we're going to add. I'm going to do a full breakdown because there's so many new features on the app now since the last time I made an instructions video. It'll be very comprehensive. So there you go. Thanks for the app commercial, boys. But here's the thing. Here's the reason I'm not embarrassed about talking about the app. It's literally one of the easiest and best ways to wake people up. So I want to talk about it all day long, right? And that's my goal, is to wake people up. It's not to sell apps. I wish I could give it away for free, but if somebody wants to pay the monthly development and server bills, hook me up and we'll make the app for free.
And I like the search functions, man. Everything is searchable on there.
Yeah, and we're adding more and more stuff. You know, like YouTube is deleting all my Owen Benjamin videos. Just the Owen Benjamin waking videos. So when they do that, anytime all the videos I feature and stuff, they get backed up on my Web3 server. So whenever YouTube removes a video, I can immediately manually add that to the search results. So when you search Owen Benjamin, up will come the Web3 server of the video. So we're bypassing their censorship and their deleting of videos. So it's a lot of work, guys, and I enjoy it. I do it 24/7. That's why I got up at 4:30 today, listening to you guys. So it's all good.
Hey, man, appreciate you. Keep it going, man. That's the OG of Flat Earth. We got Flat Earth Dave in the building, man. Y'all follow him, show him some support. And hey, bro, and let them know if you get any trolls in your mentions, you don't even gotta like ignore them no more. You could just send them to space and say, "Hey, Sacred and the Level Heads is ready to talk to you, toxic guys. Go talk to them on Fridays." And hopefully, we'll see you in the upcoming weeks. What's up, bro?
I'll definitely be back. Can somebody email me or telegram me the link that would go to this stream? I'm trying to make it work. I was trying to add it to the app earlier, and it just brings me to it. I need it to go. Is it the same link every week?
No, so it's a different one every week.
It's a different one every week.
Yeah, but tap in with us though. We'll see if we can figure it out.
I'll figure out. I'm sure there's a way to figure it out. All right, guys. Anyone else have a question for me before I leave?
Yeah, once quickly before you go, Dave. The thing I was mentioning about the horizon earlier, I can literally correlate the amount of a ship disappeared below the horizon by the distance the horizon is away from us. So if you're interested to see any of that work that I'm doing, because it's a great way, I think, to explain when someone says ship over the horizon, you can go, well, where's the horizon? And here's correlation between the way, like, okay, here we have a horizon that's really close to us. See how much see how the ship is actually blocked by X amount. Now we have a horizon that's further away. See how it's not blocked anymore at the same distance. So I think it could be a good one for you to help describe that to people. So if you're interested, if you're not, all good. But if you're interested, hit me up and I can go over some of that with you.
I am interested, and anybody that has like a really good video. A lot of people send me videos. Here's the thing: I get so many emails that I can't even read them all, let alone reply to them all. But if someone sends me a link, hey, watch this video, and puts a link, I delete the email immediately. If they send it me twice or 3 times, I delete all the emails. They're just gone. If you want to send me a video, say, hey, Dave, check this video out at timestamp XYZ. this is what it's about. And that way you can tell me, I can look at that and say, all right, you know what, I've already seen that. Or yes, I'm going to look at it. So I encourage people to send me videos, but if you send me a blind link, it just gets deleted. So please send me if videos that you're like, this is awesome, this, you know, or if you have images, send me images that you want on the image search on the app. If you go on the app right now and search sun under clouds, you're going to see all the videos disproving the sun under the clouds theory. So all of that stuff, you know, and we're adding more and more pictures. You want to see something with the LEM, type in LEM, you know, on the moon, and bam, it's all there. So send me images, send me videos. I want to see them all, but tell me what you're sending me. So I can say, all right, this is worth the time to watch it, because I literally can spend 8 hours a day just reading emails and giving one-word replies to some of them.
So that send it on your Telegram or send it on email?
Unfortunately, email right now is best. I'm getting better at Telegram, but if you know, a couple of you that I'm communicating with on Telegram, that you can go there. But send it on email, and that way, you know, because my emails will just stack up, and I go through them whenever I have time, and it's just easier for me on old-fashioned email for right now. But I appreciate the content that people give me, and you know, I'm trying to back all of this stuff up. So when YouTube says, oh, you know what, flat Earth is dangerous, and we're removing every single flat Earth video except Simon Dan, of course, and the rest of those idiots, then we're going to have everything still. The app will still be up and running, and everything will still be on there, just coming from a Web3 server.
Cool. And we find your email on flatearthdave.com.
You can find it on there's a upload pictures button where you can upload pictures, and then there's a contact Dave. But I'll tell you my email right now. It's info@theflatearthpodcast.com. The reason I don't give that out because I get novels. If you send me a 4-page novel, it's probably going to get deleted. If it looks interesting, I'm going to dump it into AI and say summarize in 5 sentences, and you know, that's how I'm going to read it. But if you want to be interested, if something you're like, I got to get to them, give me the short version first, and let me reply to you like, hey, tell me more, you know, like, or you know, let's talk, right? But I get so many requests. Hey Dave, I need to talk to you. Here's my phone number. I'm not calling you. I'm not. I get 50 of those a day, right? Tell me what it is. And if it's interesting and it's something we should talk about, yes, we'll talk. I'm not being a dick. I'm just trying to live my life and not live with my face in my computer 24/7.
Hey, I'm terrible at DMs too, man. I reply to a DM and I get 3-4 more back. It's like I quadruple my replies sometimes. I'm still getting through it, guys. My bad.
That's the other thing. If I reply to somebody, then they think it's open field for, you know, for just replying back again and again and again. Just all I you know, I used to think, oh, that fucking, I was at a something thing and a celebrity blew me off. You know, I get it. I totally get it. I'm not a celebrity. I'm just saying there's that many people. Like every time I go to a flat Earth meetup, there's always somebody that bitches that I blew them off. I'm like, I'm trying to talk to everybody. But while I'm talking to someone, there's 6 people behind me that want to talk to me. When I turn around and start talking to them, I just blew the person I was just talking to off. I'm doing the best I can to talk to everybody. I like being on here because I got all of these people and I'm addressing all of these people at the same time. This is very productive. And
crazy, right? Not a lot of people know about Twitter Spaces still, bro.
Yeah, I don't even know about it, dude. I'm still trying to figure out how I got here. Somebody asked me on Skype while we were on here, like, hey, where's the link? And I was like, I don't know where the link is. I forgot how I got here.
I sent it to you on Telegram like last night, like 7:30.
Yeah,
maybe.
but I don't know.
I didn't even know you
No,
saw
that's
it.
how I got here. I finally found it on Telegram.
Hey, and sorry, bro. One quick thing. On my app, I don't seem to be able to message anyone in the friend finder.
Well, what
some people that
happens?
send messages, and I can't send a message back to them.
Are you subscribed?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Well, I should be. I've paid money.
When you try to reply, do you get a pop up that says you're not subscribed?
No, I don't think so.
So without making this a troubleshooting thing, there's 2 things you can do. You can delete the app and reinstall it. You can go into your phone settings and cancel your subscription and resubscribe. You won't be billed for the same time period twice. If that doesn't do it, send an email to support@theflatearthpodcast.com. Give all the relevant information, and my developers will straighten it out in 5 seconds for you.
Okay, awesome. Thanks, bro.
All right, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, Flat Earth Dave, y'all heard it here first. He been putting in that work. We're just taking a step further. These Flat Earthers getting into these experiments, man, it's going to be a problem for y'all. Y'all hear us talking about it. We got some ideas rumbling.
Experiments.
Tell them Proud.
They don't want us to tap into our experiment bag, man. Even from the beginning when I ran across some of the videos, and I will say Dave's app helped me the most because it helped consolidate like all the information in one spot. It's like all great information that is otherwise censored on YouTube. So it put it all in a great spot for us to be able to
I'm still here, but that's a good point. One of the things they always say, they call us grifters and everything, meanwhile, these guys are getting super chats and everything else. But the reason that they want that, they don't want us being funded. They don't want us making any money. They don't want us being able to afford to do these experiments. So, so that's the reason they demonize the fact that we ask for money, right? And I'm all for supporting anyone that you love. Me, I'm easy to support. It's $3 forever or $11 a year if you want to be a super supporter. And as I always say, that's one shitty margarita, and you forgot to tip the bartender.
It just shows how like hypocritical some of these people are when you got people like fight the flat earth. You got people dedicated to this argument and making money off of it. They make plenty of money off of a yearly, monthly, and they're not looked at as grifters or shills or anything like that. People raising GoFundMe's. It's like, why is there a double standard? Why are we allowed to appeal to some YouTube creators and not all of them? Why is it a problem when we want to support Witsit for the same thing he's doing that McToon is doing, give or take? So it's just like such a double standard within his community, and
100%.
we've been talking about it, we want to do something about that. We want people to look at it as the same or keep the same energy all around. Like we actually negative. We are actually putting money into Flat Earth to where us being called a grifter is ridiculous, We do this for free every week, Dave. Like every week, every Friday, we're here. Always with the content, always with the promoting everyone, putting people on, and they still call us grifters.
Yeah, well, it's we know the truth. They can say whatever they want. That's their problem. That's why I always say I just ignore them. And they call me up. People are like, Dave, did you hear what Flight to Flat Earth or McToon said about you? And I'm like, why would I hear that? I don't watch his channel, And then the link they sent me, I don't click it. I'm not interested because that's not my reality.
Why would I hear that? I don't watch it.
Yeah, because I don't care what they say, right? I don't care. I mean, they could say whatever. People, you can sue them. You can do. He's calling you a liar, this and that. I'm like, I don't care. I'm just focusing on finding new people, and anybody with any discernment can see that that this is that we're on a level, non-rotating plane. All right, guys, this is it. I am out. See ya.
This is what witches say all the time. It's like, okay, I'm not gonna talk anymore, guys, and then be hooked.
Hey, pro OG Flat Earth flat smacking tip. Even though they are annoying and they are trolls and your life will be extremely better without them, I do advise you to unblock some of these toxic ass trolls in your mentions. They look at it as a badge of honor to have Dearth blocking them on Twitter.
Someone talking?
Proud is talking. I'll drop you down, Cam. Proud is talking. Go ahead, Proud.
Add Keon. He's requesting.
I can't see Cam. But yeah, you could mute them instead of blocking them. You'll still run up your engagement. Even though they probably don't care about people like
You're not too much
screenshotting
on
them.
Twitter, so I'm pretty sure they all get ignored anyway.
But the thing is, if you are gonna host a space, those people won't be able to join, even though you probably don't want the toxic guys to join. But, hey, who knows?
Hey, I gotta say this real quick too. Those people that you be blocking, and then some of them you don't be blocking, it's literally the same person. They just have like 15 different accounts, and they're literally stalking you.
Definitely.
So just mute them.
Jimmy Form Color Molly. Yeah, no, they're easy to ignore. I don't know. Maybe it's a woman trait, y'all, but y'all gotta learn how to tune these people out, yo. You ain't never babysat. Some of y'all ain't never babysat, and it shows. Just tune these motherfuckers out, especially if it's been consecutively 5 episodes and they have not pulled up. If you have a Glober in your mention that's been in your mention for 5 episodes straight, and they have not shown up. Gather and understand that they are not going to pull the fuck up. They are just talking. They are just, in your mentions, taking up space, getting a check for the engagement. You only have
Begging
two
for your
options.
attention.
Your only options are to engage with the insufferable or to ignore them. Those are the only two options because there's no other solution. They're not going to leave you alone, and they're not going to pull up. Trust me, I dealt with the same thing.
And they're going to create another account just to keep on engaging. I'm telling you, bro, that's how it is. Super dedicated. As a matter of fact, yo, if we stop like doing what we do, if everyone in the community stopped doing what they do, like all the globe earthers would just like fall off. They wouldn't have no more content to create. They wouldn't know what to do with themselves. They'd be bored as hell. So they're playing with playing with Star Wars Legos.
You mean they'd find the edge and fall off?
Y'all really think Fight the Flat Earth would have anything to do with his life if we weren't here for him? Y'all really think he would have any more reason to go on and carry on if it wasn't for Flat Earth pushing him through? Nah. We are the blueprint they need to survive and eat.
I don't know what you talking. Why would I pay $3 for the app when I could just send somebody a $20 super chat and my whole comment could pop up on the screen? That's hella more value. Stop playing with FTFE.
Bros, man. I think Keon gave up on gravity, man. I don't think he believes in it anymore.
Keon, I know damn. Yo, Sigurd, did you see Keon trying to pop shit about atomic clocks and cesium and then ain't still man no argument?
Keon, no, you was not. No, you was not in the
made a
back chat.
point.
I was
He was in the back
actually
second gurgling on globe Earth. Sorry, let me keep it PG here. Yeah, Keon, I don't know what friends got in your ear, but they are steering you down the wrong path, especially if you friends with Black Wolf. Don't follow that yellow brick road to nowhere.
Yeah, I mean, it's a
Crowd
globe in
name dropping
itself.
crazy.
So.
Hey, Keon, you ain't in Kansas no more. Yeah, play with it if you want to. Follow that yellow brick road to nothingness if you want to.
Keon,
Yeah,
you know that they lying about something. That's the
Keon,
thing that's crazy. You know that they're lying about something. You know it, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you guys already know, like, when it comes to the moon and Mars, I agree 100% because I've seen the evidence. They're lying about it for sure because I've seen the evidence. But lately, I've been trying to understand gravity, right? This question was like, how do people at the South Pole? Because I've already, always ask myself this: how people at the geographic South Pole don't fall off the ball, right? And it's because of gravity. And so I went on and researched gravity, right? So I went through Newton's, and I already knew the basics, but I just researched a little bit more, and I went to Einstein as well. And then today, and it literally just hit me. Uh, I researched this guy called Eric Verlinde. I don't know if you guys heard of him. And another guy called Ernst Mach. I don't know if you heard of him as well.
Of
So,
course.
Machian principle.
oh yeah. So basically, they're saying that this force is basically an entropic force. So technically, the apple is falling off the tree because it wants to fall off the tree and join the earth, which is a bigger mass. You know, so it's like particles want to congregate together. That's essentially what these two guys are saying. And I literally just researched them, and it makes a lot of sense. Like it would literally explain gravity for what it is. That it's not a force, but things are just think naturally want to join each other.
But by what mechanism though?
Yeah, exactly. What pulls them?
There's no mechanism. That's the thing. It's not a force. It just a natural process. So the apple is literally doing what it's supposed to do.
That sounds like relativistic density to me.
Yeah, there's a mechanism. They just don't have it laid out. Actually, this leads into one question I've had, guys, real quick. What is the best refutation of mass attracting mass that you guys can put forward?
That's actually Newton is right. If you look at it from the perspective of these two guys, Newton is absolutely right. It's literally mass attracting mass.
Right, but
and smaller, like smaller masses are attracted to bigger masses.
I know the answer. It would be two fat people married.
So what do you guys have to refute what he was just saying? Because that's my question too. What is the best argument against mass versus that mass attracting mass?
So the way I learned it is that it's not necessarily that mass attracting mass needs a refutation. It's the variables that you're incorporating need to be isolated to determine what's the actual cause, the causality of why the mass is attracting. That's why we bring up electrostatics, because down to the base level, everything is attracted on the molecular level.
Well,
But
relativity states that the mass is creating a bending and warping of space-time. So they got that's laid out if you're talking in relativity terms, and that's what they speak in. So I mean, for them that makes sense. For me, that doesn't really make sense because I don't think space is bending.
Yeah, I mean, Einstein has been proven. Like they said that space is not actually bending.
Well, then,
so what I'm trying to say, there's nothing going on. It just the apple wanting to join the Earth.
No,
Literally,
there's
there's
obviously
just
something
nothing
going on.
going
Then, if they want to join, there is something causing that want
Yeah, and
that
that's
you're
why it's
calling it.
called
I mean,
and that's why it's called entropic force, because it's like every single particle in this universe is basically connected.
Yeah, that means it's not a vacuum,
that's
bro.
my understanding.
That means it's connected by something.
Yep.
And to
That's
answer
where I said
D3 question, for me, if we're gonna falsify mass attracting mass, it would have to be either or between, like we talk about Newtonian physics and mechanics with Newtonian gravity, or the Earth being in motion. So if we want to keep the Earth in motion, we got to get rid of mass attracting mass, because we can't detect those real forces, because that's what Newton accounts for, real forces, not fictitious forces, not pseudo forces, real forces. So if we're going to account for real forces, then we should be able to detect those real forces. So the globe Earth has got to make a decision. Are we going to keep mass attracting mass with real forces, or are we going to get rid of the Earth moving? Keon.
Yeah, I mean, I will ask you to maybe expand more on that, because I haven't actually understood it.
So,
like, what do you mean real forces?
So Newton said that gravity is a real force, right? It's a real force pulling two objects together. Right?
Yeah, and I would disagree with that. I would say that it is right in saying that mass attracts mass, but there's no force involved.
Well, that's Newton. So you can't.
Yeah, I agree with it to a certain point, but I don't think it's a force. I just think it's particles wanting to congregate.
Well, you're just saying it's just particles naturally doing something, but you're not invoking like any mechanism at all.
No, you're
So it's still
right. You're just saying want to.
Yeah, like it's
like,
choosing
like,
to,
hey,
like
buddy.
That's why
yeah, like some conscious.
That's I'm trying to explain. Like that's why it's called entropic force. It's like I said, it's like everything is connected, and they just do what they want to do.
Please define
That's why I say,
entropic force.
So my understanding is that every single particle in this universe is connected somehow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and smaller particles, like the apple is a smaller mass, want to congregate with other masses, right? For example, basically it falls off the tree because it wants to. Once it falls, once it detached from the tree, it wants to join the earth because that's where the other particles are. That's where most of the particles are. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. All right. Real quick, I'll just read the wiki here. It says an entropic force acting in a system is an emergent phenomenon resulting from the entire system's statistical tendency to increase its entropy, rather than from a particular underlying force on the atomic scale. So that's what they're saying. All right. So in your understanding, it just happens. They're just magically going together. Here it seems to state that it's some kind of emergent phenomenon.
That's a weird description. It's almost like,
That's what
oh,
that's
like the
it is
system
right now.
just, yeah, like the system's just gonna break down. So that's just what's gonna happen. Like,
Yeah.
Sound like
It
traditional
says a
anomaly.
resulting from the entire system's statistical tendency. So they're measuring that they're counting up how many times this happens. It's a stat, and it's just demonstrating a tendency to increase its entropy.
Yeah, so that's is literally saying that the apple is falling off the tree and getting to the ground because it wants to increase its entropy.
Right. So
Right.
entropy is dealing with what? Thermodynamics, yes?
Yeah, I believe so.
All right. So I would have to look into what this term actually really means, because it's a little vague. It's a little because I don't
Yeah,
understand it yet. So yeah.
This research Eric Verlinde and I think Ernst Mach, they basically say the same things.
Yeah, I think it's not so clear cut, and it's definitely not wanting to come together. That's not how they speak.
yeah,
There's a tendency due to something happening, and here it's saying something about entropy, right? So that's what you're referring to as the want. It's the tendency to increase entropy.
Right. So it wants to join the bigger mass.
Got you.
So it wants to increase its
it wants to
entropy.
find equilibrium.
Yeah, because I know entropy has its core to like the second law of thermodynamics and all of that. So I gotta reread stuff on that to kind of understand
Yeah,
where you're
it
coming
basically
from.
says it's always increasing, right? Entropy is always increasing. So it kind of makes sense that, the apple is falling off the tree and going
Well,
into the ground.
everything except the
'Cause-
whole entire solar system, right? Like everything expanded into like a perfect system. It doesn't seem to be breaking down.
Yeah,
So
I
yeah,
was just gonna say
typically
that.
everything's supposed to, fall into a disorderly fashion, except everything in existence, right?
I have a question sort of on this topic. If the sun's gravity keeps the earth going around it without flying off, and the earth's gravity keeps the moon going around it without flying away, how come when the moon is between the earth and the sun doesn't just steal the moon from us?
They didn't work out 3 bodies. They only did 2 at a time, bro.
Wait, can you ask the question again? Because I didn't understand.
If the sun's gravity holds the earth so that it continues to go around the sun and not fly off from centrifugal force, and the earth's gravity holds the moon so that it continues to go around the earth without flying off, how come during the times when the moon is in between the earth and the sun, does the sun's gravity not just steal the moon away from us?
Yeah, or at least shift it or something, right? You would think that would happen. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Interesting.
and the entropy thing that you're talking about, Keon, I don't see myself buying into it, because like it's not falling. You're saying that entropy is the reason, but like everything is not going into disorder. So I'm not so sure that that's really the case there.
Yeah, I mean, I think in this case, right, of the apple, it just entropy meaning, I guess, increasing its mass, right? Because entropy could be applied to consciousness, for example.
Well, they say that that's an
And I
assumption.
think,
We can't. There's no way to prove that really, because we don't even know what
oh yeah,
consciousness
I
is,
mean,
bro. Like,
yeah, but I mean, we know that according to the second law of thermodynamics, it's always increasing, right? We know
that's
that.
what they say. But again, these are man-made
Well, but
laws.
that's the principle, though. That it's not a theory. That's the principle. Like it's been proven.
Yeah, true. Okay.
It's always increasing. So I guess it applies to masses as well, not only to consciousness but to mass.
Well, again, we can't say it applies to consciousness at all because we don't know what consciousness is. So let's stop with that. Now, with mass or physical objects, we can do measurements, and it's essentially proven correct.
Well, I mean, we know technically we know what consciousness
No, we
is.
don't. Stop it. No.
Yeah.
No, we don't. Good. Nah, man. That's a whole different conversation, though. I'm not even
Yeah,
gonna
I
touch
mean, I
consciousness.
kind of researched a little bit, but of course, like I don't think we have a full understanding of it. But you know, there are some good ideas out there.
Yeah, it's some good ideas. I'll give you that for sure. So these guys
Keep
that you
asking
read, they
questions.
were saying that they were giving you this as a mechanism for gravity. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically, that's their interpretation
Okay.
of gravity.
Interesting.
Keep asking
So,
questions, Leon.
what was that, Proud?
I'm telling him to keep asking questions. He's on the right track. And in case you didn't realize, yes, Keon, you are smarter than Black Wolf. Please don't go backwards.
Facts. Facts. That is a fact. Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna comment on that, but appreciate it.
That dude. Ooh wee.
I posted Zach's video on incoherent electrostatics in the purple pill down here.
Nice. So, Keon, what Sacred was telling you though was that, like, without the gravity, without mass attracting mass, then you have to hop over to general relativity. But in general
Yeah, I
relativity,
mean,
you have to believe that space itself is bending and warping. So it's kind of like pick the lesser of two evils if you want to maintain with those two, right? Newton's mass attracting mass, or the bending and warping.
Do y'all know where Einstein?
Yeah, we learned that the bending and warping is not happening. So we got to throw that out of the window.
Okay.
Do you know where Einstein
So
was
wait,
before he
hold
had
on
all
one second. So Keon,
Hit him.
so if bending and warping is out the window and relativity is not really a thing, right? Because that's what relativity is. Then how do you explain the lack of motion without Einstein's relativity?
Well, how do I explain the lack of motion?
Right, because if we're going to use instruments like interferometry, it's going to detect real forces, right? So if something is going, we talked about this before, if something's moving along a circular path, it's going to detect that, whether it's rotating or just moving in a circle. It's going to detect those real forces on, no matter what it is. It could be the hand of God pulling something in a circle. It could be electricity pulling something. It could be a magnet pulling something in a circle. Interferometry is going to detect any force acting upon an object as long as it's moving. Actually, they linearized it now recently too. So they could detect linear motion as well. So if we have these instruments that are supposedly designed to detect forces at a very precise measurement, precise level, but they can't do it. And they say, well, we aren't detecting these real forces because they're not real. It's relativistic. You think we're going in an orbital path and some real force is acting upon the Earth, but it's a fictitious force. It's an apparent force. It's a pseudo force. And we're not really going in a curved path. It's actually a linear path. So this is how we're explaining away not being able to detect real forces acting upon an object in motion, which is what Newton's laws appeal to, real forces. So if you're saying relativity is no good for you, you need that to keep your Earth in motion. Otherwise, you have to explain why these instruments don't detect those real forces.
Relativity says they're not real.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And I mean, if you're talking about the Earth, I mean, I think you mentioned that the Earth goes in a linear path instead of going around the sun, right?
Yeah,
I
so
mean,
basically your Earth that you believe in is now stationary because you can't explain the lack of motion. So are you good with a stationary Earth?
Yeah.
No, I think he's moving,
I got
but
a question.
I haven't looked into that. I haven't looked into that deeply, so I wouldn't know.
All right. So when you look into that deeply, right? So first, I got a question. What size sweater do you want? Because we gonna get you a welcome to Flat Earth sweater. All right.
I'm gonna clip you up and put you in that chat you love appealing to, Keon. Don't play with me.
Welcome on board, bro. Welcome on board. Go do your research, like you just said.
But you would agree, Keon, right, that if I'm correct in my assertion in explaining the difference between Newton's gravity and Einstein's gravity, and Newton says these are real forces, we should be able to detect it with this instrumentation, and then we don't detect it. And then we say, well, we have to use a different form of physics to explain this, right? If you look into that, and since you don't appeal to Einstein's relativity, then you would have to say, hey, I'm now a stationary earther because I don't believe in relativistic effects due to Einstein's mechanics.
Yeah, I mean, like when it comes to Newton, I don't I haven't connected it to the orbit of the Earth, right? I just agree with him when he says mass attract mass. That's what makes sense to me. Now, because I researched that space is not bending or warping or anything, so I don't actually know like what's going on when when they suppose orbit, the Earth orbits around the sun. Like I don't know what's going on, but I guess that's still gravity as we call it.
I think you
So,
should. Okay, go ahead.
no, go ahead, D3. Let me get the thought together. Go ahead.
Okay, I think you should check out Shane's work on his on the models that he's put together, showing you.
Yeah, I can't. Oh, okay, I can hear you now.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I think you should check out Shane's models that he's put together that show an alternate and pretty logical way that these
Yeah,
things
I
could.
can't hear him.
Oh, you can't hear me?
I don't know.
He
I can
going,
hear D3,
he
but
going in and out for you, Keon.
Yeah, it's going in and out for me. But try now.
Okay, am I going in and out for everybody or just Keon?
Oh, I can clearly hear you now.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, cool. Yeah, Keon, real quick. I think you should check out Shane's work on the flat Earth model that he's put together. It gives an alternate view of what could be possible.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop because I can't hear him at all.
Shit. I thought third time was supposed to be a charm, man. What's going on?
they're like, y'all about to convert one of our globe zealots into a flat earther? No. Abort, abort, abort.
I think he was almost there, man. He had to go away.
He not a zealot,
Right?
but they trying to corrupt him.
No, he was, but I think hanging out over here, he's starting to realize, like, hey, man, level heads is kind of something different.
Bro,
Nah,
that's what
trust me,
happened
Steve.
to me.
I'm gonna figure that out as well. This I researched the orbit of the Earth around the sun. I come up with an explanation for that.
Cool.
How? What explanation you gonna come up with?
Well, I
you should
mean,
just say, you know what? That's a good point. I'm a stationary earther. No, you know what? You should do your research, bro. Continue to do your research, but you're gonna find out that you need relativity to keep your Earth in motion. So if you don't believe in that, your Earth that you believe in is not in motion.
That's right.
And that's gonna be a problem for you, bro. And you know that we don't be capping over here.
So good luck on your journey, bro. We're gonna double back on you next week.
Yeah, and let me know what size for that sweater.
Hey, yo, Keon, man, we can only show you the door. You got to walk through it.
Yeah,
He just
I'm gonna
love his
check. I'm gonna
aliens,
check.
bro. That he just wanted the aliens to drop down at them UFOs. Then he'd be good. If he get his aliens, he'll appeal to anything.
But listen, before like I did research on flat Earth, I did research on ET, extraterrestrials, and all of that. And I guarantee you, if you do the same, like you're gonna find evidence for that shit, bro. Like real evidence.
Ancient technology, bruh.
They could still work on a flat Earth, Keon. They just not coming out the sky and from light years away. That's it, bro. Just let the sky aliens go.
They're just down here with us. They're not out in outer space. I used to think that stuff too. That was my only explanation for everything because it was all crazy. But once you go flat, man, everything becomes clear, man. I ain't lying, dude. Just accept it. Let it happen. Let it flow through you, man.
They're coming from underground.
The mind can't see when the eyes are blind, bro. Can only show you the door. You got to walk through it on your own, man. We ain't gonna convince you of anything.
Inner Earth, man. Outer lands.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good assessment. Like you said, they could be from underground, under the ocean, and all of that. But because I haven't seen evidence for the non-existence of space. So until that, I'm gonna believe they come from outside as well.
But what you mean? We just seen a bunch of ice on them rockets. How is the ice in a vacuum? You know what happens to ice in a vacuum, bro.
I saw some maple leaves on a rocket too once.
I saw some moths on a rocket.
Man,
I just saw a rocket skimming across the firmament like a motorboat.
I thought everything out in space was, once you're going that speed, everything is going that speed. How is that maple leaf even moving? I thought it would just be going the same speed as everything else because it's all relative out there.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to space, I'm with you guys. I think, I think NASA is lying a lot. You guys already know my position on the moon landing being faked and pictures of Mars being.
Hey, that's a
taken.
lead-off base hit right there, bro.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen evidence for that. So, I don't trust NASA. You guys already know that. So I think when it comes to like the next moon landing of moon landing or Mars landing, I personally believe those are gonna be faked. Once again, that's my personal belief. So, and if you think about it, it's like it is gonna be impossible to know whether it's real or not. The way AI is advancing at the moment. Like they can literally easily fake that.
So the horizon looks flat. Neil deGrasse Tyson said we can't even get higher than we can't see the curvature if we're only at about 50 miles. And then the only way to get higher than that is through some of these space agencies. So how do we know that there's any convexity to the Earth?
I mean, I've seen hundreds of videos, and unless all of these videos are fake, because all
Videos
of them
from
could
who though?
occur.
Videos from who?
Like videos from people. I mean, GoPros have been sent to all altitudes. I mean, I know you guys don't believe the the ISS.
I mean, you don't either. You said the space agencies be lying.
Yeah,
right. Like if you go to a candy store and you get a candy that's poison, you gonna go to that candy store anymore? You gonna say, yeah, let me try one more time.
No. I mean, listen. When it comes to NASA, I don't believe what they say past the atmosphere. Like I don't think they ever sent anyone outside of the Van Allen belt. But I believe, at least for my research, I mean, there are stuff that don't make sense, like geostationary satellites being in the belt because they're like 35,000 kilometers. So they're right in the middle of the Van Allen belt, right? Which doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you put something in a radiation zone? But hey, if
That's
these
a
people
good
have,
question, Keon.
but hey, if
Well,
these
actually,
people have,
say the Van Allen belts actually start about 400 to 600 miles above Earth. So if the ISS is only doing 250, it's not in it.
Yeah. Do you think they sent any other ships, not non-manned vehicles, through the Van Allen belt out into interstellar space or out into our solar system?
that's the thing. Like when it comes to just spacecraft, I'm not sure whether they're able to send stuff out. But from
Yeah,
my
me
research,
either.
yeah, I don't know whether they're able to send them out. But when it comes to manned mission, that's literally impossible at the moment. Unless they figure out a way.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. Does anybody know where the James Webb Telescope is located at this point? How many miles out that is? Let me try to look it up.
I think it's like 1.5 million kilometers. So it's really far.
I believe I
Yeah,
saw a video with it in the side of a large Boeing.
that's what it says here too. 1.5 million kilometers, so a million miles.
Yeah, and that's like kind of incredible. Like I don't know how they're doing this stuff. Especially
Right.
even when you think about the Voyager 1 and 2. Those are even further from us.
Bought an airplane.
Right. Huh.
Was it the spacesuit, Keon? Is that what tipped you on you can't go out into space?
I think it's you know I don't like if you go through the belt basically, like it's either you have the tech to be protected from the radiation, or you're not going through that because you're basically gonna die. Because apparently
Facts.
there are like high energy protons. And basically you're gonna die. So unless they have the tech to go through that with being 100% protected, that's it basically impossible. At least with conventional technology, what they show us publicly.
Here's another question. Does anybody know how they actually track the distance that their ships are going? Like, what are those based on? Because we know that GPS is based on a specific model, right? So what are they what are they using to track the distance? Is it sight at a million miles? I don't think so, right? I mean, I could be wrong, but is it then another model that they're using?
Also, if you don't think any human can survive out in space, as I think you said, how did they put the ISS together?
See, not yeah, this makes me wonder what I think it's a model. I want to know what model they're using to determine the distance of the spacecraft that they've put out there, and or if they're using the redshift, blue shift distances that they've calculated for the stars, which we know is questionable as well. So, what are they using to say this thing is a million miles out? That's my
I think
next question.
they're full of shit. You haven't you haven't seen stuff bang off. You haven't seen that like SpaceX just showed one of its last things, and it took off. It arched. It ditched its two boosters, and then it hit whatever's up there. I believe it's the waters above, and it started. It looked just like a motorboat going through the water, leaving a big fat wake. And like when well, uh, I don't know. I'd have to have some kind of proof that somebody's gone
Yeah,
beyond
it's
that.
hard to tell from down here, right?
Like, if you want me to give you the steel man of how they determine the distance to the James Webb Telescope.
Dude, that
I
would be
would
perfect.
say, yeah, I'll give you what I think the steel man is, and it's probably accurate. Y'all probably agree. There's probably some kind of like ping mechanism on there where they send a relay to the telescope, and then the time it takes for that ping to get there and then return, and then that's how they determine the distance. That would be my only guess.
So you think it's just a time difference that they're measuring?
Right.
And hitting a moving target that's spinning, orbiting, and hurling through space at 500,000 miles an hour.
Hey, bro, I'm just telling you what I think that they would say for their answer. I'm not I'm not advocating for it.
Show me.
Right.
So what's the altitude of that Tesla, that red Tesla with the how far is it?
About 5 feet.
But here's the thing. So, I mean, if they're lying about the moon, right, and Mars, the moon is not really far. So the thing with me is like, why should we trust anything they say after that? You know, like if you can't send the probe to the moon and take real pictures of the moon, why would I believe anything you say after that?
Let me ask you this, Keon.
Buddy.
Real quick, Nick. Let me ask you this, Keon. So, what if I told you that when they say they're going to the moon or they're going to Mars, those are actually like military missions to outer lands, and they just have designations for those names, just like when in World War II when they crashed Omaha Beach. That's not called Omaha Beach. That was just a military name.
Yeah, I don't know about that. What I heard is that, you know, the rockets actually took off, but what they did, they went to orbit and just went around the planet and they came back down. So they haven't left, they
Right, but
haven't
what if
left
I
the
told
Earth.
you like, oh, they're going to the moon, but really it's like a designated location beyond Antarctica, or they're going to a Mars and that's a different designated location beyond Antarctica. And it's just a military name to keep the people confused, so
Okay,
that
I'm
way they
back. I
don't
have
know
a
what's going on.
question.
Go
The
ahead, Nick.
James Webb, when it was launched, it went into orbit. They deployed it from the rocket, though the telescope itself put out its arms and everything. It's in orbit of the Earth. How does it leave Earth's orbit and park itself 1 million miles away in the Lagrange point, which varies by tens of thousands of miles, every month or something? Because
At
we
like
changed.
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it's
this is what I'm
70,000.
saying.
It's in orbit. It's deployed. What makes it leave orbit and park itself 1 million miles away?
Well, what they're saying, they say that it got in orbit at the Lagrange point. That's what they're saying. L2.
That is not what they're saying. They said it goes 1 million miles away. It's showing us in orbit. It's showing that it is literally not maybe 1,000 miles up, not 1 million miles away. And that's where they deployed it. And the reason they did that is because they could show you the ball Earth during the deployment. So everyone goes, "Oh, the ball Earth," right? That's not the official story. The official story is it has to go and put itself in a Lagrange point. Who
Right.
took it there? And how did it find that point, that perfectly magical point that varies because the Earth gets 3.5 million miles closer every 6 months, and then farther 6 months? How does it find that magical point? This is mental gymnastics nonsense, okay? None of it's real.
Yeah, I'm still 50-50 on that for the
Well,
spacecraft.
I will say this. If none of it is real, then we can't use any of that, any of the data points that they return back, such as redshift blue shift mismatch. Anything that they're reading from instruments out there concerning the microwave background. We can't use any of that in our arguments then, because if we're saying that they're completely fake, then we can't use any of that to point out flaws in
So
relativity.
I totally agree. We can take it one step farther. Stars and our sun are gases that decided to collapse upon themselves instead of violently fill the available space and turn into nuclear furnaces that burn hundreds of billions of tons every minute, but never get any smaller. So therefore, breaking the basic laws of physics, stars are not what they say. Space is fake. So why are we even discussing the International Space Station or telescopes or anything in space? Because it's all complete and total, you know what?
Yeah, you got a
Yeah,
few
I
good.
mean, I don't know about that, about space being fake. I mean, do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, the evidence is gas. So here on Earth, we can do a million experiments: high pressure, low pressure, vacuum. Take a box of air, open it up. Take a vacuum, a box of with a vacuum, open it up, and the air violently fills the available space. Except in outer space, when you have enough gas, it decides to collapse upon itself and create a burning star. Our star being one of the smallest stars out there, right? But all of these gases just fall upon each other, create their own gravity, and start this nuclear furnace in a vacuum of space. That story is so stupid that no one can even process how stupid it is. Therefore, they just give up and don't even think about it. So, space is scientifically impossible. No need to discuss anything that goes on there. It's Narnia. It's worse than Narnia. Narnia is real next to that.
Do you know which I'm glad you're back. Do you know which system they use to do the tracking of distance? We've had a couple of suggestions, but do you have any ideas?
Yeah, they use the NASA coordinate longitude space measuring device. It's the
Coordinate
NPALSPM.
longitude.
I made that
What
up.
was it?
The X-14 space
Okay. No,
modulator.
I was about to look it up. Like, hold on, let me see what this is. 'Cause I really want to figure out what model they're using. Because if we falsify the model they're using, like, then there goes that. That's just another proof.
Yeah, think about this. Here on Earth, the largest telescopes, when they're doing these deep space images, which they are doing long exposure images, where they're tracking, a star, and they really zoom in on it, and we don't know how far it is, but these telescopes are on like 10-foot thick cement pads, and the operator during the time of exposure has to literally tiptoe around in socks because the vibration of his shoe could ruin the long exposure because of a slight vibration. That's what they tell us. Did they forget that the Earth is spinning 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, and chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour while this is going on? Right? Did they forget that? And then if you look at the James Webb or the trash can that they call the Hubble, that thing is doing all of those things and traveling 17,000 miles an hour in a fifth direction. Okay. But somehow it could focus on a single point and do long exposures. It's so stupid that people can't figure it out. Not because they're stupid, because it's stupid. All right. I'm fired up.
Also on that, if they try to say that gravity is the reason why these things are turning into all this gas is turning into stars and stuff or suns and whatnot, but like you say, it should equalize and stay in the vacuum there. I would kind of debunk mass attracting mass. Gravity has to be its own thing.
Yeah, sacred. So I found lately, in particular with my Christian friends, the ones that are perhaps open to anti-evolution. If I can typically get them to assent
You know what I
with like
like is when the Globers don't have anything to say because they're thinking. I like that. Hopefully they're thinking, and maybe their ego is not so big where they're able to say, you know what? Everything that I've based my entire life's beliefs around is wrong, and it's time to reassess. Because that's what we all did. That's what we all did. And, it's to be a Glober, you have to just imagine everything. Everything is imagination.
That's a fact. Hold on, Dave. I don't think you can hear holistic. I
Yeah,
don't know.
Dave, can you hear me?
I do not hear anybody else.
Hold on. Let me drop the holistic down and see if that'll fix it.
I don't think he heard me either. Can you hear anybody?
I heard whoever just said that.
Okay,
I
yeah.
can hear him just.
Proud, bring holistic back up. Do you got powers?
We were talking about distance a little bit last night and how they like determined distance to Jupiter and what gas is on Jupiter.
Yeah, the distances, that stuff, man. I don't think they really know what they're talking about.
Well, I haven't really gotten a definitive answer from Globers as to how they send frequency, radar, light to these celestial objects in the first place. Especially the sun. Like, wouldn't it burn off? Or like how does the laser not attenuate at some point? Like all these
Well, yeah,
questions.
the sun is supposedly a black body, so it would absorb any radio frequencies. So, yeah, I don't know.
I have a question. Jupiter is made of 98 or 99% helium and hydrogen, which defy gravity here on Earth. But Jupiter, they say, has more gravity than all of the other planets combined. So my question is, how much hydrogen and helium do you need before it collapses upon itself and creates gravity?
And why doesn't it want to equalize with the vacuum?
Because
Yeah.
there's so much of it that it falls upon itself. Look at the stars, the nebulas, right? You know what a nebula is? A nebula is dust and gas in a vacuum that's falling upon itself, making stars. And then when after it makes a star, it just kicks it out like a ping pong ball machine and places it somewhere in the cosmos. Because if it was collapsing upon itself and making stars, wouldn't it just make one giant star? Why would it make
Man,
little ones and kick them out like a
But
gumball machine?
you just
but
don't
Dave,
understand physics, you dumb flurf.
Thank you.
but
I'll
Dave,
take
I just
that.
gotta understand, man. Like,
You know,
if
next time I'm going to bring Baller Dave on, and he's going to tear you guys apart.
I don't know if he can hear you,
Can you hear
Sheepdog.
me?
Hold on, let me drop you down.
I'll drop down.
Sacred. So the bit I've been doing lately, and I had P-Dubs screaming at me the other day.
Oh wait, Dave. So can you hear Holistic right now talking?
No, I cannot. I hear you perfectly.
Really? All right,
So
hold on.
it's Dave.
I'm
It's
gonna
Dave's
I'm
connection.
I'm gonna drop you down and just look for the request if you want to come back up to speak. Sometimes we glitch out over here.
Hey Dave,
Yeah,
can you hear me?
hear both.
I just heard somebody say, "Can you hear me?"
I saw you do a
Hold
really
on, I had to drop him
nice.
down. I had to drop him down. I had to drop him down.
It wasn't him
Oh.
that put that up there, I don't think.
I saw Dave do a real nice angular resolution explaining if our sun is a star and it's 93 million miles away, and what they claim for the distance of all the other stars, that there's no possible way we could see them.
No, there isn't. But I really want Dave to hear this. I don't know if he's going to come back up. All right. Let me know when you can hear me, Dave.
So I'm back on. I got cut off because of the time delay switching from listener to speaker. So you said something about the sun. I did something with the sun. Go ahead.
Well, real quick. I just wanted to ask. I said, if helium and hydrogen are falling and collapsing on themselves, how come when I drop helium and hydrogen on Earth, it rises instead of falls?
Because you don't have enough of it. You have to have enough of it so it collapses upon itself.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Uncle.
Dave, I think you did a real cool explanation on angular resolution that you explained the distance from our eye to our sun, and then twice as far away and whatever far away, and then there's the distance at which we can't see the sun no more.
Yeah,
And they
so the
claim,
distance at a light day away that is far beyond where we'd be able to see the sun, because the sun's 8 light minutes away, double the distance, it's a quarter of the size. That's 2
yeah,
times the distance. 4 times it's a 16th. 8 times that's a light hour. It looks like the size of a star, maybe the size that we see the light they call Jupiter. And then make that 24 times farther, that's a light day. There's no chance you could even see it. Compare that to Polaris, which is 46 times bigger. So if we made Polaris 46 light days away, it's beyond anything that we could see as far as angular size goes. And that's not even 2 months. And they tell us it's 433 light years away. Again, mental gymnastics in belief
yeah,
in Narnia is where you have to be.
yeah.
Yeah.
So Sacred, the 2 bits I've been doing lately, one to persuade friends and Christians, and the other one for people like P-Dubs, who was absolutely screaming at me the other day because I just would not let the topic move on until we determined the distance to the sun and how that was calculated. And we went through every bit, we went through every single thing that people say, and then P-Dubs just eventually, they just start screaming, and I'm like, P-Dubs, you're Superman. You can see 10 trillion miles. First of all, you got to tell me how that works. And 2, how do you know the distance to triangulate in the first place? That's typically where we start, and then we get into the we just measure the light because I said we measure the light and it's different.
Basically, the light is different, so it must be this.
That's a good troll, though. I like that. I feel like I need the experts. I want to know the distance to the sun, and I want to know how we did it, and I want to know why it was originally 400,000, and then it went incrementally up like 2 or 3 million at a time, and now we're at 100 million. Please tell me.
It's because
Math, bro.
science gets better and better over time, man. They get more and more accurate over time. So that's how.
You know what? I got to take that back. I believe they used the distance of Mercury to triangulate. They guessed it, I believe, and they got it correct. So,
Well, I think it was they said that Venus is approximately the same size as Earth. When it transited the sun, they saw different transit times from different locations. They did some really good math, and they determined that the sun's 93 million miles away. The problem is, I think Venus is the size of a beach ball.
Welcome science, bro.
I got a question for you, Dave. I mean, it's a different question, but like, do you think it's possible to fly south of Antarctica?
Well, that's something that I don't know. The answer is we don't know. Now, personally, if I had to take a guess, yeah, I think that there is a way out. I personally have zero proof of this. There's some evidence, but zero proof that there is other lands beyond the shoreline of Antarctica. How this world is set up, I don't know. We want the right to go explore. I think that there may be different worlds, ponds, like we live in a pond, and there's an energetic dome over us, and we all live under a bigger dome, which could fit biblically and scientifically. But again, the real answer is I have no friggin' idea, but I want the right to go explore. We want airships back. There was airships that were traveling all over the earth that were using radium engines. You know what the exhaust of a radium engine is? Helium, a self-fulfilling ship that can run forever and never have to land. They've hidden that from us because that's how they're hiding the world. So can we go past Antarctica? I don't know, but that's where the answer is. Hey, isn't it interesting? The two places that would prove the Earth is flat or globe would be the North Pole and the South Pole. Both places you can't go physically and you can't go virtually. Go on your Google Earth, the web version, because they fixed the other one, and draw a perimeter around any continent. It'll tell you the square area. Any section of ocean, it'll tell you the square miles. Do it around Antarctica, around the North Pole, and it won't circle it. It'll make like a crescent moon around it. And that's because they're lying. Just because they're lying. That's it.
Yeah, but I'm
That's
asking
that model.
because actually we can fly south of Antarctica. Like there are
No,
direct
you can't.
flights. Yeah, you can.
Stop it.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro.
No, you can't.
Bro,
Stop it.
you know what's the polar route?
Well, no, there's someone that they had the world record for north-south circumnavigation, world record time. And they show you the route. They literally show you the route. They went from like South America up through I forget the whole route, but they literally just touched the North Pole, okay, and then they went down around Australia, wherever it was, and then they literally touched the perimeter of the South Pole, and then they came up and around. It was a big circle. You plot out on a flat Earth map. It's just a circle on a flat Earth map. They never went from Santiago and showed up in Sydney or New Zealand. They
But
never did that.
that's the path. Like that's the fly path. Like it's literally south of Antarctica.
No,
Yeah,
it's
bro.
not
No, it's
You
south.
can
not.
They
literally
went there and they turned
Google that right
around.
now.
They went there and they turned around. There's
No.
no one's ever gone south and then come back to north.
That's the fly path,
Doesn't matter.
No.
No one's ever done it.
bro. Just research polar route or Great Circle route. It's
Put it
south of
in the
Antarctica.
but we got a pill right. We got a bubble right now, Keon. Throw it in there. Go ahead. Bring your Antarctica evidence.
yeah, Sager. So if I can typically get if they're a Christian and they might be perhaps anti-evolution, I can get them to assent to. There's no criteria for proving either way. Whether we have the heliocentrism or geocentrism, the George Ellis quote, the Hubble quotes. If you can get them to assent to that, of course they'll ask, well, why? Why the lie? and we do it well. If you won't take the $60 million a day, or perhaps even hiding lands, you hit them with something like, they want you to think you're just some monkey man. You're no longer the center of the universe, despite the fact it could be either way. They want you to not trust your senses. They want you to assent to analytical descriptions of reality. Therefore, you will believe anything they say. Next thing you know, they're cutting off, what's of your children. And if you start out with a sort of emotional thing there, I found I can get my foot in the door like that, telling them, as long as they're Christians and, open-minded.
So the why to lie is one of my favorite answers. Go to my channel, DITRH, if you haven't seen it yet. One of my recent videos is why would they lie about the shape of the earth, or something like that. I was doing a talk to a group of truthers, not flat earthers, most of them, in Canada, and they asked that question, and I kind of laid it out really well. So I made a short video of it. Check that out and share that with people when they say why the lie. It's also in the why the lie section on the app on the FAQ page. And I think it's the top video on that list right now. So check that out. And then you were saying something else, and I forget what I was going to say about it. It was
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in quickly. So see the great circle route. Somebody just posted. It's called the Flev Earther. It just posted the pictures, showing the path of the flights from South America to Australia or New Zealand. It's literally south of Antarctica.
So hold on a second. I just made a flight route from South America to there also, and I can show it to you on a map. Can you
No.
prove to
But
me
these are
that you're?
flights you can book. These are
No, you
flights you can
can't.
book
You
right now.
you can book the flight, but that's not the route they take. As a matter of fact, we had Max Egan, who hated flat Earth at the time, and he said, "I take these flights," and he was flying from Sydney to New Zealand or Australia, and a nonstop flight. And we said, okay, we're going to prove. A lot of flat earthers were saying the flight didn't exist, and it does exist. And so we did a live stream where we had him at the airport. We had him loading on the plane. We had him on the plane until he lost signal. We tracked the plane according to where they told us, and they were showing it going over Antarctica and everything. And then he landed, and he quickly logged back in. We were still going 14 hours later, and just to prove that the flight was real, so no one could say, "Hey, we edited it," whatever. And that was good. But he took compass readings along the way, and his compass readings made no sense on the route, because if he was going from Santiago, he'd be heading south and then southwest to get there. But he didn't. He headed northwest, then west, and then southwest, and then south. And if you take those compass readings at the times that he took them and chart them out on a flat Earth map, it's a straight line on a flat Earth map. And so his compass is also conspiring to make you think we live on a globe. And it's wrong, because the route that they showed you on the seat back showed a different route, which you can never confirm. But the compass confirmed the flat Earth route. So I don't know what to make of that.
Hey, Dave, did you ask him by any chance if, while his compass was making all those turns, if he felt any angular velocity changes?
I did not ask him that. It was hard enough to keep him awake to take the friggin' compass readings.
Right.
That's a
So
boring flight, man.
basically you saying that, they're lying about the flight path. They
Dude, they're lying
Well,
Provably,
about
they're
this.
right.
lying about the flight path. And then the other argument in the Southern flight routes is, oh, it would take too long. The flight from from California to the UK is longer than the flight from Santiago to Australia, which makes no sense on a flat Earth map. Kind of true, but as I always use the example, if I have a new Porsche and I'm driving from Connecticut to California, and my grandma has her old Datsun, and she's driving from Connecticut to Salt Lake City, who's going to get there first? I'm going to get there first because I'm going faster. So the flights that do these direct routes are only flown by a handful of military pilots. They're the Dreamliner, I forget what they're called, but they have 7 layers of heat resistant paint on it. That's weird. Okay, kind of like maybe they're going faster than they're telling us. And the other thing is they fly at 45,000 feet, and at those heights, we found documents saying that there's consistent winds up to 350 miles an hour circling up there, circling around the center. So you put a plane that's going like 600 miles an hour in a 350 mile an hour tailwind. Now it's going 1,000 miles an hour. All right. And these flight times make perfect sense, absolute perfect sense on a flat Earth. Compass readings confirm that those are the routes that they're taking. And the fact that sometimes the flight takes 5 hours longer than they predicted proves that, yes, they are using winds that aren't always consistent. And many times those flights are canceled at the last minute because because the winds are not cooperating, and they cancel the flight and they put you on a 26-hour, 3 connection flight.
Dave, have
Right.
you ever spoken with that pilot ever again? He was the one very confident. He was like a pilot, I believe, in the Navy, and I think you debated him maybe a year or two ago or something.
Kelsey, the pilot that YouTube pushed out there said that he'll book the flight and we can go and everything. Is that who you're
He was
talking
like a
about?
Navy fighter. I just remember him
Oh.
being so confident, and it was like a confidence game. And he didn't have any coherent arguments, but he was just like, "I flew a plane in the Navy. You're not gonna tell me this."
Oh, that was with Michael Sardian and his pilot friend, and he freaked out during that debate when we went on break. We had an insider there
You
that
were
was telling us what's going on.
trying.
Yeah, it was so pathetic, right? And these guys, I don't think they're liars. I think they just believe what they're saying because their egos are so big. Those guys are that whole team. They're not interested in truth. They're just interested in being right. Right? Flat earthers are not interested in being right. We like being right, but we're interested in the truth. That's how we became flat earthers.
Well, I try to get my friends to I will always give them my criteria for immediately admitting I'm wrong, admitting defeat. I'll say, just give me the zoom in and show my Australian friend upside down or circumnavigate the Earth going south. I would even take that as a criteria, but they will never even give me like their criteria. I can never get them to assent to any criteria that would they would agree would make them no longer believe.
Oh, they usually tell you that you can, if you can show me China from California, then I'll believe it. That's what they'll tell you.
That's the whole, you can't see that far ever, anywhere on the clearest of days.
Man, they can't even admit that a ship, if it goes over a curve, the bow would have to start going down.
Well, I mean, theoretically, right? Like if you are on a flat plane, you don't even need to to elevate too much in order to see the whole plane, right? Like you don't need to go kilometers up. You just need to elevate a little bit, and technically, you should be able to see the whole plane. Is that a correct assessment?
Not the whole thing. You don't even know how much it is.
Yeah, but
you have to have dimensions in order to know if you can see the whole thing. And we don't see forever.
Yeah, but I mean, we can agree that you should be able to see far more than on a globe.
We had this talk, Keon, remember? Like, the only way you're going to see forever is if you remove all the air off of the Earth. And even then, you have perspective.
Hey, Keon, you know what I don't like about the maps and the flight plans that they show, especially the flight plans, is that the flight plans are all based on a model, right? And so Google Earth is also based on a model. These models are called geoids, right? And there's a bunch of them. So I just put in the pill there a page that you can research geoids. So I don't know what to make of the flights and the paths and everything myself, bro. But it's just, if they're based on a geoid, then you have to think about how are the geoids made. Are they actual measurements or are they mathematically derived calculations? You know what I'm saying? And that's what they seem to be.
I encourage people on the app, just go to the images section and search Southern flight routes. Just type in Southern and all of the flight routes will come in. Just take a good look at them. And if you want to go deeper on the FAQ page, go to Southern Flights. And there's all sorts of videos where we show you Max's flight. We show you what happened. We explain it. All the work has been done for you, but it's up to you to take the time to go look at the information that we've given you.
So Keon, so do you agree, like, if someone's on a plane and then the GPS data on the screen is saying you're going in this direction, it should match the same direction on your physical compass.
Yeah, I agree.
And if it doesn't match, what does that mean? Potentially.
You're going in the wrong path.
So that's exactly what Dave is talking about. So you should look. I think we actually we may have dropped some content on Max Egan, but I'm pretty sure there's like a full video somewhere on the app where Dave got it.
It's in the frequently asked questions area under Southern Flights, or you can probably just use the search and type in Max Egan, and it'll come right up.
Right, but let me ask you this: so, did he use the compass on other flights, or only on those type of flights?
That's the only one he did it on, but other people have used compasses on flights, but the data we had, and when they used it, it wasn't clear. But I'm going to be taking a flight to the UK, and I'm going to document every hour which way the compass is looking. The problem
Yeah,
is, though,
because
from New York to the UK is in the north, and there's not a big difference, but there is a difference.
yeah,
But it's the
because that's
southern
what I'm
flights that
saying.
matter.
Like, you need something to compare it with, right? Because you can't just take the one information. Like, you gotta use the compass on multiple flights and then compare them, see if they change.
Hey, Keon, real quick, just like you got to understand something. So the compass is in comparison to the globe map, right? And what's lining up is the compass is lining up with the Gleason map instead of the globe concept. So you're like, oh, you need other tests. Absolutely, I don't disagree, but as it appears, the compass seems to align with the Gleason map instead of the globe. Is what it boils down to.
Right. Let's say we had 20 tests of this same thing, right? And they all proved that it's a globe. Well, then we would have to think, well, what the hell happened with this one that Dave did that shows that it wasn't a globe, right?
Yeah, exactly.
For
That's
that,
exactly
for,
my point. Like, you can't
right,
take one information.
right. But it's all we got for now. Actually, guys, if I'm in Dubai now, and what I've read online is that the Asia to America flights often take a North Pole route that Keon is talking about. So if I happen to go from Asia directly over to, say, I think it was San Francisco, they said was one of the flights. If that's my path, then I'll try to do this experiment myself as well.
Yo, that'll be fire. We got to get you to talk to the pilot too.
Sacred, do you know?
Hey,
My bad.
and for those of you that like are all pilots in on it on the FAQ page on the app, there's are all pilots and scientists in on it, and there's a 3-hour video, 27 pilots talking about the Earth is flat, plus a ton of other videos. So anyone that says, "Oh, what are all pilots in on it," is just being ignorant and not willing to look at the information. It's all there for you to see. Google's hiding it, but it's all there on the app.
You think a pilot would allow someone to say, "Hey, man, can you set this GoPro up in your
So
window
So
there?"
the answer is no to that. But I am being very friendly with a couple of pilots from unmentioned large airlines who are full on flat earthers, and they say that they're not allowed to use any personal recording devices in the cockpit. So they were just waiting for an opportunity where their co-pilot's also on board with them, and they can do a video that no one will be able to tell what flight it was so they don't get fired. So they make it very difficult for pilots to do that, but I think that they're going to be able to pull it off.
So what do they do with their phones? Do they lock them up outside of the cockpit?
Maybe they have them and they're just not allowed to use them. I've gotten some photos from some pilots, but just a quick photo. But a photo doesn't really do much. Like a time lapse, showing that the stars in the distance don't rise overhead as you're diving 4,000 miles over a ball, where those stars on the horizon should now be at your zenith. But for some crazy reason, they remain at your horizon for the entire flight. Yeah.
Why can't you film
What are they trying to hide? I think they are trying to hide that they don't hold too much fuel too.
Yeah, that's hilarious. Hey, Keon, I got one more question for you, right? Because we're talking about planes and flights, and I was just thinking about a post somebody made yesterday that I reposted. All right, when you're looking at an airplane go away from you, right? You see it go overhead. When it's overhead, you're looking directly up at the bottom of the plane. And then as it goes away from you, all the way to the horizon, what happens to the angle that you can see of the airplane? Can you still see the bottom? Can you see more of the bottom, or do you see far less of the bottom to where it's looking like it's almost straight right out in front of you? What happens?
Yeah, you see the back. You don't see the bottom anymore as it goes further
Right.
from you.
Right. So now let's think. Even in our limited range of vision, if the Earth was curving in the distance, wouldn't that airplane's nose be tilting down and the back be tilting slightly upward? And wouldn't we be able to see that as it's going down over that horizon? This is something
Yeah,
you never
you
see. Everybody wants to
yeah
talk about the boat, but they forget about the planes.
yeah you would see that if you was a giant, but we're really small, right? So that does not happen.
Okay, okay. Well, keep it in mind next time you watch a plane in the distance, bro. It's an interesting thing.
I do gotta say, I do like how you have to imagine something in order to experience your globe belief. So I appreciate the honesty and the imagination.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, it's impossible to see it, like to see the front of the plane, uh, let's say touching the horizon. It's literally impossible.
So another
It's
example of
ridiculous.
something you have to imagine to believe you live on a globe. Is there anything that you don't have to imagine that will show you that the
No,
Earth
no,
is
no.
a globe?
I'm literally telling you. I'm literally telling you physically. That's what's going on.
We're
Like,
too small to see the curvature. We're a microbe on a basketball and it looks flat. I get it. Is there anything physical, anything that you don't have to imagine out of nowhere that proves we're on a globe? Anything, curvature, spinning, anything? Anything? Just give me something.
I've got an interest.
Well, you have to imagine that it's not
I've got
flat.
an interesting anecdote. I'm 59 years old, and I started flying before I should be running around unsupervised without an adult. So, like, I don't know, it was like a 8, 9, 10, something like that. And I've flown over the Pacific, I've flown over the Atlantic and back, both, of course, and across the country several times. I woke to the flat Earth um, 2 years ago, maybe towards 3 years ago. And what I can tell you is I've always been fascinated with flying, thought it was wonderful, always wanted to look out the window and did. And for the years before I was a flat earther, I looked out, and because I was taught the earth was a ball, it looked like a ball from what I'd looked out the windows of all that flying I did.
Never did to me.
Because my mind was I believed the earth was round, so of course it appeared round. Since becoming a flat earther, I flew to Florida and back and looked out the windows real hard, and it looked flat. So that's just an interesting phenomena. So once I was a flatty, it looked flat when I flew, but all the time on the times I flew when I was a Bali,
Yeah. Think
it looked
about
round.
this. Think about this on that exact note. Let's say you have a flat earther and a globe earther, and we had a spaceship and let's say we can fly past Antarctica, and there's other ponds out there that have their own suns, other pieces of the plane or a planet. Let's just say that's a thing, right? So we got a glober and a flat earther, and we get them on this ship, and it goes up, 50, 80, 100, 200, 500 miles, whatever, up. They're going to watch the circle of our pond with its lit up area fade into a little dot, and it's going to look like, to the glober, it's going to look like a ball, and to the flat earther, he's just going to see a flat pond that's half lit, right? And then And then as they fly away, it's going to go into the distance. And then in the far distance, now that they're up high enough, they're going to see these other little stars. And those are the other suns of the other ponds. And as they approach one of them, all of a sudden they're going to see the smaller, less bright circle that has its light on it. And they're going to see, oh, that's another sphere, because they're going to see a curved light, part of it's dark, right? The glober is going to see a ball, and the flat earth is just going to see another pond. It's not until you understand, until you can touch and see and measure, that you know what shape something it is. So the baller is going to see what he was trained to see, and the glober was going to see what he actually researched and learned is the truth.
Hey, Dave, you said the baller would see what he's trained to see, and then the glober would see what he's.
Did I say it backwards? I have.
You meant flat
If I
earther.
said it backwards, it's because I have lystexia. It's a very strong form of dyslexia. It's called lystexia.
Yeah, I got
No, you use two of the same person. But anyway, it's funny.
I got a question for you, Dave. Another question. So lately, I found out that the orbit of the sun on flat plane is between the equator and the tropics, which would mean in the middle of the plane. So how comes we don't see the sun at all times, if that's the case?
It's very, very simple. It's because the sun moves far away. When it's far away, you don't see it. In the north, in the
But
summer,
it's
when
a circular orbit. How does it move far away?
because it's circling. It just has to do with the distance it is from you. So just listen carefully. When the sun is taking the inner circuit, which is closer to is over the Tropic of Cancer. If you're in the deep north, well, like northern Alaska or Norway, the sun in its circle never gets farther than X away. Let's say X is where it's where the sun is too far away and it merges into the horizon and takes its light with it. So if you're close to the center, it's closer than X the whole time around. In June, you have 24-hour sun. And then when it's out over the Tropic of Capricorn, making its big circle, it never gets closer than Y, which would be or X, where the sun would be rising. And it never gets closer. Therefore, you have 24 hours of light. If you're in between the tropics, the sun comes and it goes, and it comes and it goes, and it gets far away. There's so much, I mean, I can go on about this, but the speed of the sun when it's going over the Tropic of Capricorn is faster, and that's measurable everywhere on Earth. And it's slower over Cancer, and it's measurable. That these measurements only work on a flat Earth. They make no sense on a globe Earth.
Yeah, you haven't answered the question, but I'll move to the next question.
Wait a minute. How come I didn't answer the question? What didn't I answer?
Because you haven't explained why we don't see the sun. You say it moves away, which is literally impossible.
Let me ask you a question. If you're out on a street,
orbit.
you have street lights above you, and you're standing up, the street's straight. It's all the street lights are 25 feet in the air. The one over your head is your noon sun. The next one is like 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The one way down the street, that's your evening sun. Where's the one that's a mile away? How come you can't see it? How come this light doesn't light you up? And that's not even with an atmospheric deck in the way, right? You can't see it because it's beyond the horizon. Go on my app on the More Resources page, scroll down to the sun fade out videos, and you'll see how the sun's light, even when it's not obstructed by a landmass, not obstructed by a completely opaque sky, that it will just take its light with it and disappear into the thickness.
Okay, so you said it's beyond the horizon.
Yes.
How does that happen exactly?
I guess you weren't here before when I was describing. It's just going, the horizon is thousands of feet above your eye level. Just like the sun can pass a building and it goes beyond the building, that building that's way over your head, you have to look at the top of. If you move back 20 miles, the top of that building is going to appear to be at your eye level, but in reality, it's still however many stories high it is above your eye level, and the sun just goes
wait,
beyond
hold
it.
on. So so the sun is in a circular orbit in the middle of the Earth. How does it disappear over the horizon?
Yeah, he's trying to tell you,
You're
bro.
not hearing me. It depends on where. Go on my app. Just turn on the time lapse and watch the sun, and you'll see its throw of light and when you can see it and when you can't see it. It's very, very simple once you take a look.
How big do you think the sun is, Keon?
Well, you tell me. That's your model.
No, we don't know how big the sun is, but it looks small because it's right there in the sky.
The
Man.
sun
Okay.
is actually
you gotta
exactly as big as
understand.
it is. That's a fact.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
whether it's
And
big or
and
small,
and
the problem here
it,
that's happening is you're not understanding the basic premise. And the basic premise is as it's moving to a distance that is too far, you will not see it. So that's what it's saying. Now you say that it's on a circular orbit, circular path, we should be able to see it. Well, no, not if that circular path brings the sun out past that distance of your vision's capability to see it through the atmosphere. You feel me?
right.
Like how do
Like
how do
you're using
like
Euclidean geometry, Keon,
Well,
to
don't confuse
explain
them. Don't confuse them.
perspective. I know, but this is he's wanting to know why he can't see the sun. The sun moves down in your perspective, and then it reaches a point where the light is no longer perceivable due to the density of the
okay.
air.
So you realize that depends on the distance of the sun, right?
Imagine,
You realize that.
imagine there's a
And
half.
the size and the lumens of the
There's a
sun.
dome above you and in front of you, behind you, beside you, on both sides, like half of a sphere. It's called your limit of vision. So then you're always right in the center of it. So you can see up so far, that's the top of it, and you can see forward so far. You turn around, you can see backwards so far, to the left so far, and to the right so far. And these will vary only by the conditions of the atmosphere immediately surrounding you. So if there's a big uh, uh, storm in front of you, of course, your dome of vision, your dome of your available vision will be, shorter in front of you than it would if the air is all clearer behind you. And the sun, because it's so much brighter, of course, would have a similar dome of your perception of your vision, but it would be larger,
Well,
right? So, but
it's just reaching the limit of the dome of your perception. That's all it is.
right.
The light is at the edge,
So
and then it goes away.
exactly.
But real quick, I just wanted to ask this: can light travel forever through water, Keon?
No.
No, right. But if you look in a bathtub, water's clear, right?
That wasn't him answering.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh,
sheepdog. Yeah, I know what you're doing. You deflecting from the topic, but okay, go ahead.
I'm
No,
not
no, no. He's
deflecting,
trying to
man.
get you to understand the limit of the light, bro, through a medium.
Light attenuates. It disperses and gets absorbed in the medium that's traveling through. And then once it's absorbed in that medium, it is no longer perceivable. If you're outside of the distance that it gets absorbed in, you can no longer perceive the light.
Okay, but let's say so. Basically, you're saying at some point the sun is invisible to you, and I'm saying to you that that's impossible. It's literally impossible
Why is that impossible? Why is that
Yeah.
because you
possible?
should be able to see it at all times.
Why?
Why?
Because
Why is that
the
impossible?
light is gonna get to you regardless where you are on the planet.
Why? Why?
That's geometry. Like put a light. Like if you got a
But you're looking through the
Hold
air,
on, hold
bro.
on,
You're
hold
looking
on. Let
through
me
the
let me just
air.
jump in. You haven't seen my sun fade out videos. I have a drone at super high, super cold, super clear. My friend saw the sunset from the bottom up 10 minutes earlier, but I'm still looking at it and it's not going down. That's a problem. It's not going down. It stopped going down. And as it goes farther and farther away, it just disappears into the soup of the atmosphere and takes its light with it. Just like underwater, like those divers that are doing free diving, they go down like 300 feet. It's pitch black down there on a sunny day with crystal clear water, right? Same thing with the atmosphere.
Yep. Hey, actually, on that point, Keon, I would tell you personal experience. When I got started with all of this, I didn't believe in none of it, and I had seen a couple videos, and I was like, "What the hell? Like, they make some good points, but like this, like, it can't be flat. Like, that's just, come on, like." But I did respect the points that were made. I tried finding more stuff. I couldn't find it. I somehow came across Dave's app. Bro, if you don't have Dave's app, you gotta go get Dave's app, and you gotta watch the
And
content that is on there that you're not going to find on Google, you're not going to find by searching YouTube.
And I know Dave is a dork, but he's actually a really smart guy.
How dare you? How dare you? But on the app,
Dave's
on
a
the frequently
genius.
asked question on the frequently asked questions page, there's a where does the sun go? We've done the work. It's all there. Take some time, take a day, watch
Precisely.
those videos, and then come back next Friday and let's discuss.
Yeah. Take this week, in fact. Take this entire week and watch some of the key stuff that's on there, bro. Seriously.
Yeah, this one in
I'll check it
particular
out.
with the sun, like some of my even extremely
Yeah.
intelligent friends, they cannot get over the fact that why doesn't the sun light up the whole earth? And I find if you start them out at, hello, good friend, did you take third grade art class and did you draw train tracks? You know how you drew them up towards the top of the page. So you try to get them to ascent and remember what perspective is light, which is only like 3 to 6 miles. I think it's like 3,000 times the diameter of anything. Just the nature of perspective. It goes out of view, and the sun is the same way. As long as you don't assume its distance, it's going to eventually be out of view just due to the nature of perspective. And I would say to Mr. Kino or Keon, maybe just take a flashlight and move it around above your table, and just don't assume the distance. Maybe the sun is closer, perhaps, and see what the light does to the table. It's probably not going to light up all of it.
Yeah, but I mean, if I'm on the table and I'm very small, I'm going to see it at all times, right?
Hey, can I jump in and I'll simplify this for you very quickly. So you got to think of yourself, right? Picture yourself in a cornfield, okay? And you're the size of an ant, all right? Say a helicopter flies over and shines a searchlight over the cornfield. You're not going to see that searchlight through the cornfield the whole time because you're the size of an ant, right? Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to think of the size perspective of the Earth compared to what you're comparing it to. You're not going to see it. It's not a flashlight shining at you. It's huge. The Earth is, thousands of miles.
Like, okay, since we're doing the whole imagine thing, right? Because Keon needs the imagination part.
I think the
So
scale size of
imagine,
is not computing. You know what I mean?
I know. So we got the air that's the density, right? We all know it's 14.7 psi at sea level. We can't escape that, right? But you got this idea of a globe in your head. So let's take a different scale, right? Let's just go ahead and go in imagination land for a minute, because everybody likes the flat Earth paradigm, and they're like, "Where's your map? Where's your working model?" Blah 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 blah.
But it's not blah blah blah. I
So
mean,
let's
it's a general request.
let's put it all together real quick, okay? Let's say the sun is only 31 miles in diameter, right? Let's say the sun is 3,000 miles in the sky, right? And then let's say the Earth is 40,000 miles in diameter from Antarctica to Antarctica. Now you have a very, very, very small and local sun. You yourself are only what, 6 foot tall? So you have no comprehension of what 3,000 miles in the sky looks like. You have no comprehension of what 4,000 miles in diameter of an Earth looks like. And then you have the tropics that the sun moves in between. The sun is small and local. You only get to see a small portion of it for a limited amount of time. And then it goes away and goes to another location, and then it returns the next day. That's what flat Earth is.
Right. So when it goes to another location, basically you're saying I don't see it because it's far away from me. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's too far away for the light to attenuate or to receive, for the light to be received by your eyes. It's attenuated too much in its distance away from you. The sun would be literally like what, 20,000 miles away. Like you can't perceive that because it's a small sun.
Right. But this whole uh, thing that you just said is based on guessing the distance as well as the size of the sun.
Bro, you think the distance of the sun is 93 million miles away? I don't understand why you can't go to imagination land on this, dude.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they had their own way to
to measure it, right? I don't know how they did it, but I'm guessing they have their own way to measure.
Like if I had a 100 lumen flashlight, right, and I was on a lake and I stood 10 miles
that if you measure, at least for special relativity, if you measure your ding dong with a 10-inch ruler, and then you measure the same ding dong with a 6-inch ruler, does that change the size of the ding dong, or is that just a measurement effect? And do they state as much? Literally, they literally just use transform equations to tell you it's not an ontological effect based in reality, and to ignore it. And at the same time, they'll try to tell you that even though either perspective can invoke reciprocity, so you don't know who would even be aging something like the twin paradox, the aging must happen nonetheless. So it's all just complete nonsense. It's so retarded, but it takes a lot of legwork to really explain this to someone to get past just Einstein.com in the first place. Oh yeah, he's so smart. No, he was a retard. Wow, he learned math equation and he described something mathematically. Wow, amazing. Good job.
Man, the comparison stories on Flat Earth Fridays are amazing.
I think people, the more I think it's harder to budge somebody who's a PhD in whatever basket weaving than it is to get a high school dropout to break loose of what they formerly believed.
I think I can't decide which is harder, converting a globe head or getting someone to believe that pathogens don't exist and viruses aren't real. That's actually sacred. I don't even know if you're on that one yet, but
that's a whole nother
people
story,
trip out on that
bro.
one very bad. I don't know what it is about
maybe one day I'll do a space on that, dude, but yeah, we try to keep
I believe the ability to hold two opposing, totally opposite concepts within one's conscious mind and examine them objectively. I think that's like muscles, like any other muscle. Like when you do bench press, your pecs get big, and your biceps or your triceps get worked out, right? And the more you do it, the stronger they get, the more you're able to have strength in that. Whereas, I got red pilled. It was on 9/11. It started about 9 years ago. And then get J pilled. We'll go into that. And then H pilled, Mr. Hitler pilled. Many other things. The other H pill, the Holocaust thing, one thing after another. But I was working out. Each one was advancing my strength and my ability to take what were my ingrained belief system that I had established for 50 fucking years of life and be willing to abandon it in the face of more compelling information. So some people have done some reps and gotten strong and able to. First, right now, you could make me a glober if you had compelling information, but there just isn't any. I would just, unashamedly go straight back to being a baller if there was information that was more compelling than what I have presently. It's just open-mindedness as just objective ability. I believe much of the population, perhaps as much as 85 to 90%, are not practiced, they do not have the practiced ability. A lot of them probably haven't formed a critical, original thought of their own their entire fucking life.
I agree, man. That's why a lot of people come to Flat Earth Fridays to get their mind opened up. Got to start thinking for yourselves, guys.
Yeah, I believe anybody can with some mental determination. If you have to accept that your mind can do things. And well,
hey, I just want to give a shout out to a organization that has done incredible work. Hats off to the controllers of this world for dumbing the people down so effectively. Fluoride, chemtrails, the education indoctrination system, poison foods. They've done an incredible job turning a bunch of people into morons that fight for their own enslavement. You got to give them credit. They did a great job.
Yeah, that's a fact.
They'll even fight against us wanting to audit them. Like, hey, let's just check up on our government. Let's check up on our entities and see what's the point of doing that. Oh, you're just grifting. Oh, don't look at the details. Like, chill out, bro. Y'all should be trying to help us out with this. Wouldn't y'all want to know? Wouldn't you want to audit the guys that are giving y'all the information? Why would you fight against transparency?
And like when you're in a space like this and you have 8 to 10 people who care enough to patiently help guide you into letting go of a belief system, and you can see their names, you recognize their voices, but can you recall any name of any person who gave you the information that you formed that belief system on? So here's, a half a dozen, 8 real human beings that care enough to go to the trouble to go back and forth with you, and still remain patient and caring. So the belief system that you will not let go of, do you remember the name of the person that put that into your head? No, you don't.
Hey, I want to say feel free, Han and the dude, to chime in whenever you want.
And retweet the space.
Stationary Saturdays. Good morning, level heads.
Good morning, man. It's like 14 hours straight, man.
That's it.
We're bending space-time.
Hey, Ancholo, you don't want to say what up to the guys? Ancholo.
Man, we ain't bending space-time. We're bending space minds.
Don't worry. If you open your mind up to information that goes against your belief system, you can tomorrow or next week or next month, if it's not fitting, if you're not liking how it's going, you've had that belief system your entire life. You're not going to forget it. You can always go right back to it. If we've led you down an evil path and you don't like how it feels, you can always go right back. It's okay. It doesn't make you a bad person.
Bro, I'm looking for every reason to go back to it. I'm tired of getting picked on all the time.
Yeah, really, huh?
Sacred. So, what do you think about? At least it's my understanding that the ancient Egyptians, the Chaldeans, all these, the ancient Greeks, their sort of science, if you want to call that, in the Greek mind was fully inductive and just observational. Like they would just observe things and see, like, oh, I guess that's how it works. They wouldn't even make even claim to know the cause of anything or even put out a hypothesis. They would just simply observe things and live their life and always assent to tradition. And then when it came to the Copernican revolution is when the whole materialistic, I guess we can just call it modern rationalistic science really was inserted, because we just claimed we could measure the luminaries now based on nothing but a mere assertion. And now things could be measurable. Now things could be explained via an epistemology that was something other than just observation in the supremacy of experience. And I think that's really when the materialistic gobbledygook rationalism started.
Yeah, because they had to explain away all the failed predictions when the things got, like the instrumentation and the sciences got quote unquote better.
Well, I mean, everyone, like, before like that sort of framework was even set up, I mean, this is like a very large overview. Like, everyone would have just been like, shut up, retard. Like, people would be like, no, I don't experience that. That is so far outside of my experience. That's just complete nonsense. And you can see it in people now. Like, their instincts are to tell people, like, that is just gobbledygook. What? It's growing at what? Yeah, the twin paradox. What even is that? But it's just so abstract, and the opinion leaders of society are just so cocksure like about it. It's like they're just I don't know, they're just wooed by science, I guess. But you can tell there's an instinct in people. They just want to say shut up, but they just like, I don't know. It's the conspiracy against the human race, man. I feel like they're just, the ultimate conspiracy is to mathematize the unmathematizable, meaning humanity, us.
I believe it wasn't that long ago when you could be sentenced to death for heresy, going against the established belief. I think just a couple 100 years ago, 300 years ago, we had like Salem witch trials and things like that. Spanish Inquisitions. I mean, they were kind of, if everyone thought the realm was flat, and you came up with, hey, it's a ball, they might burn you at the stake. They told you shut up. You're wrong. Yeah, heresy.
Hey, Mr. Uncle, you'd be surprised, but the Spanish Inquisition ended in 1938. Believe it or not. So that would be something interesting to look into. We can have, you know what? Am I following you? Let me follow you, dude. We're gonna have a space one day. We'll talk all the extra crap that
Yeah.
we don't get to talk about all the time, and we'll just have a good conversation.
Yeah.
But I want to say this for those of y'all that are new to flat Earth, and you're like, oh, flat Earth leads to crazy other conspiracy theories, dude. Flat Earth was the last one. Like, I literally looked into everything else and like, okay, that sounds legit. That doesn't sound legit. And it was literally the last conspiracy theory. I'm like, there's no way. And then after that, like, I don't know if there's any other conspiracy theory that comes to mind that like, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I never heard that one before. Like, I've heard everything, and flat Earth was the final one.
Yeah, me too. Like I was trying to explain to somebody in a different space, but we were on the flat Earth topic, that haven't you noticed that we've been lied to about JFK, about 9/11, about the Gulf of Tonkin, and so on and so on, of World War II? And it was then that I realized the person I was talking to had not gone through those red pills. So I don't know. Flat Earth is like a PhD study in my book. There's like a bachelor's where you get red pilled. You realize it completely lied about 9/11 and no Arabs were involved. Not to go all into a different fucking topic, but okay, that's getting red pilled. And then there's another pill and another pill and another pill. And these are like master's degrees, so to speak. And then flat Earth, uh, large, way farther back in history things, as you accept that what you previously knew was wrong, and you give concepts that you hadn't considered before a chance, you'll see that they fit together like a jigsaw puzzle, where before it was just a pile of pieces and everything seemed chaotic and random and just fucking weird. But you know the truth when you try to fit it in the puzzle, and it fits perfect, and the picture matches up.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say this too, Mr. Uncle. So, like, I've been saying this for probably the better part of the last 6 months, if not longer. Is there's all these different red pills that wake you up, but then because it's all about the matrix and everything. In reality, what it really boils down to is when you actually literally wake up, you just stop taking the pills, man. Like, there's no more pills to take. So why take any pills? Just accept the reality that's laid before you and figure it out from there. Like stop feeding into this conspiracy, that conspiracy theory. Go out there and experience the world and do your own research and live in the world and love the people that are around you and make the most of it. But at the same time, you're gonna have to realize like there is another energy force out there that's putting a narrative out there, and they're trying to keep you in this like constant state of fear and constant low energy vibrations. Like that's why Sacred and Proud hosts this space. You know, number one is to get the truth out there, but I mean, look, 136 people listening and nothing but like love and good energy flowing through the space. I mean, we got a few, you know, outliers there, but hey, you know, the love is going to overwhelm them and smother them, and there's a reason they keep coming back, because it is good energy here, man.
Every week they be tuning in, even anonymously.
Who are the new people though here with the dude and Han Cholo that aren't, they got a mic but they're not speaking.
Oh yeah, I did call y'all out. What's up, the dude? Han Cholo, what's up? Good morning on this stationary Saturday.
Yeah, don't be shy.
Y'all trapped in the Matrix or something?
I guess they're shy.
With space-time
I
curvature?
don't even see him on my list.
You don't see them?
Oh, I do see the dude. The dude was there. He did open his mic, I thought, earlier, but he didn't. I don't know if he said anything.
Yeah.
Who's Han Cholo? Is it John Wayne? Oh, Han Cholo.
What's the bet? Which one is a Glober, or are they?
They're I think the dude might be kind of like on the conspiracy theory route, because the dude usually is, but Han Cholo, I'm willing to bet that's like Han 368, or the guy that has like 50 million accounts just to follow Flat Earthers around. If I had to guess.
Got you.
I mean, you grab a mic and then you don't open your mic, dude. It sounds like an AI.
Yeah.
Well, the dude's showing some love. Let me go scan Han Cholo.
I'm definitely not a Glover.
There you go. What's up,
there
dude?
you go.
What's up, guys? Yeah, so I think the problem is people can't understand like normal thinking nowadays. I don't even know how people get dressed in the morning. So like literally, me and my buddy had this conversation. It's like some people, I just like you guys are trying to explain something, but the people aren't listening to what you're actually saying before the
Hey,
sentence
man,
is even over. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
I got faith
just
that there is a seed in there somewhere, bro. But you're right, dude. There, like, some people are just like, I'm like, how do you get dressed in the morning?
it's like it's just not like ask them to like repeat a sentence that you just said, and they literally have no idea what you just said, but they have an answer for you. You know what I mean? It's just like just slow down and listen for a second before you make an argument. You know what I mean? You gotta think a little bit.
Facts.
I'm glad you noticed that, bro. You know, we always like say, like, you know, the listeners are seeing how the conversation is playing out, but it's good to kind of hear some of you guys come grab the mic and, like, you know, tell us exactly what you observe, because sometimes it takes a little bit of time to get past some of that cognition. Try to have a little bit of patience when somebody isn't listening. So say, okay, maybe you didn't digest what I said this way. Let me say it this way, and maybe it will resonate a little bit better. And it is a little bit time consuming, but I think it's worth it to at least put in that effort to try to bring somebody along, because if they're not going to get it, somebody in the listener section is going to be like, that actually makes sense. So I appreciate you sharing that, bro.
Another angle I found limited success in with some of my religious friends is, I mean, we all believe in non-corporeal demons and a conspiracy against the human race to render us in hellfire. Like, we believe in these things, and Christians typically have no problem believing in this. But they always, like, you have to get them to understand that, well, what is the reason for believing in demons that we both agree on, and disbelieving in God's word that the firmament showeth God's handiwork, and it's a flat plane. And also your senses agree with that. Like, you have to, like, it's not good to attack them or anything, but it really is a psychological sort of block that is just in this one specific area. Because, I mean, demons or your senses say you're not moving. I don't know.
Well, you know, to add on to that, I don't think it's in one specific area, especially with the worst of them. I feel like the worst of them kind of have this ingrained mentality where anything from authority is they follow it, you know, like they believe it. So I don't think it's just one. Like they believe in the jab, they believe in everything that the government basically says. So
well, let
I
me
think
do
it's
a
a
minor
frame of
distinction here.
mind.
Let me do a minor distinction here, because I feel like this is an interesting point. I'm talking about specifically like people I am friends with that are like maybe even more conspiracy minded than me, and they're definitely not in the jab or anything like that. But even if that be the case, and we'll both agree on demons and everything, they still will have the hang up at the globe head question.
Yeah.
Do you think it really is?
My bad.
Like,
I thought you were
simple?
talking about general.
Yeah. Do you think it really is as simple as like just, I don't know, they put it on the iPhone background, like they introduce it? Like, what is the point of all this? The only way it makes sense is to get you to distrust your senses at a young age, but somehow that doesn't seem like enough. You know, it's like such a heroic effort just for this one specific, like, I don't know. We could pontificate all day though.
I literally think it's just a way to see how the population is complying with them, because it's like, you know, more people that get on board with this, they're actually, you can tell that they can actually think. And I mean, it's pretty much common sense, you know, flat earth. I mean, it just makes sense. Thinking about the ball, like when you wake up, you're like, holy shit, like what the fuck was I thinking? Like, you know what I mean? And they literally, you know, they see us, you know, starting to format, and everybody else is waking up to it. Now they realize that, you know, everybody's getting smarter and waking up to their shit.
You know, I think for a lot of us, if we really would have given it solid thought when we were younger, we probably would have red pilled ourselves sooner. But a lot of us kind of don't really, you know, if you're not going into hardcore science, you kind of really don't care about it. You're like, yeah, sure, it's a ball, why not?
Well, we
you know, what do
we
I know
didn't
about it?
understand logic.
Bro, you did
Yeah,
though.
well,
You
yeah,
did.
that too.
Every time you asked a question and then someone made you feel like it wasn't good to ask a question at that time, or you asking too many
But like
questions,
they,
you get
you know,
programmed.
think about it, like when you're a kid, you know, the things that you believe in, well, most people do, your parents teach you this, you know. So it's almost like they start lying to you to believe in stuff, and then it's like you got to find out on your own to see what you believe or not. It's just, I don't know.
Is he rugging out for y'all too, or just me?
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same thing. You roboting, dude.
Hey, the dude. Can you hear us?
I never want to say like lie to my kid. I used conversation with my mother for like 6 hours straight, and I'm like, this can't happen. It just doesn't work.
My bad.
Yeah,
You kind of cut off for like half of what you said. I don't know if you could.
I thought it was me, man. That's why I dropped it.
So where the globe
Can
is.
y'all ask the dude if he can actually hear me?
Dude, can you hear Sacred when he speaks?
Yo, the dude, can you
No,
hear
I
me? Can you
can't.
hear me?
He can't hear you. Drop down, dude, and request the mic, and Sacred will bring you back up. 369. But you said, hey, if we were able to understand a little bit better as children, we could have probably formulated a more coherent argument against it, or we would have stuck with the flat Earth or whatever. But you did, man, because like I can tell you right now, once I truly realized that the Earth was flat, I was like, oh my gosh, all those questions I had as a kid, I was right. I was right because I knew my senses were telling me one thing, and my teachers were telling me to ignore what my senses were telling me. That what I see is an illusion. Everything I see is an illusion. And
Nah, see, I get what you're saying, but that's not that's not really what I was saying. I was saying like for example, I'll take myself, right? I didn't give this shit two thoughts. You feel me? I went to science class. I did my little homework to pass, and that was I really didn't dive deep into science. And I think a lot of people are like that. If you weren't really super interested in science, then this shit flew right past you. And I think that's a lot of people, especially in America. Like a lot of people don't really care about science. And then there's a group of individuals who do in every school, right? But they're usually not the majority of the school. You know what I mean? So that group, I don't know why they don't pick up on it, but for me, it just flew right past me.
I mean, that's possible. Like I look back on, like the science experiments, right? 5th and 6th grade when we had to do like a science experiment of cause and effect. And and I remember being given a choice, right? You can do a science experiment or you can create the solar system. And I never even thought about it until I became a flat earther. I'm like, damn, bro, like they're literally telling you can do either or as if the solar system is science.
Yep. I never questioned it, bro. I never
that's
questioned
a good point. I never thought about that.
And how many times did they ever tell us that on any of these solar system models to depict it also going 500,000 miles through space chasing the sun?
Hey, I always thought the sun was the center of everything and everything was stationary, man. I didn't realize we were flying.
I thought that we were stationary too. I mean, they even do it to us in the movies or whatnot when they pull out star maps and go, "Oh, Alpha Centauri 9 is right here. Here's the map. We can go right there." And that's impossible if we're all expanding and moving and stuff, man. That map is useless.
Hey, I know what happened on Star Trek. Earth didn't get blown up, man. Like they went to another solar system, and then they couldn't find their way back because our solar system had changed its position in space.
That's what I'm saying, man. And plus, if you even try to go to another planet, says that's moving away from you at 1,000,000 miles an hour, you got to be doing like 1,000,001 miles an hour just to make any headway.
Hey, Flat Earth Dave, if you're still there, I got a quick question for you, man. Did you ever look into the fact that Star Trek, the original series, started in 1969. The last episode.
I did not know that's when it happened, and boy, that's some mind control there. Think about this: you're talking about the spinning on its axis, and it just happens the axis points towards a random star that we call Polaris. That's a global explanation of why Polaris stays where it is. Kind of makes sense if we could live on a spinning ball in an impossible space vacuum. But why do all of the other planets circle Polaris? In the heliocentric model, all of the other planets circle Polaris.
My mind is blown.
It's an illusion.
Oh, it's an illusion.
I don't think
they don't really do it. If it just looks like they do it. I got it. that actually fits perfectly with the globe model.
Refraction.
Gravity, dude. Come on, gravity.
Yeah, the whole tilting on its axis thing to me doesn't really make a lot of sense, man. Like,
how do you tell if a ball's tilted?
And think about this. So take a ball, take the globe, and it's got its axis of spin, and you can tilt that axis. Now stop it from spinning. Can you still tilt it? Answer is, of course you can. Right? You got a light hold right above your basketball, and you got the little dot on the basketball facing the light, and you can tilt that to the right, to the left, forward, backwards. It'll still tilt it relative to that light. So they tell us our seasons are caused by the tilt of the Earth. What about the spin of the Earth? That's also a tilt. It happens, 365 degrees of tilt every day. So in June, when the sun is 3.5 million miles farther from the Earth, according to the helio-nonsensical model, how come in June in Connecticut here, as soon as I see the sun appear on the horizon, it's hot. I can feel the heat. But in December, when I'm actually closer to the sun, according to Glober's insignificantly closer, 3.5 million miles, I could wait until noon when the sun is high as it gets for the day, maybe 50 degrees, a much more direct angle, and it's can even feel the heat on my face. Right? Here's the problem with that. Simple, absolutely destroys the globe Earth, but most globe Earthers have no idea what I just said.
Yeah. Would that even be possible, like, electrically? Because we know it's not just heat permeating through space. So, like, electrically, why would that? I also think it would be the other way around, electrically, right?
I think that the reason it's cold in space and cold up high is because the sun is sending electricity and it's interacting, and thermally heating the Earth. I have I made a spreadsheet about why it's warmer in August in Connecticut than in June when it's already moving farther away, and it has to do with thermal heating and thermal loss. It's very easy. I can go over that in a minute, but the point I was going to make is in the heliocentric model, at sunrise, the sun is 93 million miles away and it's cooler. At noon, the sun is 93 million miles away and it's warmer. And then sunset, the sun is 93 million miles away and it's colder. On the flat Earth mile, the sun is far in the morning and it's cool. It's closer in the midday and it's warm. And it's farther in the evening and it's cold. Which one makes sense?
Facts.
Yeah. Do you want me to tell you my thermal heating?
I would
thing?
like to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody can actually do this. Alan, I elect you to make a spreadsheet. All right. So the sun heats the Earth a certain amount each day, depending on how close it is to you. The higher in the sky, the closer it is, the more it heats. But at nighttime, we'll just say it loses 50 points of heat. So we're just going to use 50 as a random number. So every night it loses 50 points. So let's start in January, right? January during the day here in Connecticut, it's different in the tropics. It's different everywhere. But here in Connecticut, let's say the Earth heats up 30 points. So overnight, it cools 50 points. So now it's colder. Then in February, the sun's actually getting closer, right? The Earth will heat up 35 points during the day, but it still cools 50 at night, or let's say 40 points. So it's still getting colder. Then March, let's say it heats up 60 points during the day, but it loses 50 at night. So we've gained 10. April, it gains 70 points during the day, but it loses 50 at night. So it gains 20 more, right? And then all the way to June, where let's say it gains 100 points during the day and it loses 50 at night, 50 gain. Then July, it gains 90 points during the day, loses 50 at night. August, it's still gaining. It's gaining 60, 70 points during the day. So it's gaining, and then it's only losing 50 a night. So it's still getting warmer until it gets farther away. And then it switches. It's how much it's giving us during the day versus how much it's losing at night. Somebody in the tropics, they're always getting more during the day than at night, or there's a equilibrium a little bit. But in Mexico, it's friggin' hot in September because of the thermal heating accumulating, but then it starts dropping down a little bit more as the year goes on. Does that make sense?
No, Dave, you just don't understand scale.
Shut up. Gravity, man. Gravity. Just say gravity and I'll concede.
Gets pretty hot in Arizona too.
Yeah, but it's but that's why it's people are like it doesn't make any sense. The flat Earth model is warmer in August, in the mid U.S. That's because we're still gaining a net positive from the daily heating, and then it's cooling off only 50 points at night each night. But when you only gain 40 during the day, it's getting colder. 30 during the day, it's getting colder, right? Those 30 points are nice, but it's still getting colder. You need that thermal earth. Like if the sun didn't rise for a couple days, I don't care what day of the year it is, it's going to be freezing, freezing, because we're just losing that thermal radiation. That's all I got to say about that.
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
It took me like 90 minutes one space to help a globe earther understand the tilt of the earth is the exact same thing as spinning the earth. Like, no, but what the angles? I'm like, bro, it's a ball. It only does one thing if you're trying to move it. Like
the tilt is the relative angle from your point to the sun. Well, your point to the sun at sunset is 89-degree tilt.
Literally.
89-degree tilt. It should be freezing every morning in the summer. Freezing.
And then they'll use the same explanation to explain away, why seasons happen. It's like, bro, the tilt is the same. We should be experiencing this on a daily basis.
Yeah, the seasons prove flat Earth. Once you understand, but the indoctrination of what we're told. Who was the Nazi that said, "Give me a kid until he's 7, and I'll own him for life"? Because they'll believe anything. Their sponge brain will believe anything coming from authority because they don't know about deception. They don't know about discernment. They don't have the mental capacity to question what they're being told. They're just like, "Oh my God, my teacher told me that. It's absolutely true." And then everything else I learn in life is based around that. It's hard to unwrap all those layers of the onion and let go of the ball. Because when you're
Facts.
unpeeling an onion and let go of a ball, it really makes you cry.
Yep, I tell people all the time, like there's a reason why my kid behaves so well, because I've basically had a hold of her since she was a baby, and I taught her everything that I wanted her to behave like and act like. So that's all she's ever known.
Yep.
Amazing.
Hey, Dave, I asked a question last week. It was based on the NASA video. Now I know you don't, subscribe to the NASA videos and stuff. That's cool. But maybe you're aware of some experiments like high balloon experiments or something like that where they've seen the same thing. So, all right, in the video, what happens is they say it's the ISS and it's orbiting above the Earth and is looking down at the Earth. So when when it becomes night on the Earth below, you can see the darkness come over the Earth as the space station is continuing its orbit. And eventually the Earth is completely dark. But the space station itself is still illuminated because it's at a different angle to the sun. So being 200 miles up, it still receives the light, whereas beneath it, the light is attenuated or blocked by the physical barrier, right? As the globes say. So as it continues, the the light on the space station eventually fades and it becomes moonlight instead of sunlight. And then what happens is the moonlight eventually fades and it's just complete darkness across the screen. And then eventually the station will be lit by the sun again, and then the daytime will come over the Earth. So my question is, do you know of any other experiments of high altitude balloons or anything that have gone through the night where we can see where they were illuminated above the dark Earth and like when they became dark and things like that?
So you want to talk about the fake space station and fake space with with crazy stuff that's happening? Yes. Let me if you look at a lot of the balloon shots, especially the one that I use in my videos a lot, I think that sun is really far away because I think it's farther than we should see it. But I haven't seen any balloons that have gone up, upwards of 90,000 feet that don't see the sun. And if you look at the Go Fast rocket, it saw the moon, and the moon is on the other side of the Earth. How is that possible? The moon was lit. It could see the moon, and I think it saw the sun. Yeah, it definitely saw the sun, but it saw the moon on the other side of the Earth, and that's impossible. And you know, if you can see the moon and there is no curvature, the Earth is what?
Yeah. Right.
I mean,
Yeah, I would.
the equivalent is a basketball. The rocket was a millimeter over the basketball, and the moon was underneath the basketball. How the heck is it going to see it?
Mm. But you said there's none really that go up more than like 90,000 feet, right?
90 to
The
120,000. I think that's about the limit. And whenever it's up at 120,000 feet, look at all the high altitude balloon shots. The sun doesn't look like it's much higher.
Oh no.
The sun that we see doesn't look like it's much higher. And then imagine yourself down on the Earth and how high that sun is. I don't think people see the sun nearly that high. I think I see the sun at 5 or 10,000 feet. I mean, just to put a round number on it, because the sun to me, the sun that I see is not much higher than the clouds. Now, if I went up to the clouds in an airplane, the sun that I see would be much higher. And if it went up even higher, it would be much higher. But there's a point where the apparent position of the sun kind of equals your height. And I think that's the limit of where we can go, which might be around 120,000 feet as far as a balloon could go. And just before I forget, there's one other video that's a lot of flat earthers have been sending around of a rocket that went up 350,000 feet. Okay. Complete and total BS. If you watch the altimeter, the thing's going and it caps out its energy, its propulsion at like 100,000 feet, and then it glides another 250,000 feet up. I'm sorry, that's not happening. And it makes no sense. It looks really good. It's cool. Some of the footage is real, but and then the other 250,000 feet, which is over 2.5 times its original height, the land doesn't even change. It barely changes in the altitude that it's seeing it. So that second half of the video is 100% fake. People just need a discerning eye and working brain to see it.
Do you think something as large as a planar Earth, right? Would cameras warp that plane into a sphere at great distance? Let's say we were 10,000 miles away, like they claim that they have. They've been to the moon. They've taken a photo from there. Would would that lens bend something planar into a circle? Do you think?
I think every light, no matter that'll just it'll look like a circle. I mean, you saw on my videos, if you watch my videos, I show a train in the distance and it looks like a rising sun or moon. Then it comes forward and you see it's a whole rectangular, different shaped lights, different color lights, but it looked like a yellow sun or moon in the distance. And that's just how we see when you zoom in on stars, with good telescopes. David Shane, is it David Shane, the telescope guy? Now David, who's the guy on TikTok with the telescope?
I'm not sure. Anybody?
It's maybe it's David Shane. I can tell you if I look on my app real quick and I go to featured guys, it would be his work is incredible. Actually, yesterday's featured video on the app, if you go to the archive button and check out yesterday's featured video, it's amazing. Some of the footage this guy got, and his name is David Shane. David Shane.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna check that out.
Yeah, David Shane 83 on TikTok, and he's got killer telescopes, killer camera stuff, and he's getting imagery that I haven't seen before. That's truly amazing. And he's showing focusing. You can focus beyond the star, you can focus in front of the star, and then you can nail the focus on the star. Then he moves the telescope to a planet, it's in focus. To the moon, it's in focus. It's like, wait a minute, how come they're all in focus? That guy needs I don't know what he needs. Just support that
He
guy.
needs
His
to
stuff
come. He
is
needs to come to Flat Earth Fridays.
yeah. He's going to be on the featured content creators section of the app. And there you go. There's so much.
So basically, if they're claiming these stars be at different distances, when they pan to each star, they should have to focus
Absolutely.
right?
And think about this. Our sun is a tiny sun compared to, Betelgeuse is gigantic, but there's another star that eats Betelgeuse. It's so big. So, like, our sun is a grain of sand, and these other stars are bigger than yoga balls. And why do all the stars look like they're the same size? Right? Are all the bigger ones farther away? I mean, how the heck did that happen? If that happens, we're in a unique special position, which is intolerable according to science. How come they're all the same size? And the Globers will say, well, everything just gets smaller and smaller until it's the size of a star. Then it remains that size and brightness no matter how many trillions of light years it is away. Stupid. It's stupid. That's why you can't figure it out. Isn't that amazing? They taught us to think if we can't figure it out, we're stupid, when the actual thing we're trying to figure out is unfigureoutable.
Well, this is why the superiority of God-given intuition in knowing how to think rather than any level of like high IQ. Because my friends will get upset when I ask them a question like the constant speed of light. So we all admit that I guess it appears to travel at a different speed through water. And I also guess you guys say at least there is this thing called dark matter in space. And also, what is space? And also, how do you know the speed and whether or not it differentiates in any way, whatever, when it travels through that alleged substance that's never been seen, measured, or known anything about? How did you discover that? And do you think it's at least possible that that could change the speed of light and we're just having another measurement effect? And how would you decide either way? And then it's always like just complete silence. And if they have an answer, it's typically just Einstein.com and they just made something up.
And what about the brightness? Like, we've all seen Jupiter in the sky, and it could be described as the brightest star in the sky. It's literally it's bright like the sun. It's just the size of a large star, right? Jupiter is a bunch of dirty gases that I would say are not very reflective. And think about this: if you're on Jupiter, the sun is much smaller than we see it from Earth. NASA says it's literally the size of like a pencil eraser held at arm's length. So that little tiny sun is reflecting off of the non-reflective gases of Jupiter, ignoring the inverse square law and coming to our eyes and looking as bright as the friggin' sun, right? You know what Globers say to that? They say,
Gravity.
duh. They don't say anything. They can't even answer it. They really say nothing.
That's why I just always end up chimping out on my friends and they get upset at me because I just think science is the gayest, dumbest thing ever across all fields. It's so dumb.
No. Don't say it that way. Science is awesome. They don't use science. They use pseudoscience. We actually use science. Science is amazing if you use it. They use the word science and they've perverted it.
Yeah, it's persuasive. It's just my own personal bias, by the way.
Yeah.
But
Science, the literal meaning of the word science just means knowledge, right? And so when you develop a method for gaining science, you're developing a method for gaining knowledge.
Right, but they say they have scientists. They all have degrees. They say they use science, but they don't. They just make up crap and label it science because they got the white lab coats, they got the degrees, they got the mainstream media, they've got the emblem of NASA and other things, and they just call it science. So you're right in saying science is absolutely ridiculous. No, the way they use science is ridiculous. Science is actually knowledge, but they're giving us nonsense and telling us it's knowledge.
Go back and watch all those History Channel space videos, and you're going to hear all those astrophysicists say, "Imagine if you will," and then just get out. If you're into drinking games, get out a beer and take a drink every time they say "imagine." And I promise you're going to be trashed by the end of the hour episode because that's all it really is. It's nonsensical imagination.
it could actually be that under this assumption, the appearances of what it may or may not be like under this particular circumstance is this. It could be like that. Fucking everyone. It's always couched in like language. It's very funny.
I forget who did it. Was it Matthew on X or Robot Polisher or John Thor did a compilation of that? So all you gotta do is just watch that, and then you'll be drunk on the floor.
Yeah, but Dave, you are right about the science thing. That's just like it is the only you have to accept their criteria and disprove it under that, even if for nothing else other than that's what's persuasive. Like, but my own personal bias is like I've seen no evidence that the sun is even hot. How do we know that it's not just a conditional correlation embedded within like a superior context, and the real cause of the heat is like the lack of the moon or something? And how would you prove it either way?
Well, I think that the sun is sending electricity here and it's heating things up. You know, I was in the solar power business and the scientists don't know how solar panels work. They don't know.
Well, what
They
is
have a
energy?
theory about a photon knocking an electron out of a boron molecule and then the electron jumps to the next molecule. No, it's just collecting electricity, clean electricity, real electricity. But they've got us on this dirty, crappy electricity that you have to pay for when the real electricity is just coming straight from the sun and from the earth. We live
Yeah.
in this electrical system and we can't live outside of it.
Yep. That's just it. It's an electrical system, man. Everything's connected as well. It is what it is. I don't know why it's.
Everything's connected except the anti-flat earthers' brains. They're disconnected.
It's funny.
Yeah.
That
Hey,
and
Dave.
their theories don't connect either.
Yep, that's true.
I was gonna say, hey, Dave. So would you say that when you're really drunk and you're on the floor, you're being Coriolis?
Oh, absolutely. The earth is spinning, a Coriolis effect. Sometimes, you know, you fall over sideways because of the spin, but that's the only time that you're spinning. Luckily, that hasn't happened to me in a long time.
Shout out to Space Audits for giving the new term. If you're drunk, you're not drunk, you're Coriolis.
So also when you're drunk and spinning and then you're on the floor, that proves that the earth is spinning. But then to further it, when you throw up in the toilet, it spins around. So that absolutely triple proves that you're on a spinning ball.
I'm drunk just thinking about it.
Which way it ever spins depends on your latitude, though.
I don't think so. Because I just did an experiment the other day, just showed people because I was so tired of them throwing Coriolis at me. I poured a bucket of water into my sink and did it twice. It spun to the left and it spun to the right. It's just how the water enters the basin.
Hey, Dave. If an anti-flat earther goes in the cog disk and they start spiraling in the northern hemisphere, which way do they spiral?
My brain just broke on that one. I would say they spiral clockwise from above, counterclockwise from below.
I don't think it matters. It's just a joke, though. Did you hear my? Have you ever heard my other? You probably never heard my other joke before because this is the first time we kind of met.
Go ahead.
So
I didn't know. I actually didn't know you made jokes. You're so scientifically based and so out there. Sometimes the stuff you say is way over my head, but now you make jokes. All right, go ahead. Make me laugh.
All right, so the Earth is really a ball, right? But because everybody's on Earth, it's load bearing. So if everybody ran and jumped off the edge of the flat Earth, then it would turn into a ball.
That's not funny. Sorry. See, you're like my friend Sophia, who turned me into flat earther. She's so analytical. Like I make jokes for her, and it's crickets. I'm lucky if I hear a cricket. And over the years, she started to make some jokes, and they're just not very funny. Maybe it was funny. Maybe I just didn't understand it. But, haha.
Oh, yeah, no. Like if you think, I'll just so you can kind of understand it. It's kind of like with bridges, right? Like bridges are load bearing, and that's why they have a curve in them. And then as weight increases, it flattens out.
I get it. I thought you were going to do something with the bearing being a ball. I mean, there's a whole bunch of
You're
things.
killing me, Dave. You're killing
Good
me.
effort, dude. Good effort.
Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Listen, being a comedian is very difficult. You can crash and burn sometimes.
Hey, I'm not worried about it, man. I still
It's
like
all
my
right.
joke.
All right, good for you. Maybe it's just above my head. You're smarter than I am for sure.
Uh-oh, proving anti-gravity.
What's
You
up,
see,
Mr.
there's a
Xavier?
new viral video out by mainstream that's being pushed. Remember the old Vsauce one? How gravity wouldn't work on a flat Earth because you'd be tilting away, and by the time you got to the edge, you'd be standing on the edge of the disc. they made a new version of that, and it's going everywhere. And all the frigging, people that haven't really looked into the topic that are laughing at flat Earth are sending it to me. It's like there's nothing new under the sun. They're using the same spell as they used. How many years ago was that made? 15 years ago, and now they've done it again for the next generation.
I just want to know why Eratosthenes never looked at the sun, not once. I guess I don't know. Like, wouldn't he have seen like the crepuscular rays at least once? He just assumed they're parallel. It's very strange. He never looked up, not one time.
Well, why should he? The Earth is a ball, and the sun's infinitely far away. But back in the Eratosthenes times, they believed in a geocentric Earth. So he believed that there was an infinitely far sun, gigantic, and that the sun went around the infinitely small Earth.
That's so epic.
It's so stupid. But here's the problem. Globers can't, not the professionals, the normal people, they're like, they can't process that 3D image. They can't, they're like, I don't get it. It's too much for my brain because I only can memorize and regurgitate. It's sad how people are, how their brains are like that. And by the way, when I first started looking into, conspiracies, I started off with money and the Federal Reserve and everything. It was tough. It was tough. But now, the more you use it, the stronger it gets. And people don't use their brains. They work, they drink, they watch sports, they watch movies, they talk about the weather, and that's it.
You know who
A little bit,
Aristarchus?
a little bit of office gossip in there.
You know who Aristarchus is, Dave?
Kind of.
Kind of. So you've heard the name before. Like
Yeah.
that was news to me. I just found out about him a couple months ago, and I'm like,
What's his deal?
I don't know. Like apparently he was an Aristotle student or a student of a student from Aristotle, and he apparently also knew the Earth was a globe.
Well,
And his
I mean,
Wikipedia is way bigger than Eratosthenes.
did he exist? I mean, I don't even know if Eratosthenes existed. He might have been a real guy, but the story of his experiment didn't show up until the 1900s.
Yeah, yeah.
You think that would be in every book, about mathematics and the Earth? It's as Jeremy says, that would be like writing a history about the Chicago Bulls and leaving out Michael Jordan. All of the other mathematicians from that area that wrote books never mentioned his experiment that figured out the diameter of the Earth. The diameter of the Earth that you have to imagine to make it real. Crazy.
A couple weeks ago, I brought up the limit of vision and how we would have that doesn't stop when you go off the Earth, right? So like, what are we actually looking at when we go off the Earth? Like, where is there a horizon? What's going up to meet? Because that's how our vision works. Anybody got any thoughts on that?
What is the question exactly?
It's kind of like how are we actually? How can we trust what we're seeing about space in general if our vision is limited to a sphere, in a certain distance, and our eyes are based on, they have perspective built in. So that perspective, I don't think disappears just because you leave Earth, right? So if we go a couple hundred miles up and we point the camera or whatever, which is based on our eyesight, right? Cameras do see horizons. So how do we trust what we're seeing when we're looking at stars anyway, right? Like if we're looking dead out into space from 200 miles up, looking away from Earth, and we're looking dead out into space, where is the horizon in that space, right? Some stars would be going up, some stars would be going down. We would still have that limit to our vision.
So
Go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say real quick, the horizon is just the apparent location where the Earth meets the sky. But as far as like the limit of what a lens can see is just due to perspective and your what is that thing called?
angular resolution.
Yeah, and imagine the Earth is an extended plane, that goes beyond Antarctica. Well, when you go up, you're only going to see the lit area by the local sun. So it's like holding a light close to a wall in a dark alley. It's only going to light up that little area. So that's all you're going to see. All of that's going to go right into a ball due to perspective on how you see the world. And then even if there was light farther, that's not like the brightest light. It's not like the sunlight, and you won't be able to see it. It'll just fade out, and you're just going to see a circle. Everything you're going to see is always going to be in a circle. Even if it's not a circle over distance, it becomes a circle or a sphere according to the way your eyes see. So that's how I see it.
Right. And so I'm just thinking, like, how does that work when we turn around and we look out into space? Right. So, like, if I'm on Earth and I'm in the middle of I'm like floating in the middle of a city, like in the air, and there's all these buildings around me going out into the distance. These buildings are bigger and taller and larger or close to me, and then they get smaller as they go farther away. Right. And then we have the horizon. Now, if I go out in the middle of space and I'm surrounded by stars, right, the ones closer to me are bigger, the ones farther away from me are smaller, and then, right, there's a horizon there. We don't see it though, but there
I don't
is
think
one.
there. I don't think there. I don't think there is a horizon. The horizon is the solid, opaque Earth meeting the atmosphere that becomes opaque. Because you're in fake space with no atmosphere, you should be able to see much farther as far as light can go. But again, light, a light going into the distance is going to get dimmer and dimmer and dimmer, and then you're not going to be able to see it. So you should only be able to see really far compared to on Earth, but not that far at all compared to what space is. Maybe you can see a light hour away. I don't know. Maybe a little farther, but not much, because light would not be able to reach your eye. It gets thinner and thinner. People think that light just focuses at the same brightness. Think about it. It's spreading out in every direction. When you spread it out, it's like the rubber on a balloon. You got a balloon, you put a tiny bit of air in it. Imagine that rubber is all of the light. Now blow it up to full size. That's pretty thin. Now blow it up to 10 feet wide. How thin is that rubber now? That's the light. Now blow it up to 100 feet wide. Could you even detect the rubber? Now 1,000 feet, now 1,000,000 feet, now 1,000,000 miles. Like, it's gone. You can't even detect that it's there anymore. And it's the same thing with light.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So we have a limit to how far we can see and what we should be able to see, but within that limit is a built-in perspective, and that doesn't disappear when we go into space, right? So I'm thinking, like, how does that affect what we look at when we are looking at space?
Interesting concept, but space
Right?
is fake. So, if you were in a Bugs Bunny cartoon and Roadrunner's falling and you had a perspective from underneath the Roadrunner, would it look like he's getting bigger as he comes down to you to crash through the earth, leaving a Roadrunner cut hole in the earth? I mean, that's what you're asking me to theorize.
Yeah, just a thought experiment. That's
I
all it
know
was.
it's a thought experiment, and I don't want to insult Narnia, but it's Narnia. Narnia is far more real than space.
Got you.
Better than the globe Earth that they give us too. Shout out to Narnia. Hey, real quick before we get to, since we're talking about space, and before we get to Chase, and I'm a poet, didn't even know it. I want to take some time real quick, Dirk, to get you familiar with the actual Spaces app. So that way, next time you pop up, if you want to like share any content, like while you're talking, whether if you got some memes, some pictures, or some short clips, you could either, first of all, you could drop it in the chat bubble on the bottom of the screen. Do you see that little chat bubble?
Is that where it says 390?
Yes, sir.
So that opens it up and says post my reply, and then I could pick an image.
Yeah, so you could do that, and it'll pop up. Well, it will tweet it out underneath the space tweet. So that's the first thing. So it will keep everything relative to this conversation. So if someone want to like double back to episode 92, they'll be able to jump in this thread and see everyone's comments and all their content relative to the conversation.
Did I just send a picture?
Let me go check, because if you did, I want to take you to step 2. Yep, I see it.
Okay.
Now
I don't see it though.
Yeah, right. So this is what I'm gonna show you next. So now it's linked to the space. So it's a picture replying to the actual space tweet. Now, if you click on that tweet and you click the share button, let me
Wait,
know.
you completely lost me. So
Okay.
I'm
So
back.
yeah.
I'm back in the spaces where I was before.
So that tweet went under my space tweet and it'll be in your replies. So you would have to go to your page.
I don't know
And
what my page is.
Well, you just go to your profile where you see where all your tweets are, and then you should have like the tweets, and you should have like your replies.
I can't do that without going into listening mode.
No, you should just be able to click your profile, click your PFP, or
Yeah, there
jump
should
straight.
be like are you on the computer or are you on?
No, I'm on. All right, so I hit the home button. I hit my profile. Okay.
Right. Now you should have all your regular posted tweets that you have on in the first column. But if you go to like the reply section, which is the next column over, you should see your most recent tweets.
There it is.
Boom. Now click the share button.
The share on that tweet?
Yes.
So there's a retweet and there's the little arrow share.
Yep.
Okay.
Click that one.
Yeah.
Now, do you see where it says share to MySpace all the way up at the top? It says share to Sacred Space, or
it says no share via. I'm in the share area. I don't think I'm in the right place. Share via direct message.
It's
Episode I made a deal with Elon.
There's a microphone. There's a microphone icon.
I'm going to try it again. So there, I'm looking at my tweet. Underneath my tweet, I have my leave a comment, retweet, heart, and then there's the share button on the right. Is that the one?
Yep. Click the share.
Okay.
And what should he see, guys, in order for him to share it to the space?
It's the first one with the microphone icon up at the top.
I see no microphone. Oh, microphone icon. Okay. It says episode 92.
Yep. Click on that.
I think and then did it do it? Just by clicking on it?
Give it a second, and it should populate at the very top of the space where we're having the conversation with the microphones, where we're talking right now.
All right, I clicked it, and then it just did it. It didn't ask me for confirmation or anything. Is that correct?
Right. Give it a minute. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
Yeah, it just popped up there.
Okay.
All right, now, so if you come back to the space where you can see all of us talking, let me know when you're back on that screen.
I think I'm there.
And if you scroll all the way up top, you'll see like a bunch of tweets up top. There's a bunch of bubbles and tweets posted up. It's called the nest.
The nest. I see it says 133 listening, episode 92. And then I see one with showing perspective, like P-Brain's graphics.
And if you scroll all the way to the left, you should see the tweet that you shared.
Oh, left. Okay. So you didn't tell me that.
My bad.
Relativistic
direction.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Yes.
So boom. So now everybody in the space can go up top and they could see your content that you're sharing as you're speaking about it. It's the closest thing we got to like screen share besides us merging the live video with spaces. So we don't have like screen share yet or like the green screen and stuff like that on Twitter Spaces. Yeah, hey, Elon, listen to us, man. We need that. But they are working on video. So some people have like.
I'm so glad this isn't video. I'm so glad. I've been on since 4:30 in the morning. It's now 11:44, and this is awesome not being on video because I made breakfast. I took a shower. Done a lot of things.
Hey, multitasking, man. Multitask.
Yeah. I wanted to say something when I was in the shower. I was like, you know what? I'm just gonna hold off.
But yeah, man. So that's how you share content via spaces. While you're a speaker. So if you're a speaker, you could tweet stuff out. You could share it using the share feature. It'll pop up to the nest, and everybody in here can go up to the top and they can see whatever's in the nest.
And if somebody is listening to some Glober talk about the LEM or anything, go on the app, go to the images section, search that name, and there'll be a whole bunch of memes and images and helpful stuff, and then you could share them. They're right at your fingertips. and you can teach the Glober a little lesson.
You teach the Glober with memes, not science.
You know what? Think about it. All the ancient cultures used hieroglyphics and images. Memes are the effective communication tool. They hit you on many
Yeah, but that
levels. And
doesn't mean you can't be wrong.
absolutely correct. Look at the one I just sent. Am I wrong? Are they spraying the sky?
No, they're not.
They're not spraying the sky.
They're not spraying the sky.
Oh no, Chase! What?
Oh my god!
Yep,
Oh my god!
yep. Okay, so based on what you just shared, how does that excuse me? How do
you can see them spraying the
hey,
sky?
don't mock me, man. I'm coming here in good faith. All right.
Yeah, no problem. And just 2 days ago, there was a Senate hearing. There was a hearing, and a bunch of politicians were going to ban geoengineering of the sky. That they admit that they're doing that. There's patents that they do. They're all of the
I've
stuff.
already looked
and
into this. This is nonsense. What you're saying?
Oh
What?
my god!
Dude,
I
you
can't
got
talk
cut
to
him
this guy.
off mid-sentence when he's giving you
Of
information? Are
course,
you insane,
I'm trying
bro?
to save him some embarrassment.
Get rid of this guy.
So it's not
I'm
that they
sorry.
don't.
Yeah,
No,
he's not here in good faith. He's
Get
not.
rid of this
get
guy.
rid of me.
This guy. If you can't see chemtrails, you can't even have this conversation.
How do you know they're
Bro, he's giving you
chemtrails?
Senate. He's
What do
giving
you
you
mean if
stuff
you
from the
can't
Senate,
see
bro.
them? What am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to use my X-ray vision.
Hey, check out the Tennessee law that they just passed about chemtrails and geoengineering, bro.
Yeah, and look at all the patents and look at all the information and look at all
That
the
doesn't
videos
mean
of
that does.
Hey,
Excuse
I'm
me.
talking.
How
I'm
does
in the
that
middle of a
translate to
sentence.
these
I'm
are
talking about
chemtrails,
something.
sir?
So there's videos of airplanes turning the sprayers on and off.
Show me that they actually turn
Dude,
them on.
I'm here on Twitter Space. Go look up. Watch the.
I'm not looking up anything. Okay.
Of course you're not, because you're a. Here I go. I'm going to be the mean
It's dishonest.
guy. You're
It's not
dishonest and
dishonest.
ungenuine.
Stop
Dude,
using
you're
the term
denying
dishonest.
You
everything.
have a weak mind.
No.
You're what I call
You
a
are just you got
weak-minded person.
PTSD, and this is your way of coping with the intricacies and nuance.
Okay, hold on. Let me just do a little bit of space management. Welcome to Stationary Saturdays, y'all. Hey, She Talk, I need help with requests. So I'm gonna just send you a co-host real quick. If you can help me out. Because I'm glitching, I can't really see. And I don't know, I crashed, and then I come back to everybody screaming at each other. So let's try to make this a coherent listening experience for everybody. Sheepdog, grab a co-host if you can. I don't know if you see it. So yeah, I missed the whole back and forth. I came back and y'all was just yelling. So let's try this again. Chase, chill out. All right, try not to come in so hot. We was kicking it for a few hours since Flat Earth Fridays, bro. Relax. There's certain ways that you can approach this conversation. We got the answers if you're willing to listen. Don't be too arrogant, because you might get clipped up. All right, so whoever was speaking, let's take it from here.
Let me just ask one little feeler question. Caller or whatever, the guy that doesn't believe in chemtrails, do you believe we landed on the moon?
Before we do a back and forth, and I know you people know your stuff, and before I commit to being a flat earther.
No, I don't want you to be a flat earther. Did we land on the moon?
I'm very close, and I'll tell you why. But to answer your question, not to leave you hanging, I do believe we did land on the moon.
Okay.
Now, before we go down that rabbit hole, which I think is another rabbit hole, yeah, I know it's funny. Hello, Crypto Keys. Happy Saturdays. I hope everyone's doing well. Much blessings. Now, much like everyone in this room, actually everyone in this room, I also am not a lab coat. I am not a scientist. Okay, I don't have the credentials, and neither do any of you. And then maybe that's for a good reason. Maybe I'm a retard too. Now, without the pejoratives, okay, I would like to ask, because I destroyed one of my flat Earth friends, and he is a dear friend of mine, and we kind of got down to kind of this biblical notion. Why do you think governments would spend hundreds of billions of dollars like spreading a lie to retards like us online who think the earth is round? Because the Catholic Church did the exact opposite. They tried to keep the globe earth model from coming, right? The Jesuits, etc., Copernicus, Galileo. So why are they now trying to keep the flat earth model from us, or the corners of the earth, whatever have you, the flat plane of existence?
The answer is I gave. If you go to my channel, which you won't, and watch the video on why would they lie.
Sir. So we're having.
Hold on, I'm just answering your question. You got to let me answer your question. You got.
Chase, let him finish. He didn't interrupt. Go ahead, Dave.
So why would they lie?
Double mute, my bad. Elon be tripping.
All right, why the lie? I'm not going to get into the whole thing, but it's one of the greatest questions, and it's answered fully in the why the lie section. But it's to hide our true power and stop us from reaching our true potential. Here's the thing: I'm going to let you say whatever you want, because my litmus test is if you think we went to the moon, or you think chemtrails are a conspiracy theory, we have nothing to talk about. We're
and
done.
that's fine, brother, and that's fine. My litmus test to not talk to you is when you say, go do this research or go watch this YouTube University video. So that's fine, and we don't have to have a conversation, but there is someone out there that does. So look, from my position and juxtaposition, before I commit to being a non-globie, is this. Because when I spoke with my friend, and we're both religious people.
He's
Now,
talking about
I was
Nathan.
born into it. I never saw an atheist until I was already a man. He said I came to God because of conspiracies. I said, okay, that's fine. That's your kind of way you've maneuvered through the world. But we got down to the gritty nitty, and it took a lot of grit on my end to figure out that this guy believes that if because the Old Testament has some references to what he thinks is evidence of flat Earth, which it isn't. We went through Isaiah, we went through Genesis, we went through every Bible verse. Could not substantiate one time where the Bible, and I'm a religious person, says that it is a flat Earth. So if they are not going out of their way to protect a flat Earth model because of some kind of underlying power structure based on the Old Testament, then you don't really have a leg to stand on from a biblical perspective. Moon, you don't like the camera system they use. You don't think vacuum exists. You don't think viruses exist. I mean, there's just so much to talk
Chase,
about.
you gotta stop calling people lab
The
coats.
problem is
you're the ultimate lab coat.
I won't
You're
call
a
you a lab
Pfizer
coat because
super
you're
fan.
not. You're a retard. Okay, with all due respect. And
You need to watch your mouth, buddy.
you already said you didn't want to talk to me, so
Yo,
don't talk to me.
Yeah, he's a troll. I don't know how much you want to entertain.
Okay. Let's just let him finish his thoughts, guys. Like, if you chiming in and you're gonna take jabs, he gonna jab back, right? So, I mean, if you're gonna let him speak, and then we could pack that up real quick, or we just gonna bullshit. I'd rather get to some common ground if we could. So let's see what Chase has to offer, and see if we could flatten his sphere and balls that he loves so much. Oh, and Sheepdog, I don't know if you could see the co-host. If you can't, I'm gonna send it to X to see if he can get it. Matter of fact, real quick, before you continue, hold on, before you continue, let me just make sure that someone grab co-host. Sheepdog, can you get it or not?
You'll have to set it again because I think it went away.
Okay, let me try one more time. Hold on, real quick, guys, real quick, because I think I got some requests. I don't want to be able to cycle through them. Proud is trapped in the ether. Do you see it?
No, it's not sending me the request.
All right. Let me try to, if I can't do it, I'm gonna send it to X, see if he can see it. Go ahead, Chase.
Yeah, thank you, brother Crypto. Look, at the end, I just think that from a biblical perspective, it's never been substantiated that the Earth is flat. So I don't see how the power structures and why they would spend hundreds of billions of dollars, nations that hate each other, like Russia, like America, to team up on this one little thing, this one little power, when they're literally killing each other, and there's this existential crisis of nationhood. And I don't think the flat Earth trumps all of nations existing. That's just ridiculous on the face of it. I mean, literal countries are going to war for tens of billions of dollars to maintain power. Why would they team up for flat Earth? That just seems patently absurd.
Okay, so if I show you evidence, just real quick, Sheepdog, if I show you evidence that they all agree on something, though, then what?
The Antarctic Treaty nonsense is already been debunked.
How do you debunk the treaty that actually exists? Wait, what?
Because it's not what you think it is. And I don't think you've completely read it, and I don't think you have a proper analysis of what the Antarctic Treaty is all about.
Hold on, we do know that Antarctica got resources and additional land, right?
I don't know what that means.
You don't know what resources and additional land.
I don't know what you mean by what you just said. I know what you said. I don't know what you mean exactly.
Well, Antarctica is a landmass. There's additional land, and Antarctica also consists of resources.
According to whom? What do you mean additional landmass?
Well, Antarctica is a landmass.
Quite literal, bro. It's a literal interpretation here.
Okay, again, what do you mean by additional landmass?
Okay, let's take that off. Let's take that off the table. Let's just take that off the table. Let's just take that off the table. We know that Antarctica has massive amount of resources.
I don't know. I don't know what that means. That's a very relative statement to make.
Well, there's land down there, right? Like Antarctica is land, right? It's not water.
Yes, it's a giant landmass. Yes,
right.
It's a continent. Right. Okay, so some call it a continent.
So if there's landmass down there, that means there's more landmass than the ones that humans are living on right now.
Correct. Sure, we can agree.
Right. And so what Sacred is saying, go ahead, Sacred, about the Antarctic Treaty.
So if there's landmass and resources, according to Britannica, scientific expeditions have found valuable minerals in some of these Antarctic areas, including antimony, chromium, copper, gold, lead, tin, uranium, zinc, and there's probably some oil over there too. So if we know that they're at war for resources and land, right? Just like you said, I can't believe how all these guys can be at war, but then they all agree on a flat earth. But in the one place that has additional land and resources, they all agree, hey, let's not fight over here, though. Why would flat earth be anything that you couldn't accept if they already agree not to fight for something that they're creating for wars all over the rest of the world for? Does that make sense to you?
Well, I mean, if you want to fulfill a narrative that you already have, it could make sense. It's not necessarily indicative of anything.
Wars are for land and resources, right?
Correct. Well, in many cases.
Right. There's land and resources in one place, and all of the nations agreed not to have war over there.
Okay.
So you're saying, how can all of them agree to hide something when they're fighting for this over here? This is literally analogous.
Well, it's a cost-benefit situation here.
So it's a possibility that they can all agree on something, even though they're fighting for that same thing over there.
Well, of course, people can agree on many things and still fight.
Okay, so if they're hiding land and resources,
they're not hiding, but they're not hiding it.
Oh, now you know?
Exactly, that's the whole point, bro. How do you know? Like you just said, it's impossible for them to all.
How do you know they're hiding it?
Because we can't freely explore over there, and nobody knows what's there. You can't go past a specific point freely and privately.
Well, I think it's a good thing to keep one part of the world that's been untouched. I mean, do people not protect the Galapagos Islands from?
Before you move the goalpost, can you acknowledge that you conceded on a point that Sacred skillfully just showed you having a double standard for? Before we move, first you said it's not done. Now it's a good thing that it's done. So can you concede that you were wrong?
I don't think it'll stay like that forever. I think ultimately you'll see oil rigs near Antarctica if there is a scarcity situation.
Well, that wasn't the point, though. You said that it wasn't like that, and now you're saying, well, it's like that for a reason, Sacred.
No, it just happens to be the case that Antarctica has not been extracted for resources yet.
So then it is like that. Then it is like, hey, we can all agree on one thing, even though we're fighting for that very same thing.
There's actually two things that.
Hold on. But you have to ask yourself why they're not tapping into Antarctica. Is it because of a treaty? Is it to keep the lands virgin, or is it just very expensive to go all the way down there to
Let's just kill people in the world for the land that we have. Let's not go down to where there's nobody down there.
Yes, people kill each other. Yes, it's not.
Do you think they're concerned about our environment seriously?
To some extent, yes.
So wait, hold on a second. All the countries in the world that can't agree on anything, they all agree that you can't go to Antarctica, and they all agree that everyone must get the jibby jab stuck in their arm. Amazing, those two things they all agree upon, and there's no fight.
Now you're pancaking ideas.
Oh, you mean like showing multiple correlations?
What you're not doing is deductive reasoning. That's what you're not doing.
Bro, you just said it's hard for them to collude or to all be on one page about something, and now we're giving you two different examples, and you're saying, hey, that's too many examples, guys. Please stop refuting me.
Well, no one.
Too many flat pancakes.
Hold on. No one.
Why you invoke the pancake balls?
Sir. No one
flat
owns
pancakes.
Sir, no one owns Antarctica. There are nations who have bases there.
Yeah, that's irrelevant, bro.
No, it is relevant. How do you extract resources from a land that you don't own?
Yeah, we're not talking about extracted resources, bro.
No,
we
were literally talking about that, sir. Minerals and resources and
No,
oil.
we're talking about how they're not doing that.
Correct, because
and how they are doing that all over the place.
That's what the treaty is for, sir.
That's what they tell you it's for.
Okay,
and
so
you
how
believe
do you
it.
know? How do you know the real truth or the
That's
real
the-
reason? I should say.
We don't know the real truth. All we
Okay,
know
so
is
if you
what we
don't know, you
can't.
can't-
All
you-
we
you
know
can't
that we
make a
can't
claim,
do
can you?
something. We can't do something that's going to literally allow us to make a proof or evidence of one position, and we can't do it. And all of the nations who you told us was at war all agree that that should be the case.
No, it's not about agreeing that should be the case. I mean,
What you mean? That's a treaty. You know what a treaty is, right?
Sir, nations can be at war and still have treaties elsewhere.
Even though
but that specifically about what he just said, bro. Come on.
Okay, again, no one owns Antarctica. Why would you extract resources in a place you don't own?
Well, that's the whole point of a war. He's like, I don't own that. I
sequitur.
want that. I'm gonna take that. What you think you think there's a law that says, hey, please come take my stuff only if it's under your law allowed? No, bro, that's the whole point of this. What you mean?
That doesn't make any sense to me.
Wait, you mean going to war to take something that doesn't belong to them doesn't make sense to you? There's a
literally
law
the
that
entire human history, bro.
What are you insinuating? There's a secret reason why the U.S. hasn't just annexed Antarctica?
Not just the U.S., bro. Every single nation. No. They all know because they all have access that we don't. And you think that it's just okay.
I just don't see how this is a point in the conversation. I asked why would they spend hundreds of billions of dollars of sending fake rockets into the atmosphere when they're not really penetrating the firmament?
That's not what you asked.
Just to fool retards, right? That the Earth is somehow a dome, right?
So wait, you think SpaceX is in the negative? They not profiting?
I don't
Chase,
know.
Chase, you don't think SpaceX is in the green?
They're not
you think they hold on, wait, Chase. You think space, so you don't know. So you don't think that you think SpaceX is losing money right now?
I didn't say that.
So you would think that they're in a profit.
I don't know. They're not a publicly traded company.
So you should probably go check out the numbers then. You would have to go see that. You would have to go do. If you don't know, then you're saying, "Oh, I don't see how this could." Well, bro,
how is that important to me? That's not what I'm.
Because you said, "What's the point of them sending billions of dollars of rockets?" And I'm asking, well, it would make sense. It wouldn't make sense if they're in the negative, right? But I don't think they're in the negative. I think they're in the positive. So if it's profitable. You can't interrupt me in the middle of my sentence because you don't want to hear the rest of what I'm talking about to make your point refuted. Bro, if they're in the profit, what other reason do you need?
I don't know if they're in the profit or not, but they are being subsidized by the government.
Yeah.
So they're making money.
Who's paying the government, bro?
What do you mean who's paying the government? Tax dollars.
Who's paying the government?
Exactly.
So what?
Yeah, so and here's my thing. You're like,
you think they're laundering money?
Billions? Chase, hold on. Why would they spend billions of dollars? They're not spending it, bro. They're pocketing it and taking it for themselves. Why is that so hard to understand?
But they're not. You can trace the money.
But they are.
But they're not.
I thought you said that you can't trace it.
Well, hold on a second. You're just saying they're pocketing the money. You can't prove they're pocketing the money.
They're millionaires and billionaires, and you don't want to see that.
But they were already millionaires and billionaires.
And they're keeping the money, bro, for themselves.
How do you know that? How do I
don't know
because
that?
the money comes from the taxpayers.
How do you know that they're laundering money from doing a SpaceX operation, sir?
Where's the money coming from?
Doesn't matter. That's not what I'm asking you.
Are they salary or are they spending their own money?
You said no. You made the claim.
Are they salary?
That they're pocketing the money? I'm asking you, how do you know? Do you know what deductive reasoning is? Hey, sir. Do you know what? Sir. Do you know what? Sir. Do you know what deductive?
Are they
Sir,
making 500,000 a
for the
year and catching
eighth time,
bonuses
sir.
for the
Do you know
things
what
that they're
deductive
doing?
reasoning
You don't
is?
want to
You
listen,
said
do
they're
you?
pocketing the money. Please answer to the room. How do you know that?
How do I know
First,
that? Because they're on the board of these companies and they're taking a salary.
That you have
That's
no
why I know
idea.
that.
You have no idea what being on the board means. You have no idea
Oh, I don't.
how managing billions of dollars entails.
You're
You have
right.
no
I've
idea
never
what you're
worked in a
talking about.
hospital my entire life.
Excuse me?
You're right. I've never worked in a hospital my entire life.
Who the hell allowed you to work in a hospital? Because I want to talk to that person.
okay, now we're starting to derail. Chase, the
We
point
are
was,
because this guy made a claim, and when I held his feet to the fire, now he's trying to
but
back out and
you're
save his
just
ego.
ignoring him
Because
because
this
you're
is what
being a
happens when
contrarian.
people
Okay,
You're
so can
ignoring
we
me, dude.
get
You're not
together.
even acknowledging
can we
what I'm
address the
saying.
goalpost that you moved? So here's the two ways you could approach this. As forensics, somebody has 3 shots to the back of the head and says, "Oh, this was a suicide." The forensic says, "No, he has 3 shots to the back of the head. It is objectively not a suicide." Now you're asking, "Well, why? Why? Who would kill this person? This person is so nice. What is the motive?" Forget about the motive. We're not in here for motives. He explained that there's profit made, objectively true, because they're not in the negative. You're talking about who's pocketing, who's laundering. You used the word laundering. He did not. Objectively, there is profit. What else
What does
motivation
pocketing
do you
money
need?
even mean? If
So
they're not.
they're making money. Are they in the negative? You said you do know, you
Okay.
don't
So
know,
they're
you're back and
making
forth.
money. So how do you know they're in the positive?
Where he asked you, you said that what
I
is the
said I
reason?
don't know whether it's positive or negative. So if you
Okay,
think it's
so is there
positive,
any other reason needed besides
I
profit?
look,
There are
dude. If
many.
I told you they were in the positive, if I don't have access to their financials, I am literally lying to you, and you would be doing the same thing in the
He didn't.
inverse.
He asked you, are they in the negative? Asking you, are they in the negative, is not asserting they are in the positive.
I said I don't
So
know.
okay, so that's that. So we gave you a reason.
So
It's a fine reason.
but you are claiming that they are in the positive. How do you know
No,
that?
asking you if
So
they're
we
not in
don't.
the negative is not.
Right. So I was asking you, do you think that they're in a negative after all the things that they've done? Because then your point has some
I
value
don't
to
know.
it.
Do you
But
believe they're in the positive?
if they're in the profit, if they're in the positive, then they're making profit. Then
Yeah,
they really don't
but
need. They
your
really.
entire
Whoa, bro.
argument.
Whoa, bro. Whoa.
Whoa,
Chill.
you
I'm
chill.
talking, bro, and you still talking through me. Why do you continue to do that? I don't even know. It's probably like 8 in the morning where you at on stationary Saturdays, and you just hype. Relax.
I'm going to go on.
So
Hey,
if you,
Sacred, so you know,
I
this
don't
guy
have
Chase is
direct
one of
access.
Shepard's guys.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, we know.
I don't have access to their direct financials, right? But I mean, a simple Google search, even if we're just going to appeal to surface level information, I don't think you'll find anything from 2023 that says that SpaceX lost money. As a matter of fact, with all their other endeavors, they probably profited. Matter of fact, let me just look it up real quick. Let me just look up. I'm just going to type in SpaceX 2023 profit. Hold on. Let me just do this real quick and let's see the first thing that comes up.
While you're looking up, I just want to say this real quick. You asked, why would they lie? Why would they lie about billions of dollars? I just gave you a reason. I didn't say that's exactly what's going on. They're pocketing money. I gave you a reason. Instead of spending the money, they're pocketing the money because the money's not coming from them.
But you
the
don't know
coming
that.
From the taxpayers.
But you don't know that.
The money is coming from the taxpayers. You admitted that.
So I just went to the first search, right? First link, finance.yahoo.com, right? It says in 2023, payload calculates that SpaceX probably generated about $830 million in revenue from selling Starlink terminals to customers, and a further $3.3 billion in revenue from providing services through those terminals. $4.2 billion in all. That's more money than 3.5 billion.
How much money is going out?
That's
money
more
coming in.
money.
That's
That's more money than 3.5 billion that SpaceX makes from launching rockets. And there's also other things
that's
that
just
say
revenue. What's the cost of doing business?
Yo, bro.
Why are you getting upset?
Chill out. I'm tired of you talking through me, bro. This is why you don't digest no information because you keep
revenue, cost of doing business.
Yo, I'm still talking. You got to shut the hell up.
You gotta be quicker with me.
I don't get no. But when we move quicker, you say slow down because you can't digest the information. We was already moving faster than you, and you told us to slow it down.
All right, dude.
So now you want us to move quicker. Pick your relativistic speed, bro. Keep up with us or slow the hell down. Stop opening your mic and talking through me. I'll snatch that shit, bro. I don't like that. Okay, I'm trying to convey information, and it's not just me and you. It's not just me and you on the team. I mean, on the mic right now. It's a bunch of everybody else in here. Look, now he want to run. Yo, I'm so sick. Every single time you're trying to get to a point, they always want to derail. They always, that's the whole point why we started episode 92, right? It's due to censorship. When you're trying to make a point, they never want to hear out the end. Because then if you make the conversation convoluted, they don't got to sit there and say, oh, my bad, y'all made a point. I said this and contradicted myself in the next sentence. So let me just interrupt and divert and confuse the conversation. Hopefully the level heads don't redirect me back to what I said that contradicted myself in the first place. Shout out to Mr. X. It's always the same thing. And then when you press them, they don't want to acknowledge anything that you say. It's just like, I'm going to leave now because I can't censor you, Sacred.
Screw that dude. He wasn't going nowhere, bro.
I really wanted to get to some science. Like, we were just acknowledging the things that he didn't understand on a very surface level. I really wanted to go cook him up with the sciences, but we couldn't even get past stage 1, bro.
He's kind of a troll, Sacred. I know him. He's like a funny guy, but he was just trolling. Like, he does believe it. He is like libtarded and octo boosted, but he was just riling people up.
He's not receive information. Basically, he's here to argue and call everybody stupid. He's not here to receive any information. So we shouldn't even waste like that.
Yeah, with the exception of
taking
Nathan,
these clowns seriously, man. This shit is crazy.
Yeah, Nathan, that's Nathan's boy. He's in a lot of political rooms. He is. So this subject of flat Earth comes up and he trolls as well. When Nathan shuts it down. So I already know he was going to come in good faith. And also, he said, do you guys know anything about deductive reasoning, not understanding what Staker just did? You said they cannot come, they don't collaborate there is an international collaboration. There's intellectual collaboration here. Therefore, your assertion is wrong. And he just started moving the goalposts. So excellent job, everybody in the panel, not letting them shift from subject to subject, because that's what they do. They want you to take the bait, to have this a convoluted conversation. So anybody listening, the information does not resonate. And we didn't let that happen. So good job, everybody.
I was just gonna add in real quick. Like, sorry, Proud, you go ahead. I was just gonna say, man, people get really caught up on like, oh, SpaceX isn't making money, Tesla's not making. To me, it's like all one big cabal slush fund. I mean, the Federal Reserve they're owned by like BlackRock, State Street, and then you look at who owns that. They all like own each other. It's just like one huge big circle jerk. And I know it sounds like a big conspiracy, but there's data on this. So like, yeah.
Also, another wrong information. He said that the Catholic Church was pushing for everybody to say it's flat. That's objectively false. The founder, one of the biggest popularizers of the Big Bang theory, is the Catholic priest / physicist called George Lemaitre. You would say he's the father of the Big Bang theory. So it's objectively wrong what he just said. The Catholic Church was huge in pushing out the globe model.
And the only other thing I wanted to add is everyone always gets caught up on this $33 trillion debt. Like, I'm not a big number. I don't like the number. I've read about Mark Skidmore, and they've uncovered hundreds of trillions of dollars in military black budget. And this was like over 7 years ago. So it's probably like in the quadrillions. And like, yeah, I don't like to say matter of factly stuff, but it's just like, yeah, I'm not going with the 32 trillion number. Sorry, guys. I think it's way more than that. So I don't like people saying numbers like that. Matter of fact.
Hey, real quick, X, you see the co-host? Because I'm glitching out.
Damn.
Oh, I didn't look. I think Proud is back though.
Oh, it's not letting me add somebody that's in here. It's like pending. I think you gotta remove it, Secret.
I know, man. The ops been talking crap like we ducking smoke, man. I've been like struggling over here for like 2-3 hours trying to bring the ops up here.
That's cap, because I sent somebody my key ticket. Well, the ops is glitching in. Let me put it that way. I think the ops is glitching. Because this person just grabbed the mic. What's up, David? Welcome to the stage. I don't know if Durf came back or not. But Durf got too many people blocked. I ain't gonna lie.
I'm still here.
Hey, Durf. Sorry, level heads, we don't block people. When we block speakers, they get kicked out the space.
No, they don't anymore, actually. They used to, but no one gets blocked in spaces anymore. Like, if you have anyone blocked, whether you're a speaker, host, it doesn't matter. Like, anyone can join any space regardless of who's blocked now.
Really?
100%.
Yeah, there's a red icon around the
It
person
just
that says
says,
you have
yeah,
this blocked. Yeah.
it just warns you. It says that a speaker that you have blocked is speaking. Do you still want to join the space? Or it'll say something along those lines. But yeah, it doesn't block literally anyone, no matter who you got blocked with, who's the speaker, who's the co-host, nothing. Anyone can join.
You guys tested that for co-hosts?
My co-host sending is not.
Yeah, that was me. That
apparently.
That's what I was thinking, that it's still pending from Alan.
Hey, Dave, what do you think of Flat Earth Friday so far? Is this what you expected when you joined at 4 a.m. this morning? What were you? Is this exceed your expectations or what? Like,
It's
you got a pretty good run of it today. Like,
yeah, it's I would say I am much nastier than all of you. Because there's so many things I wanted to say. I mean, I just have a short fuse for people like that last caller is just a troll, or but
sure.
you guys keep it very civil, and it's good. It's good. It's good. It helps me remain calm and civil. But people like that are just not worth my time or anyone's time. But you guys you expose him. I mean, I wanted to ask him if he was quadruple vaxxed or triple vaxxed. I'm guessing quadruple. Okay.
More than that.
Yeah. I mean, however many there are.
There's like 9 now, I think.
Yeah.
Like
so he I'm sure he's got all those too. And it's amazing that all of the Globers, they're kind of like the Antarctic Treaty and the jibby jab. They all have the same thing. We went to the moon, get the jibby jab. Antarctica Treaty doesn't exist. They all have the same talking points. Like either they're watching each other or they've got a playbook. And I think there's more involuntary, just people that are lost in the sauce rather than shills. But boy, I don't think somebody can be that stupid. Like he's got to be. He's got to be. Yeah.
There's a lot of people lost in the sauce, but I think the ones that like go out of their way to come on here and then like there are a few that just they come on here and they're like, whoa, you guys actually think Earth's flat, and then they're clearly just out of their depth. But like guys like him, like they know what they're doing when they come on here. I think those are like the small percentage of like the intentional like shills, trolls, whatever you want to call them.
And there is a benefit of exposing them like that, but man, they're just energy sucks, and I only have a certain amount of energy to give out,
right?
And I'd rather talk to people that are curious and think the Earth is a globe, because they don't have the information. These guys have the information. It's amazing. These guys they all have the same talking points. Oh, the gradient, and they know all those arguments like they've studied it. And it's all the same nonsense.
Yeah, they go through phases where like they all will bring up the same like gotchas, and then like once it's kind of defeated, they'll all start bringing up like a different one. And it's not just in here; it's also like in our replies. Like you'll just start seeing like 20, 30 people replying to any flat Earth post you make, like being like, how long does it take to fly from Santiago to freaking Sydney or whatever, like, and then they'll change to a different thing. It's obviously kind of like scripted and orchestrated, but we also have like a lot of genuine people coming here who like are sincere, who are like on the fence, or
I noticed
ask
that
questions. And there's also a lot of like really good conversations between like when it's just like knowing the Globers want to grab a mic and it's just kind of all flat earthers, like it was with us a couple hours ago. So that's cool. But yeah, it runs the gamut in here. You never know who's going to show up. You never know what you're going to get. It rarely fails to entertain.
Yeah, I mean that's my litmus test is did we go to the moon? Because if they think we went to the moon, you really can't discuss the other thing. And and the chemtrails, that's even worse than that. If anyone can't see that they're spraying our skies, I mean, the government admits it.
It's not even a conspiracy.
It's not even a
It's out in the
conspiracy, but
open.
those people are there's only two options. One, they're willful deceivers, shills, or whatever you want to call them, or two, they're incredibly weak-minded.
Yep.
And you brought up the court case, and he interrupted you and got so triggered by that, like that empirical data.
Yeah. There is no data. There's no way. And no, I'm not going to go watch a video that explains it to me. No, I'm not going to go look at the evidence. It's amazing.
It's funny you say that like the moon thing is a litmus test, because That's actually what I've been using as well. Like I've been asking my parents recently. Like I keep asking them, like, do you think we've been to the moon? And they just keep saying, like, they just like text me like, it doesn't matter. Like, well, I'm like, no, just tell me, do you actually think like we've been to the moon? And like we can't even get past that. I was sending them flat Earth stuff for like a few weeks, and they're like, oh yeah, that's interesting. And I was like, I
Yeah,
don't think that's really absorbing. So now I've just started asking them, do you think we went to the moon? And they won't even answer that. It's like, okay, wait a second. Like, we're not even there yet. Like, you really think? Like,
our new litmus test is literally just asking them if a surface is not curving, then what is it doing?
right.
I like
noticed
that.
They
that.
I
crumble at that.
love
And
that.
they're
I love
It's
that.
so
crumbling at
good.
that one.
Witsit did that to like what was it, like 9 guys the other night at once, and not one of them could say it, and they all just like had a frog in their throat and couldn't speak suddenly. It was so funny. Actually, I think Sacred was on there too when that happened. It was Sacred Witsit with like 9 like Glober dudes, and they tried to get him to say that, and they just couldn't say it. And it was just absolutely hilarious.
You know,
Bro, it shuts down their circuits. Does not compute. Does not compute.
one of the other ones that I like to ask is like when they ask me like, well, how far away is the sun on your flat Earth? I'm like, why does that matter? And then to just watch them spiral. Why is that important to you?
Yeah, you know what a lot of them don't understand too, because they always ask us, "Oh, what's your model? What's your model?" It's like, bro, we're not searching for a fucking model. We want to know what the real thing is.
Yeah, that guy was like, "Give me a working model." Or I mean, I was thinking like, "Give me a working model of your stuff," like, right? And that's the crux of it is you start going into the science and what they understand about their own model, and it's absolutely nothing. So it's just like, how are we gonna have this conversation, right? And then you start to try to explain it to them, and it's all you get is you don't even know.
I mean, like we gave them literally an explanation, right? Like, why would they spend hundreds of billions of dollars to deceive you? Because they're pocketing it, maybe, just maybe. I mean, they're not in the red, they're not in the black, they're in the green.
I think that, check this out. Space is the biggest money laundering scheme on Earth to rip off the people, and I think NASA sells franchises to other countries like Japan and China and India. They literally sell them a franchise, and then they say, "Okay, you got to do it this way and do this." They give them some direction, and it's literally like a franchise.
You think it's bigger than a scam than Federal Reserves? Like a bigger like money laundering scheme than Federal Reserves?
No. The Federal Reserve is all of the money. It's a scam.
Exactly. That's what
But
I'm saying. Yeah.
But this is the biggest scam underneath the Federal Reserve because everything, all money is a scam.
Right.
Yeah. So it's so
You're
stupid.
talking about like an organization that's like laundering money from the fake money.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, it's like the three-pronged approach, right? The banking system, the military, and then space.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, and it's just a propaganda. I feel like a tool, the foundation blocks. That's what people don't understand. The foundation blocks, so they can pull the wool over our eyes and do whatever they want, right? And like we were talking about yesterday, you believe evolution in school without questioning it. You believe all this nonsense without questioning it. Next thing you're taking the vaccine for a donut. So yeah. And it's not the conspiracies that are so dangerous, in my opinion. It's more of the pseudoscience that I'm seeing that's so dangerous.
Hey, how is it possible that like we've had Dave in here for this many hours as well as, all these other guys and that like all the shillheads haven't shown up? Like where are they? Like where's Peter? Where's P Dubs? Where's like how are they not already in here requesting mics trying to get a piece of Dave? Like I don't understand. Did they are they on like are they on like a team like retreat or something with no internet? Like what's going on today? Like how is that possible? Like where I'm scrolling through all the listeners, there's not one of them in here. That's like unprecedented.
And
Peter
I
was
got
here last
go
night.
ahead.
It's because it's a simulation.
Wait, go ahead, Prod.
Yeah, Pete, that's his name. Pete was here last night. He was trolling us. He
Right.
positioned
Yeah. I
his
saw
quote
him in there for a minute.
unquote debate advanced to Witsit. Everybody ignored him. We clowned him a little bit more.
Yeah. Yeah, I've
But
heard
I
a little.
noticed Che, he came in here like hot, man. He's like, "Oh, get Flat Earth Dave's in here. Let me get some anger out." David BB's raising his hand, I think.
Let's get to David and Meth and Chris, who are on stage right now, and then we can rotate some mics, guys. David BB, why you don't have no profile picture, by the way, bro? It's a little bodish.
What, me? I just made an X account, so that's why I don't have a
Both
pic.
of y'all don't have pics. Oh no, attack of the bots. Hey guys.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm not big on social media, and I'm pretty new to this whole like flat Earth thing. I was doing my own research and kind of came upon it, and it's been an interesting few months. But I just joined to see what this was all about, and then that guy Chase, I don't know what he was doing, but if anybody comes in and says, "Hey, I'm not going to do my own research, but I want to have a debate," like that should not be. That's not even remotely acceptable. I don't know, like Sacred was kind of jumping in on him and stopping him, but there's got to be some like more intelligent people than that that have some evidence here. Because it's ridiculous the amount of money that NASA's in. The fact that like 99 out of 100 people you talk to in real life are like think you're a nut job because you say the Earth's flat. I don't know. This whole thing's still a little overwhelming to me, but like if this is all a hoax, this should be pretty easy to take down.
You have any questions?
Right. We
I
wouldn't be
mean,
talking about it.
tons. Like I don't actually
24.
totally understand the whole model. I've been trying to explore it myself, but
Okay. There's a guy named, I don't know if he's still in the list anywhere, but maybe Sacred, if you could send him Shane's work on the model, that would be a cool place for you to take a look, man. They got good stuff there.
Yeah, I was just say everyone's like obsessed with the model, and I do know we want like to be able to explain everything, but I just started just like, where's the curve, man?
Yeah. Oh, and there's really no consensus on the model. It's just we have some good ideas, but we don't have the budget and the NASA funding to go verify all of it, you know?
yeah, no, I'm not looking for like a model to believe in. Like that's ridiculous. But I'm like, hey, like if we have these things that are lies that we're propagating as truths and we're teaching our kids, and like my kids are now going through school, and I'm like, I'm getting red in the face as like my daughter's coming home with, planets homework. And I'm like, man, like I can't just watch my kids get lied to like I was and continue this thing on. And not like a model to believe in, but like if it's all true, if we can just rely on our basic senses, like we should be able to, then we should be able to like step back and put something together.
Yeah, sure.
And I was gonna say to that, Chris, is like a lot of people come in and say, "Oh, where's your model?" and they try to nitpick it and find one thing wrong, and then because one thing's wrong, like then if flat Earth can't be, and that's kind of the only reason I did interject that.
Yo, that's what we were talking
Oh,
about
yeah,
last
that's
night. People looking for gotchas, trying to have a conversation with you, looking for one thing that you can't answer to prove your entire model just automatically wrong. And it's always the idiots who come in here looking for a model, like as if they have one unified model for the globe. And like we were
yeah,
trying to
that's
tell
how like
them,
every discussion in real life for me has went. Like I'll ask someone a question. I'm like, like what do you think about this? Like, we're really not spinning 1,000 miles an hour because centrifugal force would be like an angular acceleration and gravity can't offset that. And they're like, oh, the Earth can't be flat. Like, what about the solar eclipse? And I'm like, what does that have to do with the shape?
Right, exactly. So what thing would help you kind of understand, like what do you want to know first?
No, I mean, I guess, well, one easy thing, just from my debates with like the vaccinated, there's that pendulum in France, and that's one of the only things I haven't been able to like have an explanation for. The best thing I was able to think of is like it's the aether or something like flowing, but it's this pendulum they release. Yeah, that's the thing. Every time I get through a bunch of arguments with somebody will pull this up and they'll be like, "Well, this is it." And I'm like,
Glad you found the space, man. We're about to debunk it right now. Go ahead, guys. I mean, if nobody wants to do it, I'll do it. I think Sacred, you have a very concise explanation. Proud, you got it down too, girl. I would venture and just let you go do it. if you want to do it.
I would say ask the question one more time, but real quick, Segredo types, yo, don't be popping nothing and nobody mentions while you've been in here listening all night, faithfully waiting to come up here, just listening in. So don't put popping no type of shit unless you're gonna come grab a mic. All your ops is in here. I don't want to hear none of that. My bad. What was the question?
It was that pendulum. I forgot the name. Someone mentioned it. It's in France on display somewhere, and it rotates like 15 degrees an hour.
Pendulum faulty. The faulty Foucault
pendulum. Yeah. How does that occur while the Earth is motionless, basically?
Yeah, this one is not my specialty. Anybody else got it?
You got it.
My bad. What were we talking about? Foucault's pendulum?
Yeah,
So
Foucault's pendulum.
is your claim that the pendulum is proof that the Earth is in motion? Because it's only
No, he
one
can't.
rotation that they would be technically accounting for, if anything.
He can't argue against it. He doesn't understand the argument against it.
Yeah, he's asking why. So they keep asking him, how can that be in its motion that it has on a stationary plane? If I got that correct, is that your question?
Yeah. I'm not presenting it as proof of motion,
Right.
but I'm looking for the counter argument because it looked like it just happening. I don't look at it and go, "Oh wow, we're spinning," but I don't have any actual explanation for what that phenomena is.
Right.
So it could be a translation of motion from the cosmos, right? Obviously, the default position is that it's still because it doesn't move on its own. But what they're really trying to highlight is the precession. So if there's like some type of translations of motion from the cosmos, depending on your latitude, it could potentially affect the pendulum in the same manner. The problem is we don't find consistency throughout all places on Earth. So I haven't seen too many of the Foucault pendulum demonstrations been done in the southern hemi. And the ones that I did see, they're all messed up. The pendulum processes the wrong way. It doesn't move the way it's supposed to move. They're reconfiguring the actual apparatus itself in order to get predetermined results. So nothing seems to be too consistent with it. The default position is that we're not moving because it doesn't move on its own. They have to have some type of mechanism in the pendulums to keep them set in motion, right? And when it does process, in some places on Earth, it processes in an unpredictable manner. So not really sure if that's solid evidence, but even if it is some type of emotion, it's not exclusive to a Earth in motion.
Okay, so I haven't actually seen one in person or checked it out. I just saw pictures and like a video online. And from what I understand is that there wasn't a mechanism within it to cause
No,
motion.
there is, and
But I mean,
it had to be pulled.
If there is, then that's ridiculous.
Yeah, they had to pull it up and then release it in order for it to be set in motion, even to begin with. If there was a spin, it should have been spinning on its own.
Yeah, when I say mechanism, it doesn't have to actually be like a motor itself. It could just be like a magnet or something like that. And they actually concede that they use those.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that's all I was saying. I probably tweeted about it. Let me see if I can find it.
I threw up one tweet, but I could throw up the other one if you guys want both.
Okay, yeah, Proud shared some of the pendulum problems in the southern hemiplane. Oh, y'all can go take a look at that.
Cool. Well, thank you. And you guys see that thing on the Nikon camera? I was trying to get my hands on one after getting into all this, and they're already discontinued it. That P1000.
Yeah, I saw that.
Really? They took
quite interesting.
Yeah, it was part of a NASA agreement too. They Nikon got offered by NASA like an exclusive.
Bro, don't tell me that,
equipment.
bro. We about to get this person another 12 out. You told me that NASA shut down the P900. What?
You didn't know that, bro?
No, the P1. I swear it was one of
Yeah.
your guys' channels that posted the document, but it was like NASA basically bribed Nikon to stop producing the P1000.
That's crazy.
And in exchange, they can be the primary equipment manufacturer for some future equipment. And Japan already released the official notice that it's being discontinued, and then they just haven't released the notice here yet.
NASA said, I got something
brought
for
them
you,
on.
stupid flirts.
Yeah. Now, does that sound like a coincidence?
That's extremely shady. Like that basically tells me that this whole thing that y'all are using to prove there's no curvature, they're like, oh shit, we're gonna get busted.
Yeah, it's better than any globe evidence I've ever heard.
Yeah, they also don't want people zooming in on the moon when they start trying to fake the next landings on it. Can't be having people back in the 60s, man. If people had P1000s, that shit would have never flown. I've been like, bro, ain't no one up there. I'm looking at it right now. There's no one there.
Yeah, I can't believe I never even watched those moon landing videos until like now, and I'm 34. And looking back at it, the fact that that convinced so many people,
oh, yeah, they're laughable.
Like I'm embarrassed for them.
It's so bad. It's so bad. And like, how did they broadcast back?
Now.
Like do live video, like broadcast back from the moon with like a 12-volt battery. It takes like what 40,000 volts to broadcast like around like a small city, and they sent a live broadcast back with a 12-volt battery, or equivalent to a 12-volt battery, through 240,000 miles through a vacuum of space. It's like, really? Like, how did they do that? Oh, it's a technology. It's like, what technology? It's like, oh, we destroyed it. Sorry, we don't have it. We can't show it to you because we destroyed it. It's painful, but like, it's like, I mean, it's just like the most basic things. It's like we were talking about spacesuits earlier. You can talk about that. I mean, there's just so many ways to look at it where it's all just preposterous. I mean, it's just wild. Oh.
Hey, real quick, let me just
with the pendulum, I don't.
Go ahead, Wesley. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, I just don't want him to go just say that there's a mechanism if someone asks him. Like, in the museums, they do usually use mechanisms, right? Because they can't afford for it to be off. Like, imagine someone going to a museum and it not doing what it's supposed to do, right? Like, they use, like, usually little electromagnetic devices. But when you put, what you do is there's a little pendulum and there's like a weight hanging on it. You pull it back and let go of it, and then it starts to precess over time, allegedly, right? It's basically impossible not to impose a lateral bias when you do it. So if you actually watch a lot of the videos, you'll see the people that drop it, they know which way it's supposed to go, and they slightly drop it with a bias in that direction, which is hilarious because that defeats the whole point. But, and then I'm wondering if you understood what Saker was saying. Even if the phenomenon was real, which is super inconsistent, doesn't seem to precess as much as it's supposed to, they have to use devices, and it's not consistent in the South, and no one's ever shown that on an equator it doesn't precess. On a globe, it wouldn't precess at all on the equator, never been shown. But even if the phenomena is real to some extent, we've measured that there's a drift detected from the sky. So the way that the stars move can actually be detected on Earth. And there is a translation of motion down to the Earth, if that's the case. So it can also affect the pendulum in the same direction. Right.
That, I mean, yeah, I kind of wanted to redo that myself in my garage. That seems easy to just do with like an EMF scanner and a mechanical arm for the release to not introduce any directional bias. And then like
even that's going to be tough though, bro. Like what they say is you should hang it on a string and then burn the string, like with a lighter or something. And they admit that it's like almost impossible to do it perfect. Everyone I've ever known that's done it, including like staunch globe earthers, they admit they can't get it to do what it's supposed to do, and that it's super difficult. So I mean, I'm all for you doing it for sure. I advocate anyone testing it. I'm just letting you know that the glitch is supposedly to use a flame on the string.
And so to what your point, like that's exactly what I heard. Like FTFE says he's done over and over again, with consistent results. So it's just funny that the alternate, he doesn't tell you any of the stuff that you just told us about the South Pole, the equator. It's just, oh yeah, you can go do this anywhere. So it's funny.
Well, he's notorious for lying, bro. I mean, so he's definitely not done it many times with consistent results. I got money on it.
Yeah, with consistent results is the key part, because you can't do it 20 times, fail 18, and put out 2, and say, "Oh, look, consistency." Nah, that's not how it works.
Yo, that's a really big point to focus in on too. To tell if anyone asks you that, especially if it's like someone that's honest, right, and they're asking you in real life or anything like that. But you can get caught up in the weeds with trolls on the internet. But my point is that they cherry pick it. They do the same thing with the quote unquote Cavendish experiment. And this is their thinking, right? They're like, okay, we know the Earth's a globe, and we know the pendulum should precess this much because I'm at this altitude. And like we know that the ball should move towards each other this much because gravity is real or whatever, right? If they do it 20 times and it doesn't work 19 times, they just assume that they did something wrong the 19 times it didn't work. That's what they genuinely believe, right? Because they think that they know the Earth's a globe. So, and both of those tests are so sensitive to human error that they just assume they did something wrong until it does what it's supposed to do. And they're like, okay, I did it right that time. So it's like, it's called cherry picking. It's a cherry picking fallacy, right? And then here's another thing I want to point out to you about the pendulum. It's actually been observed to do something called the Elias effect. Elias effect. And for example, for like 17 straight years in Harvard, not the country, the location, they observed the pendulum during an eclipse go the other way or change the way that it was moving. So the pendulum changes during eclipses. It also slightly drifts differently based on what part of the cycle the sun and moon are in. Okay, so it's called the periodicity of the sun and the moon, the periodicity, and the pendulum moves in relation to that. It changes during eclipses, and it also changes throughout the year based on solar motion, so where the sun is in the sky. This is all celestial phenomena, right? Phenomena in the sky. So when Sacred told you like, oh, there's a translation of motion down to the earth that can be detected, so it could be causing that or affecting that. Well, the evidence actually directly supports that. When stuff in the sky changes, the pendulum changes, but on their model, it should always be the same, right? The Earth doesn't spin faster during eclipses or whenever it's a full moon, right? Or when it's a different season. So it changes based on stuff in the sky, and that's a point that you'll never ever get a rebuttal to. So.
It's literally not supposed to happen, guys, if it's based off of the motion of the Earth.
Oh, that's the conversation that's in your pin tweet, Sacred. Oh, it Whitson and Josh. And Josh was trying to deflect from pendulum to hurricanes.
Oh yeah, y'all go check out my pin tweet. Tired of getting censored by the guys that don't have no answers.
Which one?
Y'all go to my profiles, my pin tweet. Couple clips. People not liking what's it gotta say. People not liking what I gotta say. Trying to talk through us while we get into the bag. Packing them up.
Yo, she said he was deflecting about the pendulum. Yeah.
See what you did there? You nerds. It's your science jokes.
Yo, I still think that Jaron and I are going to fly down to the equator. We're going to go to Brazil and set up a pendulum test and see if it doesn't precess. And then maybe if we can go long enough, we'll go above the equator. Then we'll pop down a few degrees latitude to the equator and then go below. And so it should precess one way, then not precess at all, and then precess the other way on the globe, right? So.
As long as the globe earthers agree, that is the prediction. I don't want you to get a failed prediction to be like, oh no, we expected it to not predict the way it's predicted to be. No. We want the prediction before we go out there. Globe earthers, we don't want no obfuscation, no excuses.
But, hey, Austin, won't they just claim that you set up the pendulum with a bias? Won't they just claim that you did it wrong to prove the flat Earth? I mean, won't it be extremely difficult to prove that it was done accurately?
Yeah, but they're weirdos, Dave. Like we're gonna have a bunch of globers and engineers meet us. We got a couple, like Bacon is a glober in Brazil, for example. So they'll help us all set it up. We'll document all of it. We'll have a few physicists and engineers with us, and I could care less what people like FTFE say. You know?
That's a fact.
But yeah, okay. Look, dude, I just want to go to Brazil, man. Is that cool?
No, you first don't believe in.
I'm just kidding.
You don't believe in the globe to fly to Brazil.
And if they make that excuse, right, doesn't that almost discredit their whole experiments?
Well, no, you didn't know we're just stupid flares. So.
Yeah, we can't do this experiments.
Not intelligent enough.
Well, why Brazil? Let's just go to Antarctica.
I just want to say that was awesome a debate you had with Pry Guy. I was tuning into the space the next day anonymously, and they were really reeling, and they were like, "Yeah, which of you?" They asked Peter if it'd be a good idea. They're going to try to get FTFE to debate you, and they're like, "Oh, that would not be a good idea." And then I went back over to TED Space, and next thing I knew, Peter's over there introducing this argument about just one argument with the curve. Have you heard about that yet? What's it?
No, people have messed me about Peter. I don't know who Peter is, but Rolf, if someone said about Antarctica, it's like it's about going to the equator, right? Because the pendulum is not supposed to precess at all if the Earth's a ball on the equator. And by the way, there would be a museum on the equator that does this. It would be like the one location on the Earth that the pendulum doesn't precess. But wait, what's up with this Peter guy?
Well,
I've had 4 messages about Peter. I don't know who
it's
Peter
just funny.
is.
He's one of the main globies, and he's actually one of the guys who
Don't even give him that much credit, bro. But
yeah, he converted me to flat Earth, to be honest, in the beginning. But yeah, so he was saying it wouldn't be a good idea that FTFE debate you, and then next thing I go over to TED Space, and he's trying to, I don't know, pigeonhole you into this debate about only one topic. It has to be the curve, and he's going to use 2 triangles, and he's not going to let you go off topic. So I just thought it was very funny how he framed the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, Austin, have you heard about that yet? The challenge Peter like presented to the world for you the other night on TED Space that had quite a few listeners in it. He said that he will debate you with any moderator. Literally anyone can moderate, and his only requirements are that there can only be one topic, which is the curvature of the Earth or lack of curvature, and that it has to be done somewhere like Discord where he can be visually present things and like draw or whatever, not on space on here where he can't like visually present something. Those are his only requirements. You remember Peter, right?
No, he doesn't, man.
No.
So basically, with it,
come
this
on.
is a guy. This is a guy
don't
that you
remember him
dunked
on
on.
here?
No, bro. Like these guys are.
Bro, they all blend
That's
together.
what I'm saying. Y'all don't understand. When Wizard come pack somebody up, it's just another day, like in flat Earth. Like it's not nothing special, bro. This is like something super regular.
Right.
This is the guy that comes off the beach
No.
5 minutes before we have a debate. Like, oh, I'm supposed to do something. Oh, hold on, I got y'all. I got y'all. Don't worry.
Guarantee you, yeah, no, I know for sure. But I guarantee you, if we played back a clip of like when he spoke to him on Flat Earth Fridays, he would instantly remember. It was the night that Joe.
Yeah, of
remember
course.
the one you talked to Joe B about Newtonian mechanics, and he claimed you said all engineering pseudoscience.
Oh,
it was
yeah,
the other
yeah.
guy that his buddy that he brought on to try to save him, and he was like, I knew as soon as I talked to you, like I would know who you were. And he was saying like weird cryptic shit like that. It was that guy.
Okay, yeah, I don't remember, but I do remember the night. Like I said, if I heard it or if I started talking to him, I would remember. But yeah, come on, man. I mean, it's like it's just been years of the same type of thing.
For sure.
No,
but
this is literally what happened. So you dunked on him so crazy. He wasn't expecting that. He thought he was going to be able to put you in a corner, but you ended up answering all his questions directly, succinctly, and accurately. Didn't have any more tactics. Crossed his ankles up, and he'd been like on the injured reserve list since episode 79. Like in his basement with like a swinging light in the dark, trying to figure out how to get his get back. And he devised the perfect plan with all of his free time to try to earn his self-respect back. So yeah, he's like running around in every space trying to get your attention. So the Leatherheads is doing him a little bit of a favor right now.
He's like Pry Guy and P Dubs and all those guys. Obviously,
no, he don't know nothing, bro. He don't know nothing.
No,
he knows learning these guys.
He's been in their space.
I bet you he don't even know who P Dubs is right now. I bet you.
He remember P Dubs from last was it Sunday?
I bet you he don't.
He basically knows the guys that he like clowned on in spaces this week. The guys that were running it, those are like Peter's underlings. Like Peter's like the godfather of all of them.
Oh my God! Well, y'all stop giving this man so much credit.
No, that's not a compliment. I'm saying he's like the ringleader of all the Dunning-Kruger morons that come on here and like obsessively troll us and try to like start spaces that say flat earthers can't answer basic questions, and then Witsit comes in and they don't know how long it takes to get this communications to the moon and back, and they all get embarrassed. So yeah, Peter's the ringleader.
Peter packed up. I mean, Witsit packed up Peter and his ringleaders and vice versa in one night in one swoop. They do not want no smoke over here. They don't want to come this direction. What's his name? Joe came over here and he got another pack up and tried to play it like he didn't know what was going on.
So all these guys are just like totally scarred. Like they already came to Flat Earth Fridays, you know, got crossed up, thought they didn't come in and deal with another one of the top flat earthers in here, got
Sorry, I don't have
crossed
the
up
best service,
again.
so.
Yeah, man, it's just the same thing over and over. So they're trying to just earn their ego back because they got this online presence. And yeah, man, I don't know. I'm not too interested, but
Peter ain't nobody though, y'all. Peter is like bottom of the barrel.
He did make the
Able to
funniest.
corral them.
Peter did make the funniest post I've ever seen a Glover make, and he was responding to Ted posted that video, you know, where like the guys in the harness behind the two dudes who like missed the hat on like the CGI thing, where like the one guy's supposed to grab the hat and he didn't grab it at the right time, and behind them there's a guy on a harness who's like clearly just flying by behind him. Like I've seen Witsit show the video several times in the stream, but Ted posted that, and Peter replied something along the lines of, it's a harness to like your muscles get weak in microgravity, so he's harnessing up to like strengthen his muscles while he's out there in space. It was like he said it like in a really technical way that was just absolutely hysterical, and he said it like
Yo, get him
he
to
said
write it down. I'll ask the astronaut about it because I plan on going there with that clip, pulling out my iPad and asking an astronaut about it.
It was like literally the funniest post I've ever seen on here, and I'm not just saying that to be like, you know, try to be like make a point or not. It was I tell people this all the time. Everyone lost it. Like everyone was quote tweeting it and just laughing because there's no way like anyone could possibly think this. I'm gonna find it right now and then I'll put it in the nest because y'all have to see this reply. It's the greatest reply in the history of Twitter. Like Peter's you know, he's an interesting fellow. He occasionally has a bit of wit and humor, but this was his greatest moment. It's absolutely spectacular. This reply about this.
Well, keep in mind, this is the guy who left his mic open. We
Interferometry.
heard him. Yeah, that was just about to say that. He left
Oh,
his
that
mic open.
guy. That guy.
Yeah,
oh, that
mysteriously
guy,
typing.
there you go, bro.
Now you remember?
He had to Google in
Yes.
real
Now you
time.
remember?
Oh, that guy.
Real time
Oh,
Googling.
Yeah. He's like Polish.
You don't even know the words.
Yeah. He was the word salad guy. He's word salad. He was the first word salad guy. That's him. He's like an old Polish guy.
Yeah, I remember him now.
Yo, I just want to say real quick, he's also in charge of a $10,000 line of sight experiment too. So if anyone can get together with him, so it's not just him coming up to it with it, that'd be awesome.
Well, they're not going to account for
Life
optical
is not
drop.
going to trust him by himself.
Right, and keep in mind with these quote unquote optical experiments, they don't account for optical drop. So any curvature, quote unquote curvature, is going to be asserted when there's clearly optical drop. Brian's Logic has a great video on this. And just keep in mind, guys, when these bottom feeders want to be rivals, they're trying to be purse snatchers, earning the right to go against the Justice League. They're not rivals. Mentioning them to over and over, there kind of gives them clout. They love that as if they're in competition. They're not in competition. We've heard the same weak arguments over and over. And keep in mind, when they act for the experiments, what is the conditions that'll prove one way or another? You got to hold them to the fire because we don't want to hear excuses after the experiment is done. Optical drop is not accounted for with Bedford levels or any type of similar experiment.
Yeah, I'd be forgetting about him, bro. Like, if it's not recorded, it's kind of a waste of time. And then on X, it's worth it so that other people can go read, so they can kind of like learn a bit and see how toxic they are. But other than that, yeah, I think that they're literally just here because it's like this one avenue they can kind of pretend to have some type of juice or relevance.
Hey, I just dropped that reply of Peter's up there in the nest. The one about the guy in the harness. Yeah, like go give that a read and tell me that's not the funniest thing you ever seen. And then secondly, like Austin, you were talking about going to NASA. I saw like a video you posted, I think, on your YouTube where it was like kind of like a little teaser or something where like you would like go
Yeah,
in like
I see you, David. I
NASA
see you.
undercover.
Yeah. Like I have 2 conversations with astronauts recorded. One of them was about 5 minutes long, but I'm just gonna keep compiling them before I officially release them because I don't want to like jeopardize the kind of thing I got going. But yeah, pretty funny stuff.
Okay, that's what I was gonna say. Is there anything you can tell us, or is it got to be kept quiet?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you
that's
one thing.
understandable.
I'll tell you one thing though. Like I asked the first one or the second one. Okay, so I talked to the girl that supposedly dropped her tool bag in space. Notoriously dropped her tool bag in space. I talked to her. That one I am kind of keeping under wraps. And then the next girl, I talked to her and I asked her, so I had a couple questions. Do you see stars like during the day on the side of the side of the Earth where the sun is? And you could tell she didn't know what to answer. And then she said no. And she said the same thing they always say. It's like a script. They say, well, they look pretty much the same as they do on Earth. The only difference is they don't twinkle. I mean, that's verbatim what the first astronaut I talked to like a year ago said. And then I'm like, when we went for the level documentary, anyway, I'm like, I didn't ask about that, you know? So I just said, okay, but just to clarify, so you don't see the stars during the day, like on the side of the sun? And she said, nope, which is pretty interesting, right? Because the official story is that you can see the stars on the side of the sun. Don Pettit and all these other astronauts will tell you that because there's no atmos. So that's a bit of it to give you an idea. It's like I'm probably like 1 foot away from them with my glasses on, and it's like it's like POV interviews.
Bro, I ain't gonna lie, man. I get like a little bit of nightmares from like NASA Witsit. Like Globe Earth NASA Witsit is a scary sight, bro.
How is your photo not like hanging on like every entrance there next to security? Like I don't understand. Like how did you even get in that place? Is my question. Like are you not, like you have to be like their number one like most feared person to let in there. I don't understand.
Yeah, they gotta know.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm like lagging. I'm sorry if I am, but dude, I wear big, thick glasses.
I saw them. They're like, yeah, they're weird looking.
Yeah, and NASA hats. Yeah, but it has a camera in it. They have a camera.
Right. I know. That's because they're like thick on the sides, like the
crazy big.
Parts that go over your ears are like the.
Yeah, and I have
Bro,
actually
that's
have a
what
couple
they
of
all
pair.
look
I have
like.
a
You
pair
fit
of
right
sunglasses now,
in.
one that's thinner, that are like real deal spy glasses or whatever. But and anyway, then I wear my NASA fit, right, and I pull my hat down kind of low. My NASA hat, my NASA hoodie. I have my like annual pass around. You know, it's like I fully blend in. Those people are all boosted. They have no idea who I am.
That's amazing. Hey, real quick before we get off the subject of like space agencies, can we talk real quick about that video you shared on your second NASA fraud live stream on like YouTube and Rockfin, I guess, of the Chinese space station with the globe spinning in two different directions, and then the people that were replying to I posted a clip of it here, and the replies that you got into with those guys that were trying to defend it.
Yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, the dude tried to. They all just said it was a wide-angle lens, which obviously doesn't mean anything. And then the one guy acted like he was gonna bet. Asked him to bet me, and then he shows. Yeah, then the guy has like a globe. He shows that, like if you put something down the middle, you can split them. And he tried to make it look like they're spinning opposite directions, but they're not. It's the globe is all spinning one direction. In his example, if I got paid all the bets though, man, we'd be straight.
Right.
I'd have billboards everywhere about flat Earth.
Yeah, the main problem with his video in my mind was that in his video it was the camera was stationary and he was spinning a globe underneath it, which the globe wasn't moving like it was in the video regardless, but in the video it's supposedly their space station moving 17,500 miles an hour, and what do you call it, like a free falling linear orbit that's making the quote unquote globe spin underneath. So yeah, it was pretty ridiculous, but it was so funny when you came in the replies and because you said in the video you're like, I know someone's gonna try to defend it, and then you came on, you were shocked. I think how many people were trying to defend it. It was like, if anyone's never seen that, man, go check it out. Like, so it's like it's titled a NASA Fraud 2, like under your live tabs on YouTube, right? And maybe Rockfin. Yeah, go check that out. There's a video where there's like you can see the Earth underneath this like Chinese space station, and then like the top right, it's like spinning away from the camera, and then like the bottom left section of it is spinning like down into the right, like under the camera at the same time. It's just hilarious. It's absolutely hilarious. It's almost and then there's the other one real quick of the first ever NASA spacewalk, which you also showed, I think, on your first NASA fraud show, and I posted a clip of that. It got community noted. The community note said that this clip was intentionally edited, where they like cut out in the middle to make it to deceive people. And I'm like, okay. In the video, I clearly showed how like the shadows are the exact same when the Earth is spinning in two different directions. So that means the sun has to be coming from the same direction in both of these videos, where the Earth is like spinning in two different directions. So you can do all the like mental gymnastics you want about how this thing spun around in between these two shots. Like that's all that matters. The sun's coming in from the exact same direction, so there's no way the Earth could be spinning in two different directions. So it got community noted. I offered the author of the community note $50 to come debate me on like any space on here on X about the legitimacy of that video, which also just has so many other problems with it. Like we were talking about earlier, the guys how they suddenly have the USA flag patch on their arm in that video when they're spacewalking, and they didn't have it when they took off. And then Craig FTFE, he replied. He said, "I was the one who wrote the note. Debate me." And I was like, "Yeah, right, dude." No, I was like, "Prove you were actually the community note writer on that, and I'll debate you." And he was like, "I've written lots of community notes, yada yada." And I was like, "Dude, show me proof. I don't believe you actually wrote it." And he never did, of course, but he was just trying to draw me to debate, which I would never debate that guy. But man, if there was any topic in the world that would tempt me into debating that guy publicly, that debating that video specifically is an absolute layup. Like, how can anyone defend that video? It's claymation. It's a joke. I mean, it's like there's the patch thing. The Earth spins in two different directions. It's all just laughable. I don't even know like what he would say about that. I don't know how he'd just lie and be dishonest, but I mean, it'd be interesting to see how he tried to defend it, I guess. But I mean, either way, it'd be just a massive, just a negative experience trying to debate that guy about anything. I know that's why Austin quit debating him.
Yeah, I'm never debating him again. Unless it's like an impromptu, like I popped up on him that one time, but he had a literal heart attack. And like, I'm not even trying to joke about that. Like, I mean, low-key, it's funny when you start talking about how people should have their children taken away from them if they don't take the vaccine, and then you have a heart attack. But like, I guess what I'm saying is I've actually had people that support him reach out and say, like, please don't debate him anymore because he can't prevent himself from getting way too worked up and it's too dangerous. Literally. So that's the funniest part.
Well,
I was like, I'm trying to be nice to him.
I know he had a heart problem the last time y'all tried to debate. Are you telling me right now, like, hang on, is Robot Polisher down there? Are you recording this, buddy? Are you telling me that people who know him have reached out to you and told you that it's like a danger to his life if he debates you because he gets too worked?
Yes.
Wow. That's incredible.
Yeah. I mean,
you'd think he would be a little bit more humble in his approach, especially like the things he's been saying, and even in my replies the past few days. Not that I'm you, but just all of us together. I would think that would humble you a little bit when like you might die from trying to debate flat earthers. You think you might take it down a notch or two.
Yeah, I mean that's the debate. The guy said, I don't understand relativity enough to know why you're wrong, but I know for a fact that you are. So it's like I don't know. I just don't care to debate them two, MC2 and FTFE. So it's whatever. I mean, the dude just lied yesterday. Again, this is I don't want to talk about him much more, but I'll say this. Yesterday, Robot Polisher made a post about like feared flat earthers or whatever, and then he tells FTFE to set up the debate with Professor Dave. And he says, "Oh, I tried to set it up, and it'll only happen on my channel. It's like only on my channel, or he'll only do it on my channel." And he said that lie for a while. I dropped the receipts where Dave's like, "What? I never said that." He's lying because he wants the super chats and the views and stuff. And then after I send the receipts, he turns around and just says that I'm lying. I'm like, what? So like, I don't know. I can't deal with people like that, bro. Like, it makes me mad. So. Degenerate.
Speaking of cloud chaser, we got a cloud chaser that just popped up.
I see exactly. Peter's in the building.
They're trying to corral FTFE to debate in here.
Well, he did come in that one night and try to debate, didn't he?
As
and then
like a co-host or something.
Then he like blew his gasket in like 5 minutes, started screaming, and then did he rage quit or did y'all kick him? I can't remember which was it. It was like it lasted 5 minutes, like on maybe 10. I don't even know. It didn't last long.
Yo, shout out to Mr. Coffee. What up, homie?
It's good, my guys.
Chilling,
How we
man.
feeling on this lovely globe Earth today?
Shit, I'm all good. Everybody else?
Yeah, good.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I just wanted to say hello here.
Hello.
I have a question about. We were talking about the Foucault pendulum earlier, and my understanding of the globe Earth position is that it denotes that the Earth is spinning around or underneath the pendulum. So it's in two reference frames where a pendulum only has a back and forth swing. It doesn't have any rotation to it at all whatsoever. But the globe is supposed to be spinning underneath the pendulum, and that to me is a contradiction with air flight, hot air balloons, and things like that. Can anybody elaborate on that?
From a globe perspective or from a flat perspective?
From a globe perspective. So I'm trying to steelman the globe there. So I just want to know their full.
Copy. Mr. Coffee, you know about this?
I'm not too versed on it. I could probably touch on it probably a bit. But from my understanding, it fits appropriately to my understanding, but it's very limited.
But can I ask a question? How would it not affect a hot air balloon if the Earth spins under a pendulum?
Good question.
Well, wouldn't a hot air balloon be subject to the density of air that it's traveling in?
Well, why wouldn't the swing of a pendulum then be subjected to that?
I think the wind is subject to the swing of the pendulum. That's why we have the whole idea of Coriolis in the first place.
Right, but at the same time, the pendulum is swinging in one reference frame, and the Earth is supposed to be spinning underneath that, right? So, in that sense, why doesn't, for instance, if you're going to land an airplane, right, as the wheels touch the ground, shouldn't the Earth change position underneath it if that's the case underneath a pendulum?
No, because the pendulum will be in effect to the whole subject of whatever object that we're talking about, i.e., the Earth, right? So everything in the Earth, right, is subject to that swing, that movement. So it's all going to move in tangent, even the plane in its movement.
So you don't see any contradiction there where one object is swinging in one reference frame and then something turning underneath it, but then you bring something off the Earth, and then the Earth doesn't turn underneath that thing.
Well, you have to bring it outside the Earth to bring it off the Earth. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, as long as you're inside the Earth's atmosphere, you're in full effect of Fulcrum's pendulum, right? Because everything encompassed inside the Earth is going to feel that effect. It's not until you're outside that you really, you feel me? You get to say, "Hey, I'm not in the Earth's
Yeah,
effect."
no, I get that part of it. It's just that the pendulum should actually operate the same way. Like, for instance, like you'd have to bring the pendulum to space in order for it to properly process and work that way. So why is it that you could just lift a pendulum up to the ceiling of a museum, and it swings in this back and forth reference frame, right? Because it doesn't turn. Pendulum is by definition, it just goes one direction, back and forth. So when you see like it'll knock over the dominoes or it'll make like that flower of life thing, when you see that stuff, it means that that's the globe Earth position is that the Earth is turning underneath it. So why, when you bring a hot air balloon up, or an airplane, or an airplane's going to land on a tarmac, if the Earth were to move just a tiny bit, well, the wheels would just snap.
Yeah, what you have to understand is that the pendulum itself is still moving with the body. That's what creates that pattern to give you the idea that the land that we're standing on is actually spinning.
That's not true.
You feel me? Because the pendulum is connected to a structure,
Okay.
which is connected to the land, which is spinning.
So what's the pendulum showing?
The pendulum is showing the deflection, right? Because if it wasn't moving, then at least by our standard of model, then you would just get a straight line. You wouldn't get that. How can I say? You could call it a star pattern, right?
Yeah,
You
it was like
could.
a
I'll call
flower
it
of
a
life.
star
It
pattern.
basically it paints like a little.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly my point. So if the land wasn't moving, right, we'll have a straight line just by the basis of our model. This is my limited understanding of it. Just to put that out there before y'all jump down my neck. But yeah. So based on that theory in itself, everything is moving in tangent with the Earth.
But
You feel me? It's
except
connected to the
the
structure.
pendulum, because the pendulum cannot make a circle by definition.
No, it's only swinging back and
So
forth.
how does it make a flower of life?
It's the straight line aspect that makes the idea of a circle.
So a circle is
They do
a
this.
straight line.
It's a multitude of straight lines. You could do this with how can I say it? They do this all the time with fucking, you could take marbles moving back and forth, right? But you have to put them in tangent to each other right across to where they're I'll post a video. I'll explain it better with a video. Just give me 1 second.
Is it just me, or does that not make sense to everybody?
I posted a video up top. I took the video myself at the Pantheon in Paris. To say that a pendulum swings in a straight line is a straight up lie. If you watch the video, it takes an elliptical path across the entire surface, and that's a big area that it's swinging across. I didn't think to try and measure it, but it's probably 10 feet.
It's purported that the pendulum is in a different reference frame from the Earth. That's why it creates that pattern, because a pendulum can't make an elliptical path. It can't turn in a circle. It just goes back and forth in one direction, while the Earth is in a different reference frame and it spins underneath it, and then it creates this effect where you have either a pattern like a flower of life, where it's knocking over like these little dominoes as it goes around in a circle. Is that kind of clear to everybody?
Yeah, that's clear. I know what the
Yeah, that was perfect.
I know what's implied. I know what's being said. I'm telling you, I've got a video I took myself at the Pantheon in Paris.
Gotcha.
And you can clearly see the elliptical motion that it takes from one side of the table to the other side of the table,
Right.
which is at least 10 feet.
Right. So, I think there's also explanations of that from the ether model, where the ether drift, or the translation of motion from space, is actually causing that deflection in the pendulum. So it's not exclusive to a spinning Earth, right? In terms of the two models, but what I'm asking the globe side is, how is it possible, if the Earth is spinning underneath a pendulum, that it's not spinning underneath an airplane? It's not spinning underneath a hot air balloon.
No, it is. But just like the pendulum is spinning along with the land of the Earth, it's not spinning in the same frame of reference, right? But it's still connected to a structure that's connected to the Earth that's spinning at 360 degrees. And it's just the same. It's the same concept with planes and the air. Everything is spinning in tangent with the Earth.
You know, when they start a pendulum up, sometimes it goes one way and sometimes it goes the other. And the instructions are, if it's going the wrong way, stop it and start it again. So it could just be simply the bias of the way that the thing is set up. And it's incredibly hard to get it to go perfectly straight, because just the slightest friction on one side of the bearing will make it go in an elliptical pattern, and people just believe that's because the Earth is spinning. It's ridiculous.
And why does it change during eclipses and based on the periodicity of the sun and the moon and solar motion? If the Earth is spinning globe causing it to precess, why does it change with the celestial phenomena?
Anyone?
Oh, I'll answer that. That's a refutation of the claim that it's a spinning globe that causes it. That's what it is.
It sounds like two reputations, yeah, pretty much.
Am I correct in the globe side's prediction of the pendulum that
Can anyone hear Zen?
Then if you're talking, you gotta come out the ether, man.
Oh, hello. I'm on my phone. I don't know if it's if I'm not close enough or too close.
There you go.
Oh, okay,
You're good.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering from the globe side, they actually claim that it's the Earth spinning underneath it, and the pendulum just moves back and forth. So is that correct?
That's what they claim. That's correct. And is it correct? No, because like I said, the pendulum has been shown to change based on what happens in the sky.
Right. So it responds to periodicity. So it responds during eclipses. You can take it to higher altitude,
right?
That kind of thing. So it points to the fact that it's not the globe spinning underneath it.
Correct. And it's super inconsistent. So there does seem to be some effect, right? It's just inconsistent, not necessarily as strong as they say it is. We're not going to believe what they claim it does in the South or whatever, but there does seem to be potentially some effect from the sky, which just means it can't be a spinning globe. Yeah.
And would you agree that if it was true from the globe's perspective that that we should see it spin underneath a hot air balloon or under an airplane flying?
It would technically spin underneath the hot air balloon slightly.
Okay, so it doesn't move that fast.
No, like because the angular momentum of the balloon and then the atmos basically moves with it. If you went high enough, it would actually do that. It would have to, right? Because the higher you go, then the more and more that the atmos drags behind the Earth, unless you're going to claim that it all moves in lockstep all the way up, which would violate the law of conservation, energy, and momentum, because you would need more energy the higher you go, because it would have to travel a greater distance because of the radius of orbit. I know it's kind of a lot, but it's very
I got you. I follow you with it.
Yeah.
Like I listen to your stuff and I don't see any word salad. You're very logical, coherent to me. So I don't know what everybody's talking about.
It's only word salad if you don't like what he's saying.
Side note: has anybody correlated the Foucault's pendulum with the measurement from interferometry that we do get, that the one that doesn't match the prediction for Earth's motion? Would that be possible? Does anybody know?
You got to clarify your question.
Okay, so the pendulum is swinging and it's forming this pattern, and Globe says that's due to the Earth spin. Flat says that's due to the ether drift, and interferometry has measured a slight ether drift. They haven't measured the predicted ether drift for Earth's movement. So if we accept the one that they did measure as not an error, would there be any way to correlate that measured drift with the motion produced in the pendulum? Has anybody done that? Would it be possible? Anybody know? I'll take that as a no. Thanks.
I think it's the question. I know you clarified, but I think trying to see connecting one to the other, I think it's hazy on what you're trying to mean. But just to address their apologetics, they always want to talk about the law, the conservation of momentum, right? But they're selective when they're using it. And the message, just this quick two things can't be true at the same time, right? What has velocity that conserves momentum relative to an atmosphere that rotates with the Earth can simultaneously deviate from Earth's rotation. So there's no Coriolis effect. So which is it moving in lockstep or does it deviate? So it's just that crux is what needs to be accounted for.
Well, let me ask a question real quick. Do we believe in Coriolis effect, or do we believe that Coriolis effect doesn't apply to the Earth?
Well, we don't have to believe in it. It's a real thing that happens. But when it comes to the Earth, yeah, I mean, prove it, bro. Prove it.
Yeah, no,
Even if it
that's what I was trying to correlate here, because every community is different. Some people totally throw away the whole aspect of Coriolis. Some people just throw away the aspect in which it affects the Earth. So that, I'm just trying to get understanding.
Yeah, I mean, Coriolis is a real thing. Like the effect can be replicated, in many different ways. But as it comes to like Earth Coriolis, yeah, like I said, you're just gonna have to prove it. And in fact, the fact that there's so much deception as to what allegedly is evidence of that, like supposedly shooting a bullet in a gun when we know that's actually not true, and we know that there's actually the spin of the bullet due to the muzzle, and we know that they don't account for it, and all this stuff. I mean, it's just not looking good for the claim. And of course, this is the worst part. This is the worst part anyway, though, for like say a globe earther is